A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval. Another bright and sunny morning in Port of Spain, Trinidad, or uptown Trinidad, or heading west of Port of Spain, however you choose to describe it. But we're in Trinidad and Tobago, in the northern part of the island, where it's nice and bright and sunny, hoping that it's just the same wherever you are, wherever you're picking up our signals this morning. I'm Ruskin Mark as we welcome you to day 2 of this 5th round encounter between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. And the Barbados Pride, remember, they won the toss yesterday and opted to bat, and at stumps they reached 248 for 3 with their captain Craig Brathwaite not out on 117 and really looking good. He lost McCaskey for 101, a maiden first class 100 for the young man. 12 fours, 2 sixes from 148 balls. It was 171 when they were separated. Raymond Reefer didn't last long. He made just 3. Drakes shaped well for his 22 before he was eventually caught in the deep. And at stumps, Kevin Wickham was on 4. So a very good day for the Barbados Pride. Not only did they bat well, but they certainly put themselves in a good position. Jeremiah Louis it is who's going to start us off this morning. So far he's bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden note for 22. Colin Archibald bowled well, but his 14 overs cost him 34 runs. No wickets just yet. Rakeem Cornwall 2 for 70 from his 22. Justin Grace bowled well, 1 for 32 from 13. And the others, Heaton Walsh, Daniel Doram, Kieran Powell and Casey Carty. And that's the first ball of day 2. And it's Jeremiah Louis with a little bit of a loosener there. He bowled well. Both himself and Colin Archibald bowled well in tandem with the new ball yesterday. They made the batsman play a lot. They didn't waste the ball. So often you hear about that and people talk about the fast bowlers not using the new ball. Well, these two did a good job with it, although they didn't get the wickets to support it. And they no doubt will be hoping to change that today. Nice bit of fielding there by Mickley Louis. You better field it, because Jeremiah would not be happy. So we see Cornwall is on the field. He left with just 2 overs to bowl in the day's play yesterday, and he was actually bowling. He would have been bowling the last over of the day, but he walked off probably with some ailment or something. But it's good to see him back there. 3 slips, they go down. Good early movement again from Louis. And I would like to think they didn't take the new ball late yesterday, so they took the new ball first up this morning. So they had the option after 80 overs. They opted not to. But first thing this morning, Louis has the cherry in his hand. And as happened yesterday, he's bang on target to start things off. Not really at top speed just yet. Maybe just trying to get comfortable in his action, get his rhythm going before actually pulling the choke, as they say, and really letting things fly. But it's good to see them opt in with 3 slips. Yesterday, for long periods, they opted to just the 2 slips. And a couple of balls went through that area there. And so I think they would have learned their lesson from that. And whether the horse has already bolted is left to be seen. But certainly you want to support your bowlers as much as possible, especially when you're hunting wickets. And they kind of let 1 or 2 pass through that slip cord, and that might have benefited them. That's a good shot. Those are the first runs of the morning. And Brathwaite is adding to his tally. He goes now to 119. And that ends the first over. Just a couple of runs coming off of the first over. That will bring up the 250 as well. So 250 for 3 at the end of the first over of the morning. So the Leeward Islands, obviously, with work to do here in terms of wickets. They need to take wickets just to slow down the action for the so obviously a lot of work for them to do here. Craig Brathwaite, of course, will be the main man. If he can bat for a long period today again, it would mean that Barbados could very well bat beyond the lunchtime period or even up until tea this evening. And by that time, they should be close, if not beyond 400, probably even 450 if things go well for them. A little bit of a surprise, Justin Graves is the one given the new ball at the pavilion end. And so it's a bit of a change up here, because normally you would have expected Colin Archibald to do the honors, but it is Graves who did bowl well. He did bowl very well yesterday. Didn't have the luck, Justin Graves. In fact, he was the one who hit the edge a couple of times, and the ball kind of flew past that where third slip would have been. But this morning they've installed that third slip, which is good to see. So they've given him that little bit of extra cover. And we started in brilliant sunshine, but it just seems as if it's gotten a little cooler since players started. Graves would like that. And that's a brilliant take by Jamal Hamilton, going full stretch to his left there and plucking it out of midair with the one glove and then tumbling over and making it look so simple, almost like it's a routine take. And now he's having a big discussion with the members of the slip cordon. Cornwall is probably telling him, I would have taken that standing up instead of having to dive to retrieve it. Graves again bowling a good delivery, but immediately they're going to pick up a couple again, and they might even get a third. Had they really hustled, they probably would have had a third run, because it needed the two fielders to execute that. But all the same, that's 2 more to Kevin Wickham as he opens his account this morning. He resumed on 4, so he's now up to 6. As I say, good morning to Colin Eclipse Murray.
Good morning to you, Mr. Mark. Notice the respect, Mr. Mark.
Yep. Mr. Eclipse. And again, too short to really trouble Wickham.
Are you saying
surprised that
Graves has got the new ball?
Yep.
In a way. I mean, he bowled very well yesterday, but most of his spell yesterday was from the Jerry Gomez Media Center, Willie Rodriguez end. So I'm a little surprised that they've decided to open the bowling with him, but give him the option from the Brian Lara Pavilion end,
as opposed to the top end.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at that.
Did you see Ian Wilson rounding his arm?
I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, okay.
I really don't know what he's doing. I was worried he might fall over, because I saw him on the thing doing something. Was he rounding his arm?
It was his bowling action.
Yeah. Well, it's the end of the over. 253 for 3. So 5 runs have been added so far this morning. Yeah, I understand he plays cricket in the North Zone. There's some of the players in
the Barbados team.
Yeah. they're not in where the usual dugout is, Ruskin, because of the works that are going on.
And that's just to their right,
Yeah.
a little bit to their right, to
Yes.
our left, but it's to their right.
Yeah, where the two
Where the
dugouts
players-
are
right.
really the players' gallery, as they call it, is. That is not the players' gallery. That is maybe for, well, extra spectators who,
Is
officials.
this an exit player here?
Yeah, that's the mascot.
That's a mascot.
Yeah, that's the mascot. So he's relaxing.
I wonder
taking in.
who in the group who owns that.
You
teddy bear?
always have somebody like that. You always get somebody like Ruskin. You've played long enough to know. You always have a madman in the group that will have a teddy bear or something. There's always.
I mean, you could have a
one.
kangaroo or something. Have a pink teddy bear. It
And
goes
pink
again.
of all.
Yep. That's a good shot again, but he's just going to ease that one through to the boundary for 4 runs.
That's a very good shot, actually. It was all timing, because there is that man out at the deep square point. He's more, I wouldn't say square, I would say he's more backward of a point down at that boundary, but he had no chance. It was so well timed, really well executed there by Wickham. He just eased into that. It was a poor delivery because it was short, it was wide of the off stump. What they've done now, they've asked that man, that's Hayden Walsh Jr., I
Come
believe,
squarer.
to come a little bit squarer, but he's still going back. I think he's a little squarer now, but I don't care how square. You had to be actually square to field that one. It was so well timed by Wickham. He's such a good timer of the ball. Oh,
That one came back a long way, and it actually dropped out of the glove of Jamal Hamilton.
wonder what happened there. That came back a long, long way. I wonder if it hit something on the pitch or just hit the seam and came back.
Yesterday it took us, almost 77 over before we had our first extra. We had a bye
Yeah.
this morning in the second over of the day's play. But that was amazing, could you ever remember
Yeah.
playing a game
Yeah,
where you didn't even get a
leg
leg
bye,
bye?
or it was really strange.
That's well played.
He's getting some movement, Louis. Louis.
And a no ball now.
Yeah, no ball. So it's all happening today. Yeah, and again, we saw this yesterday with him, Jeremiah Louis, and he's getting that in swing, but it's starting so early that the batsmen are actually getting into position as it starts the swing and then playing. He just needs to maybe get a little bit later swing because it's probably take it a little fuller.
Yeah, or start it further outside the off
Yeah.
and hopefully bring it back between the bat and pad.
There again.
You could
So-
see the movement. You could see the distinct inward movement.
He is moving that ball, and you're probably right. Maybe he needs to start it just a little bit outside the line of the off stump, so as the batsmen maybe start to shuffle, it comes back at them, and maybe just find a little bit of a gap.
Especially if they commit to like a big expansive drive down one line, and when it moves, it's by the time it gets to them. That's well played. That's beautifully played. That's 4 runs. I'm not sure the man down behind square is going to get to it. He won't. And that's 4 good-looking runs.
Yep, that's another really wonderful shot. This time, is it Wickham? Yes, it is Wickham playing this one beautifully through the onside. Again, he's starting that in swinger, maybe middle and
It's
off.
too
So by the
close.
time,
Yep.
by the time it gets to the batsman, he's middle
Outside
and leg.
his leg, yeah.
or just leg stump, and he's just working it nicely. That was a really wonderful shot from Wickham. He's on to 15. The first 4 in the over was actually hit by Brathwaite, was very well timed, and this one another well timed shot, but by Wickham. It's pretty good over so far for the Pride. 10 runs coming from this over.
There he goes again, and got away with it this time. But that could so easily have gone for another boundary because it was the same delivery.
Yep, he got away with it. You're quite right. And I don't think he timed it all that well. And then the placement wasn't all that great either.
This is I suppose these are anxious moments for the Leewards. They don't want this pair to settle or to get off to a brisk start this morning. But they've already shaped as if they have intentions of doing exactly that. And this one was going the other way now. He's trying to leave the right-hander on that occasion, but he's starting it again more or less on the stump, so the batsman didn't have very far to go to negotiate at. The end of the over, the end of 93, it's 264 for 3.
Yeah, good over there for the Pride. Jeremiah Louis not finding his proper line. He's getting the movement, but the line is not good. His length is not so good. And, it's a pity because they've taken a new ball. They're looking to, as they say, pick a pepper with it. But so far, both himself and Graves haven't bowled that well. And both of them yesterday bowled much better than they're bowling this morning. And I just think Graves is bowling from the wrong end. But we'll wait and see. But
Louis also operated from this end, so that's kind of conundrum that the captain has.
Yeah.
Reaching for that one. That one is running close to that third man boundary. There is a man outside there, Joel, and the batsman will get a single. But again, wayward delivery. And maybe it's just the way they grip in this new ball. Something is it's not coming out right. There are days like that. You're just the same things you do very well one day. The next day you can't. They could bawl at you, holler at you, and it's just not coming out the way it's supposed to. And so sometimes as a bowler you just have to relax, just go back to the basics. And then when you feel you could put 2 on the same spot, 3 on the same spot, then you could kind of rev up the pace a little bit.
Well, he's given Graves the how should I put it, the assurance that, look, if you pitch that ball in the right area, I have the catchers in position. He's got 3 slips. So if he can get that ball maybe just on or around the off stump, move away from the right-hander, we can pick up the edge. But he's not going to pick up the edge there.
And there's nobody there. There's no mid-wicket. There's a fine leg and a mid-on. And you're really inviting trouble there. And he got the full treatment there. That's 4 runs.
So right away, Cornwall has gone back on the defensive more or less. He's taken the third slip out and he's put him in at that mid-wicket. Now, it's a move I don't really agree with. You've got the new ball. You're into the 4th over of the morning. It doesn't make sense. Don't move the third slip. It's a bad ball. He should not be putting it there. If you need to move a man and you want to give him the cover and the protection there, that's fine. Well, take out the man at that short cover. He's got a short cover in a catching position. I'm not too sure that the ball is going to go there in the air.
And the problem he faces, though, is if the ball hits the edge now and goes past second slip, as happened yesterday.
Yeah, you lose the opportunity for a wicket.
And the reason past the second slip because he didn't have a third slip in place. And, so he started with 3 slips this morning, but immediately, on that ball going through mid-wicket, he decided to pluck that gap.
Yeah, and really and truly, it's Graves' fault. He shouldn't be bowling there. If you're bowling with a 7-2 field, which I don't think he should be bowling with in the first place, but you're bowling with that 7-2 field, and then you put the ball on the leg stump. Well, you're asking for trouble, but it's a bad ball. So it makes Cornwall now say, look, I got to plug that gap. But you take out an attacking fieldsman, a catcher, where you can get the wicket. You take that man out, and you put him to plug the gap for a bad ball. Surely you could have looked at someone else, to move maybe the
mid-on. You could even put the mid-on across.
Yeah, a little wider, something like that.
And that line, again, the length is so far outside the off-stump, and it's short. So it's on 2 fronts. He's really betraying what the captain is asking of him here. It's the end of the over. 269 for 3 now.
I'm just wondering if Graves may not...
270 rather.
I'm just wondering if Graves may not be... Maybe he's a better bowler with the older ball than the new ball. And there are some bowlers like that. You give them the new ball, they can't control their swing, they can't control the movement they have. But when they get the older ball, it's much better. And I'm just wondering, is Justin Graves, made of that type of a bowler?
Should he go back to Archibald
and maybe
for a
go back
couple
to
overs?
Archibald for a couple overs and then switch
And
it
then
around.
he could bring
Graves
from the top end.
Yeah.
Mm.
But but Cornwall has decided that he will not continue with the attacking field. You take the new ball. You take the new ball to get wickets, not to keep the runs down. But he's got 2 slips here now for Jeremiah Louis, who is swinging that ball into the right-hander. He's got a man down at the deep backward square leg now. Again, for a ball that is swinging into the right-hander that is pitching maybe middle and going down leg. So he's got that man out there. That's an easy single. Should he have been a backward square? If you're going to put him there, then maybe.
He's not there for a catch.
Exactly.
For that type of bowling anyway.
No. Jeremiah Louis hasn't really bowled any short balls to entice a hook. And you could see, it's a little bit baffling to me that maybe they should have a third slip or a leg gully and say to Louis, start outside the line of the off stump.
Yep. That's the line, because if you're getting the ball to move both ways, he can move the ball away from the right-hander as well. And that is the away movement that he can get. So he has the ability to move the ball both ways. It's just that I'm not quite sure. Like I said, maybe this is just one of those periods when the ball just isn't coming out of the arm the way that he wants it to. The rhythm probably just not there.
And runs are coming pretty easily for these guys. I mean,
much too easily.
They started on 248. It's 272 already, and we've just been playing for 20 minutes. I mean, it's just...
That's 14 runs in double quick time.
It's just too easy.
And you see now that's a delivery. It looks good because you could see the movement. But by the time that ball gets to the batsman, it's already hitting leg or beating leg stump.
That's right.
So he has to be, he must be able to try to control that a little bit better, and start outside the off stump to bring the ball back into the right hand. The batsman might even help it onto the stumps if you can start it outside and just move it the same way. That's the away swing, and it goes beyond the second slip, just to pass in the right hand of second slip. That was a catch that could have been the end of Wickham.
But you see, we come back to my point again. You have 2 slips in place now. Are you looking for wickets? Are you looking to keep the runs down? I don't think Leeward Islands know really what they want to do. That was a lovely delivery. Had there been a third slip, it could have been the end of Wickham. But, the horses bolted. What are they going to do? They're not going to... This man down at deep backward square leg, I'm not too sure that... I'm not too sure.
That's an option now.
Yeah.
Because he's not bowling short balls.
No. And if he's what they've done now, second slip has gone a little bit to his right, so you've got like a first slip and a third slip. It's or
and even look at how wide first slip is also.
Yeah.
That's the beauty. That's where he has to start the ball outside the off stump and bring it back. Even the inside edge might take it onto the stump for you, but once he starts more middle and leg, by the time it gets to the batsman, it's already on its way.
Yeah, let's have a look, because that's the kind of delivery he needs to bowl, because he starts it just outside the line of the off stump. It didn't come back sufficiently enough, which is strange, because he's been getting that movement, a lot of movement coming back in.
You know what probably caused that too, Colin? The one that hit the outside edge was the away swinger.
Yes, that's right.
So if you line up these 2 deliveries, the away swinger and the in swinger on the same line, the batsman not sure which way it's going. And it's a good bumper, because that was over the middle stump. And Wickham nowhere in position to play that one, just fanned at it as the over comes to an end. He survives. It's 276 now for 3. I think I said 14 runs I did, Colin. It's
24
28 now because they got 4 runs since.
4 runs. Yeah, the thing is, when you look at Louis, that was a good delivery, the last delivery, because it was the surprise ball. I've always maintained the bouncer or that short rising delivery should always be the surprise ball. And I think you made the mention earlier in the over that he hasn't bowled one of them for the morning, and all of a sudden he came up with that one. Wickham was caught by surprise. I don't think he expected it because he was in no position to play that hook shot, and it went through to keeper Hamilton.
And what was good also is that he bowled that bumper, which was a peach of a short ball, after he beat the outside edge, where he got the edge, and it went past his slip, and he beat the inside edge, and it went past his stump.
Yeah.
You know, so he produced almost three wicket-taking deliveries, but no luck.
A much better over from him.
Yeah, that teddy bear is working, but that pink teddy bear is working.
Yeah, it's probably talking as well. There's a show, I can't remember the name of the show, Ruskin, with a teddy bear that it's come alive. I can't remember the name of the show.
Ted.
He talks. Ted. That's it. Ted. I think they were in Ted 1 and Ted 2. I think there was a second part to Ted.
Ted is a riot.
Ted is a riot. Ted got married. Pretty good looking woman as well.
Oh my word.
Ted was very upset. Ted applied for national card and status, and they said they wouldn't give him because he's a teddy bear. He said, "But I'm alive." Oh my word! I don't know how these guys they're very creative, aren't they?
Yep.
To come up with something like that.
And the thing about it is that all they have to do in a case like that, Colin, is just get the concept,
Yeah.
of and then or see something similar, and then they make do a whole series.
But I tell you,
around it.
But to come up with an idea like that, you have to be in a bar somewhere. You have to be sitting somewhere, and somebody suggests, "Boy, why don't we have a show with a talking teddy bear?" And somebody say, "A talking teddy bear? What nonsense are you talking about?" And I say, "Yeah, could you imagine?"
The teddy bear spoke to me last night.
Yeah, could you imagine? And you got a teddy bear talking, and he could get married, and all this nonsense. And then say, "Listen, let's have another drink."
But the thing is, the concept of the marriage and all the other what I call add-ons, it's not so much the creator of the program. That's the writers who put that in.
Yeah.
That's a good delivery. Well played in the end, but that's a much better delivery from Graves.
I think as well his wife got pregnant, but I'm not sure how. But or they adopted. I think they had to adopt. I think they were adopting her. I think they were adopting a baby, and I think that's where it came up when he had to go to the adoption agency or something like that.
Is that your favorite sitcom? What is your favorite sitcom?
Oh gosh, I don't know, Ruskin. I'd have to really think about it.
My favorite sitcom was Alf. I love Alf too bad.
Alf was
worries. Well played. They're gonna have to hurry here, but they do because the fieldsman never and they're gonna get the overthrow as well.
Now I'm not sure if that made sense because he was in for sure. There was nobody backing up except the man down at fine leg in Louis. So they were able to get back for a second run.
That ends the over 279 for 3. By the time they kind of sort out who was guilty or who was wrong in that, the batsmen helped themselves to 2 runs because Armstrong, he started late, and then by the time he threw the ball, it was really a mute case because they were able to go back for that second run, and then worse yet, Hamilton never never went to the wicket to receive the ball.
Yep. So 2 runs off the final delivery, not 1 as is indicated there. But it's 2 runs, so it's 279 for 3, and so when you look at that, Ruskin, 31 runs have been added now in just about 28 minutes.
They're going along quite nicely.
Yeah, it's
compare that to yesterday morning when they went at a run and over. roughly. That's beauty. That's where he needs to be bowling all the time. Start the ball just outside the off stump and move it each way.
Yeah, he needs 6 of those. You know, he's really amazing.
Yeah, he's looking so much better now, and the sun is back with us a little bit. Not the whole ground, part of the ground. That's still better, even though he's finding the middle of the bat. Just the line, the length on that occasion is probably what allowed the batsman enough time to play it. But I like the idea of the line that he's bowling, because he can, both edges will come into play here because of that line. If he goes too much towards the middle stump, he's really doing himself a disservice. He's playing into the batsman's hands. But if he stays just outside that off stump, he's giving himself a chance here to hit both edges.
He's now settling down, it appears to me, Jeremiah Louis, because his first couple of overs, his line was bad. He was all over the place in terms of his length. And but he's settled down since the previous over, and so far the first 3 deliveries of this over have been pretty good.
Yep. And that's what happens when you have good mechanics. You could resort to your mechanics.
Well, again, I'm not sure, Ruskin, if it's the new ball has something to do with it, but he's accustomed of
Bowling
taking the new ball.
Yep. That's better.
Lovely ball.
It's going the other way now.
Yep. I think this is really, he's settled in nicely now, and you could see the runs now are not coming as easily off Jeremiah Louis as it was before.
Well, there's the thing now, Colin. Now is the time to put back in the third slip.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
But he's put the man out at a deep backward square. For Brathwaite, he was in a just backward square. Now he's gone right out on the boundary rope. So is it a short ball he's going to bowl?
Or the 1-2 bluff. And here it goes again, bouncing down past the gully area.
It's too wide though,
Yep.
that one. He was looking to carry it away. So, if he's going to bowl the in-ducker, he's got to be, I think both deliveries, he's got to be outside the line of the off stump. Even if he's going to bowl the away swinger. Because you have to keep the batsman guessing. If you're going to bowl the in swinger and you're going to start it wide of the off stump and the away swinger that you start on the off stump, then they're gonna work you out.
Yep.
So you got to bowl the similar deliveries. That's good. He's gonna get a run because he deflected it away from mid off.
I think he hurt himself too.
Yeah.
Hit him on
Was
the
a-
wrist.
It was a firm drive, huh?
Yep.
was
Wickham will pick up 2 more.
It was a little too full on that occasion.
And,
But Wickham is looking good, isn't he?
yeah, that takes it to 282 for 3 now.
I remember Wickham in the game against Trinidad and Tobago, and both himself and they came together with Barbados in a little bit of trouble. Trinidad, the Trinidad and Tobago team had only, I think, got to 170 or something like that in the first innings, where Django seems to be in a real good bit of form at the moment. 151 not out yesterday.
And Jason Mohammed with 100.
57, 157. Coupled with his 94 not out. But I was making the point that when Django was playing here and things were going along nicely, Barbados were in trouble when chasing that 170. They were 92 for 4. And then a good partnership between Wickham and Drakes took it to about 150, 160 thereabouts, and it more or less took that first innings away from the Red Force. But Wickham played really well. He got 41 or 42. What I like about him was his timing of the ball and his fluency. He always looked in control of his innings.
But you could see, but not even Wickham, even Drakes. Look at how well Drake shaped yesterday. You know, he was middling the ball quite nicely. He too is a good time of the ball, and but for I suppose for some unknown reason, and this is this has been happening for years. This is not the first time, or he's not the first one, but a number of regional batsmen show such great promise, but they get a good promise to get to 30 and 40, and then after that, they get out consistently. And we've seen that, as they say, since time immemorial. And sometimes the West Indian selectors find themselves in a quandary because you're picking from a pool who are all similar in their traits. They all look good, they all shape well for 30, 40, and then they get out and you wonder why, but they do it so consistently. That's well bowled again from Graves. So Graves too is his radar is starting to work a little better.
Yeah, he's starting to, again, maybe the ball is getting a little older, so he's much more comfortable bowling with that older ball.
If that's the case, I should walk with my own bat when I come into bowl and just hit the ball on the bat a couple of times, let it get roughed up, and then start the bowl one time.
Oh, so are you saying that you prefer to bowl with the old ball?
But no, if I'm taking well bowled, just kept a little bit low, and maybe came back at him just a trifle.
Yeah, and it kept low.
Yep.
I think it kept a little bit low. Yeah.
But
So
I'm just using your logic. If you're saying that if they like both of them bowling when they grip the ball better when it's older, then take the ball and hit it against a bat or something.
well, I remember when I was playing, our strength was our spinners. So
You used to roll the ball.
they used to roll the ball. So
You can't do that now, the umpires.
You
plead
can't
with
do that now?
No.
Why?
No,
So if I throw the ball from first slip to
can't roll it.
to mid off,
No, you can't
and it
roll
bounces
Yeah.
about 3 or 4 times, is that a problem?
They will talk to you. Yep, they will have a word. This one is
So,
nudged away
well-
down behind square, going close to the ball. I don't think it's going to get there.
This is good running. They're coming back for 3. That's excellent.
Yeah, Colin, the umpire will have a word with you.
So if I do it constantly, but
Yeah.
in the old days you could have rolled it. You used to roll the ball. The thing is, you roll it from first slip to point,
point
rolls it
to
to
roll
cover,
it,
cover,
yeah.
to
But
mid off,
but
back
then-
to mid
But
on.
then you're not hiding. You're not making a secret of
you're
what
not
you're
making
trying to
a
do.
secret of what you're doing.
Yeah, that's deliberate, and that will the ICC or even the West Indies Cricket Board will frown at that now.
Oh, West Indies Cricket Board.
Yeah,
I'm disappointed they will frown at that.
yeah
but,
they will. You might get a stern, a
But-
long
but
letter
the,
in
the
the
thing-
mail.
The thing about it now, though, that it doesn't seem to make a difference. India, for example, they open with spinners with the new ball.
Mhm.
Uh,
But even we've seen Cornwall open with the new ball a couple of times. yeah.
correct.
Even when you're playing, you look at
So I think-
Akil
I
Hussain and they
yeah,
open with the new ball.
Yeah, I think it was just a way of thinking. Yeah, it was a way of thinking that the ball has to be a little bit scuffed up. It has to be a little bit old before you get the spinners going. But I think that trend of thought has changed. And even if you have a new ball, you can give it to the spinners. The end of the over, 286 for 3.
They're going along quite nicely here, Barbados. The few alarms. We just had that one delivery kept a bit low in the over, but even that was off the stump, wasn't on the wicket per se, but it was close enough to, I suppose, get Brathwaite's attention.
Yeah, and one really super delivery from Louis beat Wickham. Outside of that, they've been pretty comfortable. Nice conditions again here at the Queen's Park Oval. Very hot, very sunny. And Barbados, they're going along nicely. I would think, Ruskin, at 286 for 3, they must be thinking at least minimum 400. Minimum.
Or 450. If you can
I,
get 450,
I would think 450,
by
but I'm
just
saying,
after tea.
yeah, I'm saying minimum. And they would want to do that, I would think, by maybe half an hour before the tea interval. Yeah, if they can, and that's why I'm looking at 400, because there's going to be a certain period where they will have to start to accelerate a little bit. They're going to have to start to push it. And in so doing, they may lose a couple wickets. But I would think that, 450 probably would be the target, but they would want to do that before the tea interval. Now, that would mean they've got to score what? 160 runs or thereabouts? 100 and
Could you resume that 248 and you
Yeah.
want to get to that? So you need another
Yeah.
almost 200 runs.
right. So let's say 100. They need 164 more to get
In
to
2 sessions. Let's say roughly 2
250.
sessions.
Yeah, if they can add another, say 80. Yeah, they can actually.
If they get 100 a session,
Yeah,
they
they
would be
actually
there,
can do it.
thereabouts.
They can
Yeah.
do it. They can do it half an hour before tea. I would think that they would want to get the Leewards in a little half an hour before tea, an uncomfortable period. The question is, can they get up to 450 before half an hour before tea? And I think they can.
Somebody is really going to have to pull the choke here.
Yeah.
That's well played. That's beautifully played. He didn't really hit it too hard. He just caressed it through the covers. He won't get a boundary though, but they will get 3 comfortably.
Yeah, that's good running again. That's a nice shot. Wickham he's so pleasing on the eye, isn't he? When he gets into position and plays that cover drive, he looks good. And,
He really does look good. And you know, it brings me back to the point I was making. Look at how competent he's looking at the crease. You know, now I'm thinking, he must be thinking in the back of his mind, I could get 100 here. 2 of my teammates already have hundreds. So he must be thinking, you know, I could just stick around here. He's on 33 now. And I should be able to you know, push on and get 100 myself.
yeah, no real alarms either,
Yeah.
has he? It's the score 289 for 3 on the scoreboard here.
There's a short ball and
Badly lined.
yep. He didn't have to make a big hook at it. He just redirected it down to fine leg.
Now, at some stage as well, Ruskin, Brathwaite, he's got to up. He's what? He started 117. He's 127. So he's added 10 runs. Wickham, on the other hand, has added 29 runs. So, you know, Brathwaite has got to decide at some time he's got to change gears. Now,
But I suppose
will
in
that be when he
tandem,
gets
yeah.
to 150? I don't know.
Again, you don't want to be flirting down that leg side. You're asking for trouble. Now they've removed the mid wicket or the close-in mid wicket and dropped him back 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. And but you're not bowling short balls.
Well, they obviously know something about Wickham that we don't know, because he hasn't given me the impression that, one, he is going to... I am looking at that deep mid-wicket. That's not for a hook shot. The backward square leg is there for the hook shot. That deep mid-wicket is there for if you go over the top.
Yeah, it's a pull shot, and but he plays it well. And it unfortunately it eludes the man, and it goes right under his grasp and down to the boundary there for 4 runs. I don't think Durham is going to win any friends with that.
But look at that. That was far too short. And what a good shot that was. Wickham was in position early, kept it down. He was pulling that down all the time. There was no chance of that going in the air. So you have the 2 men out there. Wickham, I think, he gave me the impression he was waiting on it, because he looked around, he saw the man drop from mid-wicket back to the deep mid-wicket. He knew there was a deep backward square, and he was in position so early. He hit it beautifully. 294 for 3. Wickham is going along wonderfully well. He's on 37.
Yeah, he's really beginning to rotor now. As you said, if Brathwaite is just, you know, accumulating his runs in his customary fashion, then somebody has to do the heavy lifting, and he is taking on that assignment admirably so far. So he's on 37, 128 to Brathwaite, who is back on strike now. 294 for 3 Barbados. That's a well played, that's a good bumper, but it's well played in the end, although it caused a little consternation because he was hooking it out maybe just in front of his face, but eventually made good contact with it, and that's a good boundary for Craig Brathwaite. Now he goes to 132, and they were pushing towards 300 here. Colin, it's 298 now for 3.
Another very short delivery from Justin Grace, but again, not much pace. And Brathwaite was hooking at it. Decided early that he's going to play the hook shot. I don't think he was in all that great a position, but he played it well in the end, yeah.
So maybe now the strategy has changed a little bit now. So they have the 2 men, the fine leg and the deep square leg. Another short one. Brathwaite got himself into a bit of a tangle there.
He did.
He didn't want to hook. You can see he told himself I'm not hooking. But he got so much into position that he just kind of jumped and defended the ball.
50 runs, Ruskin. Let's have a look at that again. Yeah, he was giving me the impression he was going to start the hook and then decided he pulled out of the shot. But he was already sort of in that position that he couldn't do very much except just defend. Yeah, 50 runs have been added in 45 minutes. This has been really good going from the Pride. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they've just got to they've got to dry up some runs here, Ruskin. They've got to runs are coming far too easily for Wickham more than Brathwaite, but still, when you think 51 runs added in just about 45 minutes, that's not what the doctor ordered for the Leeward Islands. They need to somehow stop the run flow, get themselves, dry up some runs and get the Pride batsmen to take some chances. But so far, it's been really easy going for them.
That's not going to happen. And I suppose that's one of the dangers of the new ball, because you can leak runs with the second new ball, and that's why some captains are a little bit hesitant sometimes based on the state of the game. But I don't think they had a choice, given that they had already bowled out the 90 overs yesterday with the first ball, and so the second new ball was available, and they took it. So, but they need wicket, so it's a kind of a tightrope they're walking right now. That's a good delivery, but it's hooked well. But the height of that delivery is what you want to see, and that the 300 is on the board now. So based on your calculations, they're up to 300. They need another 150.
150. They've got an
hour
hour and 15 minutes. Say they add another 60.
That'd be 360. You're on there.
So they can certainly.
And then you have another hour and a half, another 90 minutes after lunch.
Yeah, they can certainly declare, I would think, by I would think by 2:15, by maybe 2 o'clock, 2:10, and get 20 minutes at the Leeward Islands team.
We'll see how that goes. That ends the over. It's 300 for 3.
Yeah, if they can, they've added so far. They need 150 more, and they've got 75 minutes after this for lunch. So let's say they add that 75, then they've got an hour and 20 minutes after the luncheon interval. So they could certainly declare I would say by 2 o'clock, and get Barbados in for uncomfortable 25 minutes before tea. And so your opening bowlers will have 2 bites of the cherry at them before tea and after tea.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting because they've got to put. I mean, you're looking at Wickham and Brathwaite now, and they're really not pushing it, but yet
they're scoring quickly.
Yeah.
And this pair, they've added 64 already, Colin.
Yeah.
So they've with few alarms. That one catch that went past the slip region there, and it's almost like we were seeing the prospects of that happening, and they did have the third slip. That is what is even more confusing, is that they started with the third slip, and then because of one shot through mid-wicket for a wayward delivery on the legs. He pulled out the third slip, and he just didn't reinstall him at the other end, and the ball flew past the hand of second slip.
Well, Archibald is into the attack. He's replacing Jeremiah Louis, who looked a little bit tired in that last over that he bowled. He was offline, bowled a short ball that was really didn't get up at all, had no pace. So we'll see what Archibald can deliver, and I would expect Cornwall may very well come into the attack himself from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Yeah, he needs to stop the run flow as much as he possibly can. They're bleeding runs right now. And a real loosener there from Archibald.
Yeah, but Wickham looks so much in control of him, of his innings, isn't he? He's on 38 from 53 balls, and doesn't look in trouble at all. I think he was beaten by one. He was beaten by one delivery from Louis, but other than that, he's been good.
Yeah, he certainly has been a real picture of concentration. He looks in good form, and more of the same. They're going to get the second run. A little bit of a misfield there, trying the angle just wasn't right, and the batsmen were able to scamper for that third run. Joel was going across there hoping to intercept it. And that is something too that is a little bit strange. If you're going to have a fieldsman at that deep cover position, and then you have a man on the point boundary, I would much prefer to have Hayden Walsh at cover, where he could fly around there and maybe effect a run out, than have him being a boundary rider at the moment. And nice delivery, a little bit of bounce there, but again he's starting towards that leg stump. There's no leg gully, just the two men behind the bat on the onside, a fine leg and a deep square leg, just to the right of the umpire, but 3/4 of the way, almost, well, 90% of the way to the bound, just a couple of meters in from the rope. And in fact, he goes back and starts to walk in from just to the edge of the boundary there. So big gaps, a couple areas in the field where the batsman can milk some runs. And Wickham probably telling himself he missed out there, because that was a delivery that was just in line with that leg stump, and all he had to do is just drop the wrist on it. Probably would have gotten the ball to go squarer, and he would have had an easy single. He's 40 right now, 40 from 56, so he's scoring at a nice clip. 133 from 303 deliveries is Craig Brathwaite. He's been there since the start of play yesterday, and he doesn't look like he wants to leave anytime soon.
Yeah, Wickham, you look at Wickham, Ruskin, he's had four before today, 4 matches, 4 innings, 243 runs. He's got 1 century, 104, 2 half centuries, and he's averaging 81. So he's right up there with the best of them.
And that is what you want to see. You want to see that level of consistency. And you also want to see the conversion rate. So if he got 250s in addition to 100,
yeah.
right? Now he's here into the 40s. So if he could push past 50 here, you would think he might want to get another 100. He edged in, and he's took it on the second attempt. Well. Cornwall almost put it down, but it went in, went out, and then he grabbed it back like a man going after some cookies there, and decided, you're not getting away this time. But that is the end of Wickham, going for 40, and Archibald gets the breakthrough.
You were saying, Ruskin, about Wickham?
Getting to those totals and then getting out.
Yeah, it's a shame. There's that ball, but a good ball from Archibald. I thought Wickham could have left it alone, But Cornwall juggling it and then taking it on the second attempt. But I thought he was pushing at it. It was a delivery. The Archibald is going to naturally take that ball away from the right-hander, across the right-hander. It started wide of the off-stump, and I thought Wickham could have left it alone, but he pushed at it, got the outside edge, and it went into the hands of Cornwall. So it's 302 now for 4.
Good breakthrough. And it comes at a good time for them, because they were probably looking, the heads were dropping because they, you're trying to figure out how were they going to get wickets.
Yep. But it just goes to show Archibald back in the attack, and I'm not sure why they didn't open with him this morning. I thought he should have opened the bowling with Jeremiah Louis rather than Justin Graves. But unfortunately, they decided not, and now he's come out and he's picked up a wicket.
Yeah, he's bowled well too. He has 1 for 36. He's in his 16th over.
Looks like Roston Chase is coming out.
Actually, he's bowled 15 over. That's the end of the over. So he's bowled his 15 overs. He has 1 for 36. And yes, it's Roston Chase who
didn't play in the last game here for Barbados. Jason Holder
was playing county cricket now.
Yeah, Jason Holder was here, and he had a wonderful match with the ball. But he's gone off to play county cricket, and so Roston Chase gets his chance.
It just shows you the depth in Barbados cricket at the moment. And when you consider the emerging players, the CCC, there are about 10 players from Barbados in that squad. So they have quite a number of talented youngsters to choose from. Not all of them could play in the Barbados Pride. 15 or 18 players, as the case may be. So they've been able to strategically place them on other teams so they get to grow and develop as they go along. So Raheem Cornwall is, as expected, is going to do his bit. A little bit of turn there for him as well. And forcing Brathwaite to hurriedly keep that one out of his pads. So there is a forward short leg in place, and that short mid wicket straight. But other than that, there's a deep square leg, mid wicket, squarish mid wicket on the boundary, and a long on. So another one keeping a bit low. And that's an added feature we see this morning, Collins. We've seen a couple keeping low now.
Yeah, just 1 or 2, but it's still, I think this pitch today is going to play pretty good. It's going to be a little bit slower than it was yesterday, but I would think that it should be good for batting
throughout the day. Today, second day. And that's careless, because he's trying to backhand the ball. And really, if he put his left hand down, he has a much better chance of intercepting that ball, Louis. He just kind of tried to backhand the ball, and it eluded his grasp and went down for a single. But it's just those little things sometimes that can relieve pressure.
So Roston Chase is going to face his first delivery. It's coming at a comfortable time. No pressure should be on him. The only pressure is how quickly he can score his runs.
One West Indies all-rounder, bowling to another.
Yep, to keep the scoreboard ticking.
And they both bowl off spin. And
should know each other well.
Yep.
303 for 4, the end of the first over from Cornwall today.
Not a bad over, actually, to start with. And as I say, the minimalist, limited movement, just chips. You say he runs up, I say chips.
Chips?
Yeah, he chips into the wicket.
Okay. Yeah, he
and
don't
wheels the arm over.
don't tell Cornwall that. He may think you're talking of chips, something to eat. So you got to be careful.
Have you ever really stood like close to him?
Cornwall?
Yeah.
No, and I don't want to.
No, I did the pitch report at him yesterday.
Oh
And
my!
I was telling him, I said, listen, it's not very often I have to look up to people, you know.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
He's taller than me.
Yeah, and he's not only tall, Ruskin, he's broad. So you know, he's very intimidating.
But he's also very gentle when you hear him speak. You know, it's not like, you know, it's not like he's a Lego beast. He kind of he draws you in.
Yeah, you find most guys that size are like that. I mean, Wayne Daniel, for example, I played a lot of youth cricket with Wayne Daniel. We went on tour together. And Wayne was, I mean, you had to say what you said.
You're so quiet.
Yeah, you had to ask him, you know, but give him that red cherry and say, bowl. I tell you what.
A different man, a different beast.
A different beast. But very mild-mannered, very gentle in terms of, you know, his communication.
Kind of like me.
So the score is 303 for 4.
If I get silent, I don't understand this. Well, the teddy bear went with the tongue.
Ted.
I really would be interested to see who owns that teddy bear.
Maybe you can ask.
And the teddy bear is like so strategically positioned in the group, occupying a seat. That's well bowled.
That's a lovely ball.
Yep.
Beauty. Pitch it left him. He had to play at it. Because just in that corridor. Let's have a look at it again. Just doing maybe a little too much. That's a really good delivery.
A lot of times those deliveries don't get the wicket.
Yeah.
So they just do a little too much. Beat everything. Beat the stumps, beat the bat.
He started well, Archibald.
Yeah, he's done well. Went wicketless yesterday, but he bowled. The figures really didn't say the whole story. But he's trying to make amends for that today. I think the players are going to get a welcome refreshment break shortly. And the new Colin Murray clock at the Queen's Park Cricket Club is saying
11?
exactly 11 o'clock.
Yep.
So
just 3 deliveries left.
You see Ralphie? Look, Ralphie's warming up, you know.
Yeah.
The sprint out.
Ralphie said to me
There he is.
last game.
Ralphie's getting ready. He's under ready.
He said to me, I'm here, you know, I'm here. I said, Ralphie, don't worry, I notice you.
And that's well bowled again. And although he played it, he wasn't in total control of it. It's a shot that he obviously likes to play, but I don't think he was really in absolute control.
No, he was not. I think it made a little bit more height than he anticipated, and it came off more of the top part of the bat and squirmed out towards that deep point. But again, I suppose they're very conservative, the Leeward Islands. They don't want to concede too many runs. But you know, for a new batsman, I would want him to struggle a little bit to get off the mark.
Yep.
Don't
give him an easy single.
Don't give him an easy single. You know, if he beats the field, then that's fine. Here's the guys with the manual scoreboard.
Yep. Putting in a good shift themselves. And that's a well-judged single. And they might get a second one. A bit of a misfield. They're trying to one-hand it, Carty. And the batsman will punish him for it by taking the second run. 305 now for 4. Or 307, I should say, for 4. 137 to Brathwaite as he continues to trug along.
The Dos Santos stand we talked
what
about.
was left of the war.
It's unfortunate because, of course, Sir Errol Dos Santos, who's president here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club, and so Dos Santos synonymous with the administration of Queen's Park, And
And
unfortunately,
Trinidad cricket as well.
he was in fact Trinidad cricket, and he. It's a pity that the stand had to come down, but it was there since you were a little boy, which is many, many, many years ago.
Many. I find it stressing
So-
on the many.
So the end of the over from Archibald, and at the end of it, it's 307 for 4. Brathwaite, 137. Ruston Chase is on 1. And the players, they're walking towards that Brown Lara Pavilion because the refreshments are coming out with the 12th and 13th men, and then the umpires will also be refreshed by the third umpire. So while they are getting refreshed, we will take a break, and we will come back as soon as this refreshment break is over.
And as we bring you back here, we see the first ball of a new over from Raheem Cornwall, another easy single. And, they have to figure out ways of just stopping some of these, what you call soft singles, because really, the one by one, Ruston Chase has just arrived at the crease, but he's picked up two very easy singles. And that should do his confidence a world of good as he starts to build an innings here.
Yeah, the thing is, Brathwaite has got to up the ante a little bit, because with Ruston Chase now coming to the crease, he's going to feel his way about a little bit before he gets going. So Brathwaite has got to pick up the scoring rate. He can't continue just pushing and prodding. He's added just 20 runs in the first hour and 10 minutes this morning. That's not good enough.
And his mainstay, the man who is doing the heavy lifting, and here's already Wayward. It goes for 4, so that's going to be 4 runs because he fielded the ball, Louis, and then had a throw back to the wicketkeeper, but it was so close to Ruston Chase, the keeper moved out of the way, moved the glove out of the way, and the overthrow came down to third man for 4 runs.
Yeah, and Hamilton seems to be blaming Ruston Chase, saying you were in my way. But Ruston Chase, I don't think you can blame Ruston Chase for that.
He probably didn't even see it.
He wouldn't, or if he saw it, he was just trying to get out of the way.
Yeah. So when it was a hard throw as well from a very short distance away. That's much better from Chase, but he got 4 runs there, 4 lucky runs, or should I say. He quickly now goes to 7.
I wish I was gifted those kind of 4 runs. You always had to work so hard for your runs. But he got out of the way. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Really good delivery. To beat a man on 138 with that kind of delivery, it just seemed to just push it through.
Yeah, no turn, It went straight through. And that's what deceived him there.
Yeah.
He was actually playing for a little bit of turn.
What it amazes me when a batsman gets beaten. They then go down and knock the pitch. When you hit it for 4, why don't you go down and knock the pitch as well? It's the end of the over from Cornwall, however, 314 for 4. Yeah, every time. But that had nothing to do with the pitch. It just was the one, as you rightly said, Ruskin, ran on straight. He was playing for maybe a little bit of turn. It ran straight on and it beat the outside edge, luckily for him. Had nothing to do with the pitch.
The ball after that, though, turned a little bit.
Yeah.
And that one he had to hurriedly kind of keep out of his pads. But if you notice, he's trying to play him almost exclusively on the back foot as well. He's not prepared to go out onto that front foot, and that's the reason why he got beaten with the straighter one, because he was kind of anticipating turn, so he was giving himself a chance to ride with the turn. It never happened. But so good bowling from Cornwall. Unfortunately, he didn't get the wicket then, and it's now 314 for 4. So although Brathwaite has been slow, Barbados have been making steady progress. Started at 248, up to 314 now. Lost just the 1 wicket. That's a good hit. That's a straight hit. And that's going to bounce a couple times in front of us. That's 4 runs. And that is Ruston Chase for you.
That's a really good hit, though. He hit it straight and didn't go across the line. Didn't try to hit it, maybe a slog sweep over mid-wicket or things like that. Let's have a look. Straight. He hit it beautifully. The ball was just angling away from him, but he was hitting it with that straight bat. Beauty of a shot.
Interesting now to see how the tactics go. They've dropped the man at square leg back to the boundary again. So there's a fine leg and a square leg deep.
I'm happy, Ruskin, that they're leaving the man at mid-on up, because let him try it again.
Yep. And this one is in the air, but it's going to drop safely. And so Ruston Chase, not in total control there, just seemed to try to flick it off his legs and probably hit it a little too soon. He was probably to hit that behind square, and it ended up going forward of square.
No, I'm not sure if Ruston Chase is trying to
get on
a bit with it. Brathwaite is Brathwaite. He's going to continue to prod along. I don't think he's going to try and get on with it.
Look at this big gap there between the mid one and the man at deep square leg. A batsman who's so well set, he's just going to milk anything on his pads there. It's easy as taking candy from a baby.
Yeah, makes life easy for Brathwaite because he's going to be able to pick up an easy single and turn the strike over. And he doesn't mind because he's set on 150, and if he has to take until lunchtime to get those 11 runs, he's going to get it. But the thing about it, he's got to rotate the strike. And if he's going to rotate the strike and Chase is the one who's going to try and push on with it, then that's fine. But they do need somebody to just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, somebody has to drop the hammer here now. And but Archibald has broken through once before. Can he do it again? And that's well bowled, I should say, because he was trying to drive it through the offside, and it ends up at a wide mid-on position.
Did that come back at him slightly?
Yep. Plus, he was playing a little bit early too. He's probably trying to get at him. But that's a good positive mindset from Roston Chase. He's come out here with the intention of probably getting on with things. Because I think they know what the plan is. Everybody comes and bats around Craig Brathwaite. You know, you don't expect him to change gears drastically.
Interestingly, Archibald has now gone wrong the wicket. Yep. So is he going to try to bring that ball back into the right-hander from around the wicket? Is he going to try to straighten it as they're pitching outside the line of the off stump?
But he's gone around the wicket. Chances are he's going to go into the pads, but there's no adjustment to the field on the onside.
Yeah.
What you could probably, if he's going to do that now, maybe take the man out from the point region or whatever it is, bring him into that deep gully, deep short backward point, and bring one of those players on the offside, bring them into that short mid wicket, so you don't get that easy single there square of the wicket on the onside.
There they go again, but this one backward of square, the line was not good. Well, and once it's going to come in to those pads of Brathwaite, he's strong there.
Yeah, and those players on the offside are basically spectators. It's 322 now for 4 at the end of the over.
And Brathwaite now on 140, 10 runs away from that 150 mark.
This is a good innings, though, despite the lack of pace at times in it. But he has batted really well, and I think he's showing, and that's the difference, Colin. Because look at we talk about Jonathan Drakes, how well he shaped. We talk about Kevin Wickham, how well he shaped. You know, but look at who is still there, and look at who is on 140. It is Craig Brathwaite in his own inimitable style, soaking up a lot of balls, but also finding ways to accumulate runs. And because of him, his team is in a really strong position, trying to force that one. And that is better from Louis. A couple of those he failed to pick up in that very position. Because he either went with the wrong hand or he didn't anticipate well enough. And there's Cornwall again, quicker. He doesn't give you much time to breathe. He gets back to his mark. Well, I can't say quickly, but he does get back to his mark fairly briskly. And then he's just a couple paces and he wheels the arm over. And before you blink, he's through his over in double quick time. So he doesn't give you much time to really settle as a batsman. You have to either go for a little walk, do something just to slow him down, because he will come through his overs real fast. There's another one that goes past that doesn't spin much, and Brathwaite, I think, is very wary of it this time.
You look at the stats of this man, Ruskin, it's absolutely amazing. The end of the over, 322 for 4, but Brathwaite, 31 first class hundreds before this one. So this is his 32nd first class 100.
How many of those?
64 50s. And you know, he's got a top score of 276. You know, he's got a test highest score of 212. So the man, you know, he thrives on staying at the crease and batting long. I tell you, I saw him here on Tuesday. The game started on Wednesday. When Barbados was he was out in the middle,
visualizing
and just playing shadow batting. No one was around except, you know, well, 3 people were wrong: him, himself, and his shadow. You know, it was amazing.
And you
know, and well, I was in the pavilion.
Okay.
The sun was too hot.
You and Ted.
Ted was in the pavilion. It was too hot, and Ted told me not to go out in the sun. Well, that's too short, and it was Rust and Chase just dabbing it down towards the deep point position. Yeah, and but it just tells you, you know, in a way, he reminds me of Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Not his batting style.
The appetite for runs.
Yeah,
and
you know,
the ability to bat for long periods.
And Chanderpaul, they tell me, used to go in. He spent hours in the nets, and that's the only way. Have you
ever heard that similar thing from Stephen Ames? I just say Stephen Ames because the Masters was supposed to start today, but because of bad weather, I think they delayed the start. It should have started by now anyway. But the thing with Stephen Ames was saying you had to visualize you making the shot before you even attempt to play the shot.
I mean, another great example of
this is a better field.
Yeah, they've put the man.
Because you can't leave that big gap there, and the man just turning the ball all the time.
They've taken out the second slip, and he's come back over the wicket, so it's interesting. Yeah, the other one like that was Geoff Boycott. You know, I remember here that he got out to Bernard Julian, and he didn't walk to the dressing room. He walked to the nets.
Yep.
You know, and he would tell you. He said, "Listen, I was not a classy player. I was not no fancy batsman. I just had to work hard.
Yep. Work harder than the next man." That's a good delivery, and again, it goes for 4 runs. But guess where it passed?
It hit him on the pad. It seemed to hit him top of the pad. He gets leg bys. But that's a really great delivery.
Is it leg bys or runs?
Yeah, it's leg bys.
Leg bys
it came back. It seemed to hit him on the top of the pad. We can have a look at it again, hopefully. Let's have a look. As it made some height as well. Yeah, he was looking to work it on that offside. Took the top of the pad.
Goes past where a second slip would have been.
And they moved the second slip. But, you know, you've got to take the chance because he had to plug that mid-wicket gap there. He was getting runs far too easily.
That's well done. This could be problems here, but he's going back in a hurry and made it back. A good throw by Louis to anticipate well, pick up the ball, and had to shy down to the striker's end.
In a case like that, Ruskin, you could forgive the non-striker for saying no. Because what happened, when he played the drive, Brathwaite, straight back up the pitch, Archibald got his left hand down to it. So Ross and Chase had to quickly turn, face the crease to put his bat back down. But he was in no position to make the run. So he said no to Craig Brathwaite, but you could understand that because he was not facing Brathwaite, he was facing the other way. He had to get his bat down quickly.
The good thing too is that he slammed on the brakes and went back. Again, shaping into that leg stump a little bit more now.
And you know, just getting back to the hard work, I think more West Indian players, more West Indian batsmen have to work hard at the game. You know, a lot of them, in my view, that have real talent, just don't work hard enough. You know, you got to spend hours in the nets. That's the only way you'll improve. I remember even the bowlers would go and bowl at one stump in the net and just go for hours bowling at one stump. I think that's going to go through the second slip. The vacant second slip is going to run away for 4 again. I remember a few years ago, going back to the time of Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose. It's the end of the over. 332? 332 for 4. Yeah, and they were playing a series against England. And West Indies played 4 fast bowlers, Ambrose, Walsh, and I will not name the other 2 that played in the game. But during the course of the morning, closer to lunch, they talked about the accuracy of Ambrose and Walsh, their line, their length, and they drew a little map on the pitch just in front of the off stump. And they showed you, Ambrose and Walsh, how many times they hit that square. Okay? And then they showed the other 2 West Indies fast bowlers who hit that spot less than the rest of the pitch. And it just goes to show, you know, both Ambrose and Walsh as well were pretty hard workers at their game. You know, even though people talk about ability. Yes, you have, once you have...
You're going to have to hurry. Yep. And I'm not sure the fieldsman under there really was aware that they were running.
Going. That's right.
The Michael Louis.
Yeah, I think by that time, it was too late. Yeah, and you know, they had ability, but they worked hard at the game. The great West Indian fast bowlers will tell you why they never broke down with fitness. Yes, they had a good fitness trainer, but in the off days they also ran. They did road work. They kept themselves fit.
But look at this field here now, because he has a man at deep point. He has a slip, a man at third man, wide third man or deep backward point, an extra cover, and a long off, long on, deep mid wicket. And he's gone. This could be an LBW appeal. It is an LBW appeal, but not out, says the umpire. He was trying to do the reverse sweep.
Yep. Didn't see the point in that, because there's a
There
man
is a third man.
a deep this point is it.
This time he's going
That's
to
a
go,
good hit.
and that's much better. That's gone a long way out of the ground for 6 runs.
Unfortunately, there's no spectator. The ball will come back anyway. That's a big hit from Roston Chase. Tremendous hit. And that's much better. I hate this reverse sweep when you... and there's a man at the deep point position.
So
what's the
probably
sense
only
of
gonna
that?
get one.
You're only going to get one. And you're giving the bowlers the chance. A lot of batsmen now, as we talk about practice, and they go into the nets and practice this reverse sweep, you know, Ruskin.
Yeah, it's something
really
that they have to
amazing.
practice, because you see so many of them
Doing it. Yeah.
attempting it now. Yeah, I would think they're practicing it a lot. And he's gone for the big hit again, but it peels off a thicker, more of an under edge toward the bat, and it ends up at third man.
So Roston Chase is giving me the impression he wants to get on with it. There's half an hour to go to lunch. I would think just another 110 runs to get to that 450. So if they can add, say, another 40
By lunch.
they're talking 70 runs after the lunch and interval.
There's a beauty that comes right back at him there again. The hands go up, and probably the pad. So
Hamilton amazes
yes.
me. He's standing up talking to Brathwaite. What could he be telling Brathwaite? Did you get an edge to that? Let's have a look. Because it had a little bit more bounce as well, didn't it? Yeah, and some turn. But certainly good decision by the umpire.
But he caught the ball, so he's probably saying, I wonder if it came off the bat.
Yeah. Well, Hamilton would say that. 340 for 4. Is Archibald going to continue?
Hello, did you see how much Craig Brathwaite was on? I would ask the umpire, yes. And I'll ask him more than once. It's 142.
It's Archibald is or is it going to be? Yes, it is Archibald. It's going to continue. I thought for 1 minute it might have been Durham.
Somebody we haven't seen so far this morning, and he's bowled well. He's bowled without luck, Durham. He probably needs to get a little luck. Sometimes you bowl well, you don't get a wicket. Other days you don't bowl half as well, and you're 5-4. You know, I think he would take the latter right now.
Oh, for sure.
Yep. Just to pick up some wickets. Much more breeze today than we had yesterday. Remember yesterday the flags were limp at a certain point. Today we have a nice breeze blowing around the ground.
I was about to say that earlier, that I looked up and the flags were fluttering in the breeze. Really.
Do you remember the strong, where have you faced like the strongest breeze you ever come up against? Like a real strong breeze that you had to resist or fight to make your way through it?
I'll have to think about that one.
That's good. That's well played by Ruston Chase. Give himself a little bit of room, and he's really hunting here. He's looking.
He's looking. He's really starting to look for the runs. I'm not sure, Ruskin. I can't think of any. I went
to visit my daughter in Austria. She was staying at the time. She was living in a place called Innsbruck, which is kind of like the southern part of Austria, and there is a ski resort. It's a ski jump resort. They used it for the Winter Olympics some years ago. It's called Begiesel. That's the name of the facility kind of thing. And I went to the top to where these insane human beings fly out of these traps and jump and, you know, like sail in the air, like flying.
I've seen the crazy people doing it.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good shot because it was kind of agricultural.
Yeah, he didn't seem in control, did he? He just said, "Hey, I'm just gonna take a toll on this."
It goes for 4 runs, and threw mid wicket, and it went all along the ground.
Let's have a look at it. It was, it was a little bit agricultural, not the typical Craig Brathwaite, but he gets 4 runs, so. Maybe, just maybe, the message has been sent. Hey, let's get on with it now.
350, 360. Let's see how much we need.
345. They've added 97 runs so far for the morning, which is excellent. We're still half an hour away.
We're thinking tea. They might be thinking lunch.
No, yep. I don't. Well, who knows? I wouldn't think that way. I would think they would want to maybe carry on.
And bat once. Once.
I would think they would want to bat once here. But I can't see them getting to 450 before lunch unless something crazy happens.
And again, forcing Brathwaite to rethink strategy there because he wanted to hook and then realized that it was too far outside of his legs there to really make proper contact. But when I went to Begies, I was telling you, and I went inside the building to see how they set up and thing and kind of shoots you out, you know. And I went out now to look over to see exactly what this drop looks like, you know, or what they're seeing when they jump. Colin, the wind was so strong, I had to crawl to get back in the building. Change of pace there. Good thinking by Archibald, not giving him anything to work with there. And honestly, I think I was like on all fours, trying to get back in the building. The wind was so strong. So you could think when you take off with that, you have to control your body with that wind. And then you have to now land. And the funny thing about it, when you land, because you already have all that momentum going, right? You should see the runoff. It's just a little, it's like a landing and a little incline. So you have to like turn,
twist,
you know. Yep. Because if you continue, you'll end up by my daughter's apartment. Here is Ruston Chase going. That's another big hit. And that's beautifully done. 6 runs.
Oh, that was effortlessly, wasn't it?
Yep.
Effortlessly hit by Ruston. It didn't seem to me at one stage that it was going for 6. Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, he
just
timed
stood
it
there,
well.
You know. He just stood there. Cleared everything.
It's a pretty expensive over. 12 runs so far in it.
And nothing that he bowled before suggested that, this was going to happen. He just seemed to have lost his whole sense of direction here, his whole rhythm, everything seems off at the moment. If I was him, I would go around the wicket now just to change up things a little bit.
The 50 partnership came up with that 6.
And as more runs he's hunting here.
Ross Sanchez 32 now from 19 deliveries. Been a really good innings from him.
Yep. So that's the end of the over. 352 for 4. So they've gone past the 350 mark. And so that's one of the landmarks down, we should say. 350. So if they have 350 now,
you're talking 100 more runs at least. Yep. You got 25 minutes to
in
tea.
90 minutes.
Sorry, 25 minutes to lunch.
Mm-hmm.
So if they can get, say, another 40 runs, and then you're looking at 60 runs maybe after lunch.
You have an hour and a half.
Minutes.
If you say an hour and a half batting, because if you give them a half hour before the tea break.
I would give them more than that. The way they are going, I would give them at least an hour. Because, they would not need, in my view, to bat for more than, say, 45. I would say maybe, half an hour, half an hour after lunch.
Well, depending on how many they get between now and lunch.
Yeah.
The good thing is they've only lost the 1 wicket.
Well, the good thing is they've only lost 4 wickets in total. So they've got a lot of batting to really up the tempo.
Yep. And you could see now, it's almost like his mindset has changed, Craig Brathwaite. He too wants to try to get on with things.
Yeah, but he's not going to give his wicket away. Not 3 runs short of 150.
And that's another beauty. You could see him whining to catch up with the ball.
Yeah, he was certainly getting into position. He was started to come across, and that ball again, another delivery just was pushed through by Cornwall.
And he's going to get 1, possibly 2 here if he hurries. But good anticipation out in the deep there. So again, he's on to 148 now. So he's just inching towards that 150 mark.
Yeah, the partnership, as I said, worth 51 now, and 32 of them have come from this man, Ruston Chase.
Yeah, he's come in here and very quietly gone about the business of accumulating his runs. He's doing it quickly. He didn't even take a moment to settle. Here he goes again. That's another almighty hit, and that too is going to go among the people. Well, there are not many of them. And just a sprinkling of people over on that side.
1, 2, 3, 4. Four people, Ruskin. 4 peoples that I'm seeing in the stand, which is, again, I don't want to comment on that because it's a shame. But again, Ruston Chase going after Cornwall. Big hit.
359 now.
Look at Chase, 38 from 20 balls.
Down the wicket he goes, and he's trying to force it through the offside. And you can see him admonishing himself there. He missed out. So that ends the over. 359 for 4 at the end of it.
Yeah, you're right. He missed out because I thought he would have been going over extra cover. He came down the track, and I don't know.
He yoked himself.
Yeah, because he obviously thought to himself before he picked out the extra cover area that he would go over the top. And then he just got too much on top of the ball, and in the end was driving it, but couldn't get the placement that he wanted. But still, an over in which Barbados Pride got 7 runs,
including that almighty hit that went for a 6 from Ross Sanchez. Durham is coming on now. It's been a while. Now at this point, they're probably not even considering to bowl Hayden Walsh Jr. because he's so slow.
Yeah.
At the rate that Roston Chase, now he might get him out, but Roston Chase might probably take 50 off of him in double quick time.
I think it's a good move
before he because he's so slow through the air.
But it's a good move here with Daniel Durham. I mean, they're going to go after him.
Mm-hmm, they will,
and I think he's got the control to keep things not quiet, but I think he's going to
He could probably pick up a couple
Yeah,
quick wickets
yeah,
here
that's
because
what
they will
I-
come after him
Yeah.
and give him a chance.
And he's a deceptive bowler. He's pretty good. When I say he's pretty good, he bowls a good line. He bowls a good length. He gets some turn as well. And if they pick the wrong deliveries to go after him, as you rightly said, he can pick a pepper or two.
And the field placing too has to be spot on here from Cornwall. You want to keep Craig Brathwaite on strike for as many deliveries per over as possible. So you want to cut out his easy run scoring options. And
149 is it now?
Yep.
He's,
he's inching along here. The train is just rolling along. And as you talk about train, you like train, right? You like to ride trains?
well, I don't have a problem with it, Ruskin.
Well, if you live in England, you ride trains a lot.
All the time. I tell you, I'll give you a story about the train. A very quick one. And I remember when I first got to England, I was going from Birmingham to London or London back to Birmingham.
Too much room there.
And the train was leaving at 9:19. I said to myself, what stupidness is this, 9:19?
You say 9:20.
I must be leaving 9:20 or 9:19. I probably arrived at 9:20 and there was the train going up, going out. There's the clock saying just about coming up to 20 to 12. So we have 20 minutes. Yeah, and I couldn't understand all these strange times, 9:17 and 9:13. I mean, we always go 5, 10, 15, 20.
20 minutes.
But they had 9:13, and I tell you what, it was chugging along.
On time.
Yeah, and there was me having to wait for the next train.
You have to wait another 40 minutes before.
I tell you.
But you know, the thing with that is at that stop, it's at that time. Because the next stop, it has another time.
Yeah, that's right.
That you know, that they worked out. That's the end of the over. Not a bad one at all there. From Durham, 361 for 4 at the end of it.
Yeah, so your next stop might have been 10:22 or something like that.
I'm sure you would have seen that the bus stops sometimes.
Exactly.
It stops before the station if it's ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
You know, and then when the time comes, if it's like 2 or 3 minutes, then you see the bus
going ahead.
easing
That's
up
right.
to arrive at the station
That's right.
at that time.
Because you get there at a particular time because
and you leave at a particular time.
exactly. So if it's there before, you gotta wait.
No, I've seen that. I've seen it.
Yeah.
They park like 100 meters from where it's supposed to be, and then it eases up at the scheduled time, and when it's time to go, it gone. You know,
Yeah.
right? That's out of his legs. That's you're asking for trouble there, and you're getting trouble. Just
a
well
good bit,
saved there
yeah.
by Jewel.
Good bit of fielding.
And he was close to the boundary as well, but I thought he did well to deny it, prevent it from going over the ropes.
So Chase goes along nicely, 41 from 24 deliveries.
Looking for more. That's a great shot. That too could run very close to the ball. 4 runs. He bisected the 2 mid-wickets, a straight one, or mid-on if you want to call it that, and a mid-wicket. And the man at long on never really had a chance. That's a good shot.
Excellent. He stood tall on it, and you could see him. This placement was good because, let's say, he is the nice straight bat, and he knew exactly where he was wanted to put it between that short mid-on and that the orthodox mid-wicket. Really a good shot.
He goes long. This one goes high and far. That's a huge hit. In fact, that is Pollard-like. It just went. That's his half century. What a way to bring up a half century here in double quick time. 45. Well, it's 50 in 26 deliveries.
Absolutely brilliant from Chase. He's come out here and the intention is clear. There he is. But that was the one that he hit for 4. Beauty of a shot as well. This one was a slog sweep. He went down and he's carted it high. So you're looking at this now. What the partnership is worth 71, and he's got 51 of it. 51 of the 71.
Yeah, he's really been. I was just trying to see the stats. It came up briefly and disappeared. But he would have made those runs of 26 deliveries in double quick time. 4 sixes and 4 fours.
It's been a good innings from him. Cornwall's playing into his hands a little bit. I think he needs to go a little quicker, flatter, maybe just outside the line of the off stump. Let him reach for it. But
you realize that 40 runs in boundaries.
Yeah.
In this half century. That ends the over. 373 for 4.
So 373.
So 400
let's say 15 minutes, and they have another 20 runs.
To get 27 runs.
So that they get to 393. Let's say they get to 395 to make my calculations easier. So they get 22 runs. Say in the
you know you're on time.
That's right.
You might
So
be there at
let us presume they get 22 in the next 15 minutes. So they go to lunch at 395. I would think they would need at least another 55 runs.
To make the 450?
Yeah, which can come
within the hour.
Yeah, within the hour. So I think they're well on track. Now, would they think 450 is enough, or would they want to go beyond 450? I would think 450 would be a
with
pretty
the strength
good
of their bowling,
yeah.
with the strength of their bowling attack, I think 450 would be more than enough. In fact, with that 450, they could put so much pressure on the Leeward Islands that they could probably bowl out the Leeward Islands twice under that 450,
yeah.
or just a little beyond it.
The thing is, the pitch is really good. The pitch is playing excellent. So there should be no excuse for the Leeward Islands batsmen not going out there and putting up a good total.
Yeah, Kieran Powell and company will really have to dig deep. And that's going to be it there for him. That's the 150 for Craig Brathwaite. He just continues to chug along here at the Queen's Park Oval. 150 in 342 balls.
Yes, and really Craig Brathwaite type innings, no doubt.
Excellent batting display. And then this man has also impressed with his brisk. He's gone again he's looking to score for every delivery now.
Very carefree innings now from Ruston Chase. He's obviously been given the license, go out there,
express yourself.
Yeah, take a couple deliveries and then get after the bowling.
He goes again. That's a good inside-out shot, but he might just only get a single. Yep.
Yeah, it's because he started just pushing around, getting a feel, maybe 4 or 5 balls, and then all of a sudden he started to open up.
Remember the free boundary.
And then he got a free boundary as well
from the overthrow. He wasn't even attempting a run, and he got 4. So no run there. So
now the question is, it's 15 minutes to go to lunch. You really don't want to give your wicket away now to have a new batsman coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little bit of a situation where they've got to keep the scoreboard ticking, but
just to be smart.
Yeah. Brathwaite looks as if he's just started in innings, doesn't he?
But if you notice, the end of the over, 375, and Colin, think about this, 375 for 4 at the end of that over. They resumed this morning at 248. We're thinking 100 runs in the session.
That's right. Well,
they have blown past that.
Totally. They've got nearly 130. They're just 3 runs short of 100 and 130 they've added. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely amazing. Cornwall has taken himself out of the attack, and I think he's given Hayden Walsh Jr.
Well, this is going to be interesting, because if Ruston Chase get a hold of, because of the speed at which he's bowling. Now, the good thing is he would probably get him out, but he might very well hit him in the stand or in the people a couple of times.
Well, he's got to, it's going to be interesting what the tactics Hayden Walsh Jr. uses. Now, this is almost turning into a T20 innings now from
He's come here to
exactly and
blaze away.
Hayden Walsh Jr. plays T20 cricket, so he should know Ruston Chase is going to come after him, what type of deliveries he's going to bowl. I would think he's got to have a man at that deep cover position, which he has. He has a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket. He's got to bowl that leg break outside the line of the off stump, spinning
let him
away
reach-
from
let
Chase.
him
Let
reach
him
for it.
reach for it.
Mhm.
And he's got to push it through a little bit. He's got to be careful,
Yeah,
though.
can't bowl too slowly.
Exactly. But in pushing it through as well,
Yeah.
you know, if it comes onto the bat, Ruston Chase would love that.
He could go past him as well. Look at how quickly he bowled that one. He's not giving it any air at all. I mean,
Got some spin as well, but it turned.
joke is joke, but you know, you're not going to throw up a little juicy half volley there. Slow turner. And Ruston Chase is in a no-nonsense mood right now. But it's going to be Craig Brathwaite, 150 to his name. 344 balls faced. So that's an entire innings for some teams.
That's a
It's
good
going
shot.
to be more runs.
It's a poor ball.
4 runs also.
A bad delivery from, you know, the thing is, when you have two batsmen on the go, you don't want to give them free hits like that. It was a poor delivery from Walsh. Look at it. It was outside the line of the off stump, spinning further away from Brathwaite. So all he had to do was really dab it away from the man at backward point, and he got 4 comfortable runs.
Yeah, these two have had it 78 already. In no time, as we say in local parlance. In the blink of an eye. And he might get a couple more here if he hurries. No, he's happy with 1. So Hayden Walsh Jr. has to be very, very alert here now, because he knows Ruston Chase is coming after him. What he needs to do is to get him to jump down the wicket and maybe spin one past him. And as you're asking for trouble there, could get a chance, but it's going to take something brilliant to get there. It might have just made its way over the ropes as well. And that too has gone for 6.
I thought, is that, no, it's 6. I know they've changed the
I think both of them
I
are
think
trying to sort out whether it did go for 6 or if it went for 4.
yeah, I think he at first signaled 6, but then did he change the decision?
I'm not sure if they've even confirmed which is it.
It's 385 for 4, and Chase is on 57. So they've actually given it to be a 4.
4. He's gone again. That's a bigger hit this time. Going in the opposite direction. He's going with the spin. And that too, no question about that one. And I think Colin, your Audi might be in some trouble here. You better park it in the right place.
I tell you something though, Ruskin, that's a great shot, because this ball was pitched up, spinning away from him, and he just
Went
got
with the
into
tide.
position and hit it superbly. And I think he was trying to do that a little earlier in the over before, where he
peeled
choked
off,
himself,
yeah.
off of Cornwall. But here he picked it up nicely and he hit it beautifully. He went with a turn.
Well, he hit into the people on that side. And I feel you have a few more there. I want to see you count the number on that stand
There's
over
about
there.
eight there.
He's going again over the head of the short mid wicket, and
That's
the man
one
at
more.
long on can't get across.
16.
Powell just never had a chance, and he didn't have far to go. It's just that the ball is traveling past him.
20 runs in the over.
395 for 4 now. So maybe we thinking
forget-
declare
for-
tea, they're looking to declare lunch.
Well, I tell you something, Ruskin. More than 450. If they bat, say for
Another hour.
45 minutes after lunch,
Mhm.
450 could be out of the question. We're talking 500.
Yeah, the rate at which
The
they're
way
going.
they're going.
Yeah. My word,
Because
395.
We've still got about the clocks. We've got about 8 minutes left.
And this
So at
pair,
least 2 overs.
this pair now have now added 93
Yeah.
in double quick time.
And Chase 67 of those 93.
Mhm.
And Brathwaite continues along Brathwaite way. He's.
Yeah, he's
I would
just-
like him to at least try to get the single. You know?
and put Chase on
Yeah,
strike.
put Chase
Yeah.
on strike.
Lively up the oval.
That's better. Well, that's the kind of delivery that whether he had 150
He
or
would still
or
make that
one,
shot.
he would play that shot.
And he's batted well. And again, that's reading the game, understanding what is required of you as a batsman in this situation. And this is the man of the moment right now. He has really taken this bowling to task here.
That's a good delivery. He couldn't reach for it.
Not much
Chase.
turn, yeah.
You could see him looking to just get onto that front foot and hit it somewhere over the top, but just couldn't get to it. It was just back of a length.
Long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep square,
Well,
and a deep cover.
there's only 4 men close to the bat in that slip, point, cover, and mid wicket. Everybody else scattered towards the boundary.
And he's still going, and that's another almighty hit that goes a long way, and that is on the roof of the building to our right. That has gone for an almighty 6. More people.
Yep. Well, there's I think the guys
Scoreboard.
controlling the manual scoreboard, they were able to get that. But look at that. Just reaches for it. It was just outside the line of the off stump. Give him a little bit of air, and he hammered it. Really a good shot again from Ruston Chase. There
The umpires
is,
have to check the ball.
well, 396 now.
That's forward 2, Colin. That
Sorry.
brings
Oh yeah,
up the
that
400.
brought up the 400. Oh
Yep.
yeah, I didn't realize that 6 brought up the 400. So 403 now. Well.
And that is the 100 partnership
Yep.
between those two as well.
Yep, the 6 brought up the 100 partnership, and Ruston Chase 73 of that in only 37 balls.
So the game has changed dramatically in the last 20 to half an hour or so since Ruston Chase has arrived at the crease. It's forward 3 for 4.
Yeah, and
I'm not sure
we've got
Wilson
five
seems
minutes.
annoyed at something. I don't know why he's annoyed.
He's always annoyed.
I don't know if he's annoyed because Cornwall can't buy a wicket.
He's
or
always. I thought you were going to say. I know he's always annoyed, Ruskin. He's that type of individual. He seems to be worried. If he's not, he's doing some calculations there. I think that's what is making him look like that. When he's thinking, he starts to look like that.
when he's thinking, he's
Yeah.
moving,
Yeah.
walking up and down. But I heard him uttering some words. I don't know who he was throwing those words to. It must be something he was saying to the fielding
He's
team.
either upset at the bowling, or I'm not sure. Maybe we'll find out during the luncheon interval why he was upset.
He'll probably give us an airful. Short ball again, got away with that one, but it's quick.
That's probably one of his worst deliveries, and it seemed to take an under edge
Jeez.
and went and bounced into the gloves of wicketkeeper Hamilton. Wait, there's going to be a change in the field. I'm not too sure what's going to happen here.
But there's nobody close to the wicket on the offside.
Well,
If he just pushes the ball there,
but
the bowler.
there's nobody on either the offside or the onside.
So
So
you're probably saying, take one.
Yeah, they're protecting the boundaries and saying take one because there's nobody. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody. Well,
It's on a boundary. Other than the slip.
Wait. This is absolutely amazing. I've not seen this. I can't remember seeing this for. I can't ever remember seeing this.
Yeah, there's
in
just
a
a
cricket
slip.
match.
Yeah, there's just a
There's
slip.
nobody. So they're saying, okay, take one.
Yep, every ball.
Take one, and there we go. So they're obviously saying, okay, we're going to give you the one. If you try to hit a 6, then maybe we'll have the opportunity to take a catch. That's the only thing I could think of. Outside of the slip and the short fine leg,
Nobody. Everybody's on the boundary.
Everybody else is on the boundary. So here they're going to probably
get
look
a
for two.
second, yes.
No, Brathwaite is not interested. He's not going to get run out at 157. Trust me.
Kieran Powell, the man quickly off the boundary there. That time he had a chance. The one before, he never had a chance. He never even looked like he was going to get around for it to cut it off.
An easy single again. So you have to say it's a good over because only 4 runs coming from it so far in the first 5 deliveries.
In the general scheme of things.
And when you think the previous over, he went for 20. Hayden Walsh Jr.
So will they get another over before the lunch?
Probably.
What does it call in Murray clock say?
Just about 3 minutes though. They're going to get another single. So 5 runs in the over, 5 singles. And I suppose maybe that is what they were looking at.
So if they get 1 over again,
It's just
before the
umpire
interval,
is having a look at his clock.
when he gets behind the stumps, I think is when he will take a look. Yeah, we have a couple minutes. I thought it was closer than that.
We have 2 minutes.
We have plenty time.
We have a minute left, and so we're going to get through this over.
We have plenty time. Unlike Colin Murray, who thought the bus was at 3:20.
No,
and it was leaving at 3:19.
Correct.
Yeah.
I didn't think the bus was
Not
3:20.
3:59.
I didn't think it was 3:20. I saw it was 3:19, but I just thought it couldn't leave at 3:19. So what nonsense is that? How are you going to leave at 3:19? You leave at 20 past.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's amazing, but for Durham, he's got a slip, a point, a cover, and a mid wicket.
Yep.
So why? Obviously, he has more confidence in Durham than he has in Hayden Walsh.
Yep. He's slamming this one into the deep. This is going to be a bit of a chase here.
They're going to come back for 2.
Yep.
That's good running. Really good running.
Austin Chase has really taken a liking to the Leeward Islands bowling here and is really just doing what he wants with the bowling. This has been a brilliant innings from him as well.
Yeah, it has been very, very good. 77 from 43 balls.
He's actually up to 79
He's
now.
79 now from 44 balls?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's a good stop. It's a good diving from Hayden Walsh Jr. there.
I tell you, Ruskin, he must be eyeing 100 now, Roston Chase.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're going to give him a chance after the interval.
Oh, for sure.
To maybe bat for half an hour.
Well, couple dot balls.
Yeah. And you know, in the general scheme of things, but I suppose he's batting for lunch now. So he's probably decided, look, let me just wait and see what happens after lunch. Let's go into the room and discuss things, and then we'll see where we go after that. So
easy single.
Yep.
So he's
plenty of them available.
On to what? 80 now, is it?
Yeah, he's on to 80 now. And 411 for 4. So 411 for 4. Barbados Pride really in the driver's seat here, and really looking to bat the Leeward Islands out of this contest. So that is the end of the first 2 hours of play. We're at lunch on day 2. It's 411 for 4 with Craig Brathwaite 158 not out. And Roston Chase a brilliant 80. So what a fantastic performance from the Barbados batsmen this morning. And Colin, the first hour didn't suggest that this is where we were going to be at lunchtime today.
You're right. They've added 163 runs. Is it in that period between start of play and lunch? It's been a magnificent display, and you never thought that. Wickham, I thought, batted well. He was, not how should I put it? Just playing his natural innings, knocking the ball around, getting the bad ball, putting it away. And he got a good delivery to dismiss him from Archibald, one that just moved outside the line of the off stump, got the outside edge. And then came Roston Chase, and he completely changed this game. 80 and 47 balls. He upped the tempo. Obviously, he came out with a license to get on with it. He did. Brathwaite, on the other hand, was just playing his normal innings. He went from 117 to 158 just getting what 41 runs today, but you know, no one is around is worried about that, because Brathwaite will continue to bat like that. But they're playing around him, and they really, Barbados now in a really commanding position. I think they're going to be looking for somewhere close to 500, if not 500, within the next maybe the next hour, hour and 10
and a half,
minutes,
yeah.
and then declare and get at the Leeward Islands. But it should be interesting after the luncheon interval.
163, as you said, added in 2 hours. That's fantastic batting on their part. So Craig Brathwaite is not on 158, chases 80, and the Barbados Pride are really enjoying this situation. But while they take a break, we'll also take a breather and come back for play after lunch in about the next 35 minutes or so. We hope you could join us then. So at lunch on day 2, the Barbados Pride resuming this morning at 248 and now 411 for 4. Joe, give me a hotspot on it. Thank you very much as we welcome you back here for play after lunch on day 2 of this 5th round encounter between the Barbados Pride and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. It's already been a almost like one-way traffic, if you know what I mean. With the Barbados Pride batsmen, they have really feasted in the 2 hours between the start of play this morning and lunchtime. They've moved from 248 to 411 runs. That's that's about 163 runs added in a 2-hour span, and that's awesome batting. Especially this man, Roston Chase, who is on 10 and is getting set to resume. He is 80 not out. So I would imagine they'll probably give him a chance to probably get to his triple figures, if at all possible, and try and see if he could really push on in the process and maybe get them past that 500 mark. And immediately he's off the mark. So really this has been a real carnage at times here, especially with Chase doing the heavy lifting for the Barbados Pride. At the other end though, and the man now on strike, the captain, Craig Brathwaite, has really batted resolutely, kept his end intact, and just been picking off singles and rotating strike beautifully all morning long. He's used up a lot of deliveries. I think that's fair to say, but he's also done what is required of him, which is to keep wickets intact and allow the likes of Chase and company to do what they like to do, which is to hit the ball and be free of any encumbrances and just take advantage. So it's been a real dazzling display of batting. Put the Leewards on the back foot. This one is nudging down to fine leg. It's very fine indeed. It's not going to get to the boundary. I think they will have to settle for 2, which they do. And that's 2 more to the score, taking it on now to 4-15 for the loss of 4 wickets in the first over after lunch. 4 runs added in the process. So the question is, what will the approach be? We anticipate it's going to be more of the same, with Roston Chase doing the bulk of the big hitting. And allowing the others to just to stay the course, so to speak. But it's going to be Jeremiah Louis, who is going to pick up the attack once more. Didn't really have kind of impact. He wanted early, and then the first ball is really a wide delivery. And of course, some breaking news here now that O.J. Simpson has passed away today. He was 76. Remember, he was cleared of double murder in 1995. If the glove don't fit, you have to acquit. Remember those words, Mr. Cochran? That's another wayward delivery. So O.J. Simpson. Dead at age 76 according to his family. And of course, we heard the news yesterday, of course, of 3 sons and 4 grandchildren of a Hamas leader killed in a Gaza airstrike. A really sad situation indeed. And Russell Cheese and Craig Brathwaite just trying to maybe play themselves in. And hopefully before too long the fireworks will start again if they survive. Really a good opportunity there for him to probably just hit it a little squarer. Probably would have gotten a run, but he hit it much too close to Daniel Durham, standing there in that cover position. This time he will get the single. So it hasn't been the sort of gung-ho approach since the luncheon interval, but a suggestion that both men are just playing themselves in before and really setting themselves before, as we say, before takeoff arrives. 418 for 4. With Ruslan Chase now on 84 and Brathwaite on 161. I would imagine Brathwaite might be thinking, well, maybe I could get to a double hundred. And Ruslan Chase is really sprinting towards triple figures. So that is the situation here, and the Leeward Islands really, they cannot allow the game to just sort of run away from them in this regard. So they may have to try to pick a couple of wickets just to peg them back a little bit. And it's going to be Durham who's going to Daniel Durham continue from the southern end or the pavilion end here at the Queen's Park Oval. And that one is peeling off. I'm not sure if he got the edge or if it just pitched and turned, but it's rolling towards the boundary, just gets there, and it is Buys. So he went for the big hit, but I don't think he got a touch, and it just spun. And, well, it's just going from bad to worse right now for the Leewards. They really have to be very careful here because the game, if it hasn't already gotten away from them, can go further away from them to the point where there is no road back. again going inside out. That's a great shot. That's 4 runs. Again, Roston Chase just opening up and really freeing up that left leg and giving the bat enough space to come through and stroking it beautifully. Just to the left of Durham in the covers. And now this is a little better field because there are 2 men in front of the bat now for him to beat, plus a long off and a deep point. And he's going to pinch another comfortable single. So good, sensible batting on the part of these two, really defying what the fielding team are planning. So it's all coming much too easily for them. 428 now for 4. Make that 429 for 4 at the end of the over. So they're just rolling along. Brathwaite is up to 163. Chase is up to 89 now. So he's 11 away from 100. So the batsmen constantly discussing strategy here. I'm sure they would have been spoken to in the dressing room. And either reminding each other of it or figuring out how they could tweak it. And so Craig Brathwaite continues his little stroll around, another single to push him up to 164 now. And Chase, who's on 89, 11 away from a deserved 100. So Chase just retaking his guard. Louis not for 54. Archibald 1 for 66. And very wide indeed, but Chase can't catch up with it. Too wide. So again, the plan is to bowl it as wide outside the off stump as possible. Let him reach for it. So again, it's just a strategy, a plan of how to stop the run flow. Try and see if they could pull things back rather than allow the runs to just continue in Barbados to keep going like a runaway train. One by one, they're just taking what the fielding team is giving them at this stage. No worries. Remember, yesterday we saw the release of the fixtures for the CPL for 2024. But there are 5 matches here in Trinidad and Tobago. But even before that, we have a small matter of a World Cup to look at. That too is coming up in June. But here it's Roston Chase, who is on 90. And he's going to tack on another one and will pinch the strike as well. So he's just easing around. Goes up to 91 now, and the score is up to 433 now for the loss of 4 wickets. And now they're going to try to pinch a second run here, and they probably will get it quite comfortably in the end. That's very well played. He just placed it on the onside, and despite the fast-moving Andrew coming out there, he didn't really have a chance, Joel. And the batsman picked up 2, so he goes to 93 now, Roston Chase, and he's back on strike. So he's really hunting down 100 here. And not much turn, and I think that is what is probably been so good about Durham. He hasn't been spinning the ball much, but he just does enough every so often. The batsmen have to respect just that little bit of, that little incy-bincy piece of turn that he gets sometimes. And then the arm ball is really his big danger at the moment. And Chase was looking to slap that one to the onside. Probably just got himself, he got in 2 minds as to if to drive it or sweep it. He attempted a semi-sweep drive shot, but I don't think the bat understood what he wanted to do. That is more like it. And but he's just hit that one so well that he can't even force a second run. So he has to settle for the single. 165 now to Brathwaite, and Chase is up to 94. It's 4-3-6 for 4. Welcome back, Colin Murray.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Ruskin, and certainly good afternoon to everyone. Barbados plugging along here.
And the runs
picking up the singles,
to be had,
picking up the singles at will, aren't they?
Yeah, they have big gaps in the field, and remember we saw this just before the luncheon interval, where they were basically settling for take the singles, we'll accept singles, just no boundaries. And they've just carried on after lunch. And
this time they're going to hustle for 2. I don't think they're going to get it.
They might get it to Craig Brathwaite if he hurries. No, he decided against it.
And that Hayden Walsh Jr. out
and
there?
I think that's why they decided against it.
You don't chance it.
They probably could have taken that with anybody else, but they decided against it. It's 438 now for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, 438 for 4. So they're just 12 away from the 450, and we've only been playing for 20 minutes now since the restart, since lunch. So.
And Chase is 95.
Yeah, so he's 90. Is he 90?
95. He's added 15
he's
in double quick time.
And Brathwaite is 166. So, and it's 438. So, if they say they bat for maybe another half an hour, add maybe another 50, 60 runs, they'll probably be looking for 500 now.
Yeah.
So, that's what, 62 runs away. So if they can get that, say, in 45 minutes, and give Leeward Islands 40 minutes before tea. That should be an interesting. But 500 it would more than the 450. I would think should be the target now that they're aiming for. Of course, it's all dependent on these two, how long they bat
stay
for.
together,
Yeah, if they lose a couple of wickets, new batsmen have to come in. It can change the whole dynamic.
Now,
of the
Louis'
game.
line has been way outside the off stump. Look at how far he has to run to try to catch up with that one.
And a single though,
Yep.
because Roston Chase deciding he's going to go for it, no matter how far and how wide Louis bowls.
So Brathwaite has 16 fours already in his 166.
He's 34 runs away from 200, and they're 61 runs away from 500, the Barbados Pride.
That's well played. That's a good shot. You might only get a single though. That's excellent fielding. Tumbling over their graves.
More timing than power, was it? Had it had the power, might have very well beat Graves there at that mid-off. But the partnership, look at that. 138 now, this partnership between these two. And Roston Chase, 96, of that 138. Just shows you how dominant he has been.
Just reaching for another one. He's gone for one. Again, it's the wrong man.
Yep. And to Saden Walsh Jr., they're not going to take the chance. But they're getting a runner ball, which, yes, they would love a boundary, but I think once they're getting a runner ball and rotating the strike, they'd be pretty happy with that.
He's up to 97 now. Chase.
I think when he gets to that 100, if he gets to it, he's going to open up even further.
Yeah, then he'll basically pull the choke and just say, I'm going for it now. Got a little bit of cloud cover about, so the place is nice and cool. Another wide delivery that Brathwaite just helps himself to another single. So they're just ticking over at the moment. Singles. And almost off every delivery, they're scoring a run now. So far this over. 4 singles or 4 balls. And Colin, I'm not sure if you heard that O.J. Simpson has passed away.
Oh no, I didn't.
Yep. Did
Didn't
you ever
hear the
see
news.
him play football?
No,
Never seen
never.
him play?
I can't
Used to-
recall it.
You know how Michael Holden used to glide?
Yeah.
That's how he ran. And the defenders just used to bounce off of him. It's like everybody stopped and he was moving, but he
Yeah.
never seemed to be running fast. He was smooth when he ran. Short ball.
Well, he hammered that. Well, this pitch is an excellent pitch. I mean, it's just too good for batting.
So 4-4-3 now, 98 to Chase, and 168 to Brathwaite, who's back on strike. 16 fours in his innings so far. So a single off every ball of the over so far. Let's see if the trend continues here. And they'll get it as well. So 6 singles to end the over. 4-4-4 for 4.
So quadruple Nelson, is that what you call it?
So do we jump on both feet?
Yeah, we need to be on both feet, Ruskin. Umpire Shepherd, David Shepherd, the late Englishman, was a real character once the score was on 111.
Yeah, but the players loved him, but
Oh,
just like
for
Dickie
sure.
Bird, just like Dickie
Yeah.
Bird, the players would have they have very high regard for Dickie Bird, despite his croakiness. He was a player's umpire, if you know what I mean. And there are some people like that. There are some officials, some umpires like that. They might give you out there, but you're not upset.
Yeah.
Or you're not overly upset with them. And
Was Billy Bowden?
Yeah.
He said he was
Man with
one
the crooked
like that,
finger.
yes, and he was one that seemed to be well liked as well. Gave a lot of strange decisions though, but the New Zealander.
Yeah, but I suppose in every sport you'd have, you would have individuals like that. That's why everybody can't be the same, I suppose that's why you're better looking than some
Than
other
you.
people.
Okay, let's look at Durham, Daniel Durham. Yeah, he's Durham is what?
I
His
was about to say
25th
you're better
over.
looking than some other people.
Well,
but
oh,
you-
so sorry, Ruskin. I wasn't sure. I
you
was.
jumped the gun.
My apologies. I wasn't sure where you were coming from, so I just sort of help you out before, but my apologies. I didn't realize.
Sound like a
Sorry to jump the
Jeopardy.
gun.
You're like Jeopardy. They didn't even finish the question. You have the answer.
So Craig Brathwaite is on defense still. He's just pushing that. He's an amazing batsman, isn't he, Craig Brathwaite?
Doesn't change his complexion
No,
much.
and
Yeah.
doesn't. It's not flustered. He will continue to, if a ball is there to be pushed at, he will push it. But he's gonna get an easy single here.
Yeah, I
You
think
can
he
watch.
wanted to get the single earlier, and he just couldn't. So now he takes it, and that brings Chase back on strike. Now, does he get to 100?
Yeah, Chase is going to be interesting if he does get to that.
Triple figures.
Triple
170 to Brathwaite. He's 98 from 68 balls. Driving hard, but can't get it through. Louis is in the way there. Jeremiah. So the field is a long off and a long on, a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg, plus a man at deep point. And they're going to get one more here. So he goes to 99. So one by one, they fill in the baskets.
He's got 9 first-class hundreds, Roston Chase, with a high score of 137 not out. But when you think of Roston Chase, he's also has 5 test hundreds. So
Would you say he's underachieved as a test batsman?
I think
Or
so.
Because I think
yeah.
at times you weren't sure if he was playing as a batsman or as an all-rounder
Yeah.
or what exactly his role was. But it's 4-4-7 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, when he came into the team, I think he was more of a batsman who can bowl off spin, and then his batting start, he got a couple very good hundreds against India, and his batting seemed to have fallen away, and then he started to get more into the white ball
White ball
scenario where he was, playing for the St. Lucia Kings. And he played with Barbados Tridents, went on to St. Lucia Kings, and started to really blossom more as a
As a white
T20
ball
cricketer
player.
out, yeah. So, and his test stats have fallen away slightly.
Could you say the same thing happened to Dwayne Bravo?
Not really. I think Dwayne started as a batsman who can bowl. And he developed his bowling, and I thought he became a genuine all-rounder. I still think of Chase as a batsman who can bowl rather than as a genuine all-rounder.
Who can bat.
Yeah.
So now it's Louis is going to continue here as the conditions have changed here. It's nice and cool here at the Oval. As can't get it through. Brathwaite was just looking to nudge it again, not looking to hit it too hard. Just trying to get it into the gap to see if he can't pinch a single and bring Chase back on strike. So if Chase gets to 100, that will be the 3rd centurion in this innings. We almost forgot that McCaskey scored 100
Yeah.
early.
3 centurions. I think the pitch is just too good for batting. I mean, I'm saying that we'll have to wait and see what the Leeward
How the
Islands
Leeward
do.
Islands
But
react to it.
I mean, based on what we're seeing, this is a really batting paradise.
Yeah, it is. It's not bowler friendly. Let's put it that way. But it's not. If you put, I suppose, if you put effort into it, you might get something out of it.
But
It's really it's tilted heavily in favor of the batsman.
Yeah, I must admit, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more in it for the bowlers.
So that has been the plan. You're seeing the deliberate effort to bowl wide of the off stump, to the point where he doesn't even have a fine leg. So if he bowls on the pads, then it's his fault. Because he doesn't have a fine leg. There's just a deep mid wicket and a long on a mid on, fairly deep. Those are the only fielders on the onside. So he should even start even on the off stump for fear of going down to fine leg. That's exactly where they want him to bowl, and that's where he's bowling. And for the offside field, he has a slip. There's a man on the third man boundary. There's a deep backward point, a couple meters in. There's a deep cover, who's a couple meters off the boundary, and there's a mid-off, or there's a backward point, a short backward point, a cover, and a mid-off. So that offside field is very packed with 3 fielders out in the deep and 3 just at the edge of the circle, just off the square. So the emphasis is on the off stump, outside the off stump. Yep, that's more like it. And I figure in the dressing room at lunchtime, Colin, they decided this is probably one of the methods that we will use
It's
to
obvious
limit the run flow.
it's quite obvious that was what was decided. And the thing is, Brathwaite is not going to go after it. He's quite content to leave the ball alone, and who knows, a maiden over at this time with the score 447 for 4, the Leeward Islands will take that.
That would be a rarity, though.
And there goes Brathwaite again.
Just to leave it.
6 dot balls. Yep. Unbelievable.
All of them outside the off stump. 447 for 4 at the end of it. Nothing changed there. So he remains on 171, and Roston Chase now, who's on 99, will come back into focus. You said what, 6 first-class hundreds for Roston Chase?
Yep. So he's been pretty good. He's got 9 first-class hundreds
and 6 test hundreds
and 5 test hundreds.
5 test hundreds.
Yeah. He's got 2 list day hundreds.
You know, there are a lot of people who.
He's got a lot of half centuries.
Yep,
29 half centuries
yeah.
at first class level.
I've always liked his approach to batting. In fact, he's one of those players who I think can adapt very well, because he's saved the West Indies on a number of occasions with crucial innings. Like you said, a number of those half centuries have come in very difficult situations for the Windies and even for Barbados. So. He has done his job very well.
The thing, Ruskin, we talk about his bowling, but let's have a look and see if he gets his 100 here.
He's driving, and he gets it through. That's a good shot. That's 4 runs. He's going to run away through the covers, and that's 4 good-looking runs there for Roston Chase as he brings up his first-class 100, number 10. 71 balls.
And the 450 is up, which it's 451 now for 4. So just about 1:15. I would think now all hell will break loose as far as Chase is concerned, because he's going to look to go after the bowling, no doubt. He's not going to push and prod.
So he's up to 103 quickly. And there he goes, hammering this one now. So you're right, he's probably going to just go after everything. And what a splendid performance, a great innings.
It's been a really good innings from him.
And they've also put up 150 as a partnership.
The thing is, he came in when things could have fallen apart for Barbados, because they'd got the wicket of Wickham for 40. and you felt that, hey, Barbados could, Leeward Islands, if they get another wicket or two, this could be very interesting.
Down the wicket he goes, but again, he's not to the pitch of it, but can't really get under it. Yeah, but you could see him, he's not for want of trying. He's trying to see if he could get so I was just looking to see the official stats on Ruston Chase's 100. But it came off 71 deliveries. But he's certainly 6 sixes and 8 fours. That has been a good innings. The end of the over, 454 for 4. And I suppose you look at it, 2 wickets to Cornwall and 1 each to Archibald and Graves, but that's it. A lot of dots in the wicket column. Not the ideal situation there. So Ruston Chase 100 from 71 deliveries with 6 sixes and 8 fours. So and at the other end is Craig Brathwaite, who has faced now 380 deliveries for his 172. And as I said, this has been a marathon innings on his part. He's been batting now for 4 sessions. He's into the 5th session. And it's how much longer will they be going?
Yeah, I think that's the question. You know, I would think they would be looking for 500. No doubt in my mind. But it's how quickly are they going to get it?
Are you going to tell Raheem Cornwall that they want to declare 500? So tell him put on a certain bowler and see if he can get it over with
as quickly as
get
possible.
As quickly as possible. And, yep.
Well, they also got a time, I would think, in mind.
An hour after lunch, maybe?
Possibly.
If anybody gets out, whoever else comes to the wicket will just have a swing. And just keep the scoreboard ticking over. Don't worry if we get out. Just get some quick runs. Let's see if we get to 500 and beyond. But we bat into time. Which makes sense because but I just feel their bowling attack is so strong that the Leeward Islands will be challenged to get anywhere close to this 454.
Well, we'll wait and see because, as I said, the pitch is a beauty.
Colin, what stump is he batting on?
He's batting. There's no stump. He's batting on. He's batting outside the line of the off stump.
That's a wide.
Ruskin, because the plan is obvious. Go wide of the off stump. You know what he has to do because there's nobody backward of square. So once he pitches in line, and even look at how wide of that off stump he's going. And look at where Chase is standing.
Yeah, but the wicketkeeper is pleading his case that Chase moved before the ball was delivered. So if he moves, then the line moves.
Yeah. You know. Jamal Hamilton he is basically saying that to the umpire that Chase has moved outside the line of the off stump. And look where he's batting. He's batting outside the line of the off stump. It's not going to get around. That's a good delivery, Yorker length.
He pitched it right up to him. Now Chase is moving across his stumps very early. The question, I suppose, would be, does Archibald even consider targeting that leg stump? But he'd be tempted to do that, but that might be exactly what Chase wants him to do, is to try to bowl there. And bear in mind, he doesn't have a fine leg. He just has a long on and a deep mid wicket on the onside. So the plan is bowl the ball across the right-hander and start it outside the off stump. You're trying to invent a shot there.
Yeah.
He's just trying to deflect it on the onside.
Yeah, he's trying to get it down to fine leg. You know, because he realizes once he touches it and it goes in that direction, there's 4 runs. Hamilton will have to give chase.
Not that he'll be afraid to do that. He's done it already. And but you're right. There's no fine leg. There's nobody square the wicket on the onside, inside.
Yeah, once he nudges the ball anywhere on that onside, there's runs, except if he hits it down to the deep mid-wicket or long on.
That's one more. So they're probably telling him he's not starting it wide enough.
Well, the good thing is, even if he doesn't start it wide enough, there's that deep square leg that has protection out there. The thing is if he goes fine, in other words, if he goes just on that leg stump or outside the leg stump, he could suffer.
It could be you're actually playing into the hands of the batsman there. And now they're trying to change it up a little bit.
Not sure what they're trying to change.
I thought he was going to ask for the mid-wicket.
Okay,
Yep.
he wants a 6-3 field, Ruskin. He wants a man at fine leg, and he wants a mid-wicket. So he wants to attack the stumps, Archibald, which is good.
Which he's putting the fine leg, but he's putting the square leg out on the boundary as well. So there's still, big acreage on the onside for the batsman to pick up runs. That's well played. That's a good shot. He might only get a single though. And so Chase might be a little bit upset with himself that he couldn't capitalize on it. A volley outside the off stump. 4-5-8 for 4.
He hit it well, but there's protection out in the deep. Not a bad over from Archibald, just 4 runs coming from it. And if they can limit the Barbados pride, it would be good. And when I say limit them, I mean not let them score too quickly, so the declaration can come earlier than they wanted.
Again, they can't get it through, so that ends the over. It's 458 for 4. And I suppose a lot of discussion and a lot of messages are probably traveling back and forth to see from each dressing room to see who can work out the best strategy. It's really been that kind of a the Leeward Islands had to resort to bowling wide of the stumps just to keep the runs down. It's not the ideal situation for them.
Yeah, well, I think the less time they have to bat before tea would be better for them, because again, you don't want that stop-start where they may have half an hour or so to bat before tea, where the openers will have to sort of say, okay, we're going to stay until tea and then come back out after tea. I think they would want not to bat too many overs before the tea interval. So we wait and see how Barbados continues and whether when they get to 500, if they will just declare automatically no matter what time it is. We'll wait and see.
Well, while Barbados are pushing on here to 458, Trinidad and Tobago 537 for 7.
Oh my. No declaration?
They declare war.
How much is Django at the moment, or is he out?
I'm not sure. I could check here. Let me see if I could get it for you. Otley 47, Mohammed 157, Django 218. He's out.
That's smashed straight back overhead.
Yep.
Durham giving a little bit of air, and all Ross and Chase did, he opened that leg, that left leg of his, just to get the room in which to lift it high over Durham. Now, Durham is a very tall man, but he got it back over his head, down to the boundary for 4. So once you come up in the arc of Chase, he's going to go after. He's gone again.
Yep.
It's one down to long on. Didn't get hold of
He
it.
mishit that.
Yeah, and just a single.
So as I was telling you, Django made 218 from 238 deliveries. Jason Mohammed 157. They were the principal scorers. And Jonathan De Silva 79.
Joshua
De Silva 79 from 95 balls. And Brathwaite picks a single. So 464 now. And of all of that, Goodridge has 5 and 92. Down the wicket he goes, hits it hard and he's dropped. He hit it hard back to the bowler. He got both hands straight and he couldn't hold on. It just burst through his hands and went for a single. So
It was hit really hard by Roston Chase. So you have to think, and Durham, early in the over, he hit one straight back over his head. So he should have been on the lookout for it.
in the meantime, Brathwaite is just looking to nudge and run. At Cullenwell, we have those two big scores here. Barbados 465.
I'm just wondering, Ruskin, that wicket at St. Augustine, Newey, must be a belter as well. Must be a very, very good track.
So that completes the over, 465 for 4. The Windward Islands and the West Indies Academy engaged in a tense affair. I think rain has interrupted playing that one. The Windward Islands won 62 in 48 overs and 3 balls. The West Indies Academy won 58 in 39 overs and 4 deliveries. So some tight. That game was a much tighter one. 158 all out as opposed to 162. So chase it is. And it's almost like he's chasing everybody away from him. We have men all over the boundaries.
Just getting back to that game, Ruskin, it's obviously down to a second innings affair now.
Mm-hmm.
And Jamaica, if they were to get full points, I don't think they're back in it, but who knows? They will have an outside chance.
It's gone with this one. That's a good hit. And that too is going to race away for 4 runs. Well, he threw everything at that one and got the desired result. 4 good-looking runs. He goes on to 117 now.
It's a ball pitched up, but again, had the width. Roston Chase in which to bang it through extra cover. Really a good shot.
Scores to 469. So that 450 that we thought would have been attainable just before tea time. Well, they've gotten that on more now, and they're just looking to push on to maybe get to 500 as quickly as possible. And he's again trying his best here, but it doesn't always connect. He's trying to apply more bottom hand than anything else.
Yeah, I thought he was trying to lift him over, back overhead, but didn't get hold of it as he would have liked. Gets a single, but I think he was looking for more than that.
You could see the Leeward Islands, the fielders, they're wilting right now.
I think they've had enough.
Yeah, they're kind of shell-shocked. They say, when is the declaration? But that's exactly what Barbados will do. Keep them waiting for that declaration. And just pile on the runs. And Craig Brathwaite places that one well. He doesn't hustle. If he hustled, he probably would have gotten a second run. But he just struts the first and only run from that shot. Takes the score to 471. He's on to 175 now. So how does Craig Brathwaite get 25 quick runs?
I'm not sure he'll be looking for that. I would think if they need to bat another half an hour or so, they should get well past 500. And if they have half an hour's batting, Brathwaite is not going to take chances. He's not going to go over the top. Look at this field now. Everybody is spread.
And that one is scarfed away down behind point. The man is down there, third man running around. And Powell does well. But the batsman will come back for a second run.
Powell did extremely well. He saved 2 runs, and that's what you call, at this time, where they scored 473 for 4, and Powell running behind the ball and diving to stop it from going in the boundary. Kudos to him. Could have easily said, well, I'm going to allow that to go through. But he says, basically, you've got to work for all your runs, and I agree with him. 8 runs so far from the first 4 deliveries.
He's hitting this beautifully, but he hit it straight. And he does come across in time just to get it in front of the boundary. And I'm not sure what happened to Hamilton, but he almost stepped on the glove.
Yeah, well.
Or the hat, that's what it was.
Yeah, the hat fell off as he was coming. But good bit of fielding from Graves, who is down at long off, had to move quickly to his right. Now, the long off and long on comes in for Craig Brathwaite. The extra cover comes in as well. So certainly they do not think that Brathwaite is going to look to go over the top.
Should he surprise them?
Well, it has nothing to lose. He's on 175, and the score is 474 for 4. But I don't think none of us will be surprised, because he just nudges it away for another single. 10 runs coming in that over. A good over for the Pride. Chase 121 not out. Brathwaite 176 not out. It's 475 for 4. Just 25 runs away from the 500 mark.
Think about Zachary McCaskey, 101 earlier.
It seemed like weeks ago.
Yeah, but it's like he played another game.
Yes.
You know, it's like, when did he score those runs? But you have to be happy for Ruston Chase and for Craig Brathwaite. The problem for somebody like a Craig Brathwaite, he doesn't get to play Test cricket again until
July.
You know, for a long while. So this good form that he has here now, how does he keep that? And I remember he was playing in England as well. Up to last year, I think he played county cricket.
That's right.
You know, I'm not sure if he's going to go back there this year, keep himself occupied. I suppose with a score like this, who knows? Maybe somebody will come calling. As the run continues from that sudden, and he put down a catch of his own bowling when Ruston Chase was giving him the charge, and hit it back to him so hard that it kind of burst through his grasp. So now the two of them meet again. Chase is back on strike. He's 121 not out. What a splendid 100. His 10th first class 100. Again, 6 sixes and 8 fours. Reverse sweep, and he misses. And Colin Murray scratches his head.
Well, there's nobody deep, and you've got 121. Why not try something different? Because there's a deep mid wicket, there's a deep backward square,
and he's gone with him again.
That's a great shot.
Yep.
That is the shot, because there's no one at a deep extra cover. So once he's able to lift it in that region, there's a deep backward point right out on the boundary, that square. So once he lifts that ball in front of him on the offside, and it's a pretty safe shot.
That was a good shot. 482 now. And Chase races on to 127. And we were speaking about the Dos Santos stand. And we could see the Carty searching for the ball, having to go the long way around.
Well, the thing about it, Carty, the ball went over extra cover, but Carty has come all the way from a deep backward point, whereas long off and the deep cover could easily have walked across and get the ball.
Well, I think what happened, Colin, he went off the boundary, he went off the field, thinking he probably could just go down right there and get it. Yeah. Don't need to realize that he has to go the long way around. Blame Colin Murray for that. He moved the stand, which the ball would have hit the stand and come back out. So that's the first thing. And then he didn't put an escape ramp there for the fielders. So you have to make this long walk to retrieve the ball. And what Carty probably doesn't want is when he comes back here for him to hit it there again. I don't think he's going for that one. But they're taking a water break at this point in time. As it's very overcast here at the Oval, we must see, as Carty makes his way back. A lot of discussion going on there. And I suppose most of it surrounds when are they going to declare. 482 for 4. We'll take a break and come back with more. So we just had a slight drizzle, nothing to really write home about. If anything, there's probably some rain about, but not enough to stop play here. The umpires took a little break, give the players some refreshments, kept an eye on the condition. Here he goes. This is another big one. We could be out straight down the throat of the man down there at long off. So that is the end of Roston Chase. He got there and hit it hard, but it was a well-judged catch to straight down his throat. He goes for 127. So finally, Durham has something to celebrate. And he certainly was threatening to hit it out of the ground. And so, again, a well-judged catch in the end. And the Leeward Islands get wicket number 5. And I'm sure they'll be hoping to probably kick on from there and try to limit their damage the rest of the way.
Yeah, you can't blame Roston Chase. I mean, he's trying to get on with it, and he took his chance and just didn't hit it as well as he should have done. But a good catch in the end. It's the end of a really good innings from Roston Chase, 127.
He batted superbly. And it was Archibald who took the catch. He judged it well too. He didn't have to move. That's the thing. If he had to move a couple meters, he probably would not have been able to get onto it.
Still, it's the kind of catch that you got to judge well. You got to position yourself well. And when I say position yourself, I don't just generally mean moving to the left or the right, but you got to position yourself in terms of taking the catch, and just getting your body position right. And he did that well.
Well, the new batsman is Demetrius Richards. And he's a tiny fella, but who knows? In this period here where you're thinking quick runs, it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this innings here. In the meantime, Brathwaite is not out 177.
It's a nice start from Richards, just pushing it, stroking it nicely.
That ends the over. So it ends at 482 for 5. So Barbados have lost their second wicket of the day. They lost the first one after they resumed at 248 for 3 overnight. They lost wicket number 4 at 302 for 8. And that's when Kevin Wickham went for 40. And since that time, and up until just a short while ago, it was the magic of Roston Chase, a breezy 127. And he was eventually out. Caught Archibald bowled Durham at 482 for 5. He made 127.
Yeah, really good knock from Roston Chase. He came in at a time when if the Leewards had got another wicket, you thought, well, they might be in. But he put paid to that with some aggressive batting. And because of that, he's taking Barbados close to the 500 mark. That's a wide.
Yep. And so they're inching away to that 500 run total. 483 now for 5. Sun is coming back out. We just had that heavy cloud build up and it's very, very slight drizzle. Not even enough to stop play. And now the sun is trying to force its way back out. I'm not quite sure what Hamilton is doing, but he walks over to have a little chat with the square leg umpire. And that too is a very ugly looking shot there from Craig Brathwaite. Not his typical elegance, but he was just trying to get it into the gap on the onside. So one by one, Brathwaite is prepared to take things. He's really taking what the bowlers are offering him, what the bowler and the captain is offering him by way of field placings. And he's just taking advantage of those opportunities that are giving him with those big gaps in the field. 484 for 5. He's on 178. Richards is yet to score. He's coming on to face the man who took that catch, Archibald. Took a long time to get things settled. Short ball that Richards just pulls the bat out of harm's way, watches go past his chin. But he's not a tall man. In fact, he's very petite. Colin had counted 5 persons in the stand. I think that is
5? Has it increased?
I think it has increased by 1.
Okay.
Possibly 2.
So Richards is coming. He's just faced what 3 deliveries, while you counting.
Yeah, I was just counting them. I was
Sun
actually
is
seeing
back out.
7.
Oh, you have 7. I had 9 yesterday.
Well, it's 8 because I'm seeing a gentleman sitting in front here. So there's 8 of them. And I don't think he's
My excuse yesterday was it was a holiday. What's your excuse today? That you didn't get more people into the ground?
I don't know. We couldn't get the flight out of Barbados.
It's not bad from Archibald. And Richards is coming and playing very correct. So gives me the impression that they're going to probably try and bat to tea. But
there are 2 more just came up there.
so that's what, 10 now? You're
we're
up to double
building,
figures?
We're building.
Okay. You're up to double figures. That's good.
I think they cut the ticket prices in half.
The sun is back out here, which is good, at the Queen's Park Oval.
And that's the thing. These matches are free. The West Indies board has made every effort to get people to come to the cricket.
It's difficult, Ruskin, during the week. If
Yeah.
you're gonna start a game on Wednesday, it's difficult. People have to work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I was for one thinking Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, but maybe the schedule, probably the logistics, may not allow that to happen, and the logistics means that you have to start midweek. But once you start midweek, you run into problems.
Well, it's always a debate as to how you market the game. But I suppose if you have stars of the game, everybody, and finally Richards is off the mark. Yeah, so I suppose that's one of the hot topics for the top brass in West Indies cricket, is how do we get crowds back to the regional game. 485 for 5 at the end of that over. And I suppose they've always said, Colin, if you have star power, if you have your star players playing and they're doing well, people will come to see them perform.
Very true. And I don't know. I just, I think the standard, people are still on about the standard is not what it used to be and things like that, but it's what we have. West Indies cricket is what we have now, and that's what we have to work with. I mean, the test team is, having beaten Australia, you have to say, well, the test team are on its way. I'm not saying that they're going to go to England, for example, and just win the series, but I think England will stand up now and take notice of the team, and they will look through the list. I think our fast bowling department is excellent. When you think of Roach, Alzari, Joseph,
certainly have to figure out something.
and Jaden Seals to come back, Jason Holder. So I think the bowling takes care of itself.
And that's why we play a tournament like this, is for batsmen and bowlers to, to get form, to show consistency, and try to, address the selectors that way by your performances in the heat of battle. And this time he's getting that little sweep to work. He doesn't seem to have big shoulders,
No,
so he has to rely on his timing.
I'm not sure. He's come in and he's got 2 from 10 deliveries. I'm really not sure of the role of Richards. I would have thought someone would have come in and used the long handle.
We can
You know,
bash the ball around.
He doesn't seem to be that type of player.
Well, just as you said so, he says, "Take that, Mr. Murray."
Except that's Brathwaite.
Yes.
Okay, Ruskin, open your eye. I know you look
490.
I know you're tired.
490 for 5 now.
It's be interesting. Will Brathwaite up the ante now?
Well, he's 182 now.
Yeah, well, he's 18 away from
A double
double
100.
hundred.
Yep.
So I think the 500 is out of the mark because he's not going to declare if he's 190 whatever. So it depends how quickly he can get to that double 100 that Barbados may very well declare.
After he gets to his double 100, and I don't think anybody could really spite him for that,
No.
or begrudge him that. 491 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yes, and he is 17 runs away from that double 100. So, and coming up to 5-2 now. So there's another.
But this was the point where you were thinking they were going to declare.
Well, I was thinking.
Provided if Chase was still there going.
I was thinking if they could get to 500 around.
Before now.
Yeah, then they would get about a half an hour at the Leeward batsmen. But that is certainly out of the question now. And then the other thing you have to take into consideration is Brathwaite is on 183.
So
He would be looking for his 200.
If the captain is at the crease, who indicates when the declaration comes?
The captain.
The captain just tells the umpires.
Yep.
Shakes the hand of the
and tells the opponent captain,
opposing captain.
Your turn.
Yep. So no waving in the team.
Well, he doesn't have to wave in the team, Ruskin. He's out there. Ruskin, what is going on with you this afternoon? Are you tired?
You don't normally.
I know you like to see that. You like to see them stand at the top of the stairs and everybody waving. Hey, come in. Yeah, you like that. You like to intimidate the fielding team. But all Brathwaite will simply say to the umpire, I've just declared, and tell the opposing captain. He doesn't have to wave because he's out there. Unless you want him to go in by the boundary line and then wave.
I think the coach could get to the end. And we've had enough.
Yeah, I must admit though, I just think now is the time. After the dismissal of Chase, I mean, what was the score at
482?
482. They've added 9 runs since his departure. I mean, come on, it's They need to
There
push it on.
must be somebody who could just come and swing the bat. Jamal
it
Warrican,
doesn't
maybe?
matter. Yeah, Warrican or anybody. I mean, just get on with it. Because it makes no sense.
Yeah, because you're 9 runs away from 500. And Craig Brathwaite is going to probably try to... He needs 17 more to get to 200. And despite his best efforts to smack the ball around, he's unable to do it. Even then, you saw him trying to force that, but he couldn't. He still couldn't hit it with the kind of venom and the power that the others can.
The only thing I can think of is that they've decided to bat until tea. Said, okay, whatever happens, guys, we're batting until tea, and whatever we have at tea time, that's it. Because that to me looks like the approach. I mean, you've sent in Richards, doesn't seem to be a big hitter of the ball, doesn't give me the impression that he's going to go over the top,
He's a small man.
Well, he came down the track there. That's a little bit of a surprise. He came down the track and then played a defensive shot.
Well, you see why fast bowlers have the mentality that they have. Because why is Richards, who is just over 5 feet, chipping into the fast bowler, walking down the wicket to the fast bowler?
Have you measured the man's height?
I don't know, but he couldn't be more than 5 feet.
Okay. I'm not going to comment on that.
But he's walking down the wicket to the fast bowler.
Well, it's going to give Archibald something to think about. Still bull pitches it up to him, and yet another. So this guy has come in and has faced 11 deliveries or 12 deliveries for 2 runs. They say sometimes cricket is baffling. Well, that's baffling. I don't understand the tactics. You have 400 and I mean...
And I suppose his rule is to get Craig Brathwaite on strike as much as possible.
Well, he's certainly not doing that.
And I think that is where he's faltering right now. He's not
He's on 2, Ruskin, from 12 deliveries. He's used up 2 overs to make 2 runs.
He's not able
and
to rotate the
score is 492 for 5. What's he doing? He's got a single. That's great.
But that's what he's supposed to be doing. Rotate the strike and get Craig Brathwaite back on strike as often as possible.
Ruskin,
but the over comes to an end.
May I just
so he pinches the lead.
May I just
pinches
inform
the strike.
You that you're right. The overs has just come to an end.
493 for 5.
So he's now gone back to take the strike from Brathwaite at 493 for 5. And if what you are saying is correct, then he should be looking for a single of the first delivery of the next over.
Yeah. Whereas if it was a big hitter decrease, he would be looking for a 6 or 4 of the first 2 or 3 deliveries of the over.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
These guys, they got to...
But you have to understand, not everybody is a big hitter like Colin Murray,
Yeah, whether you're a big hitter or not, I mean, it's ridiculous. I just don't understand the tactics.
Let me ask you, how many 6s have you hit at the over?
About 4.
You play cricket for 40 years and you hit 4 6s?
Yeah, under 12 game. Under 12 team who I was playing against.
But then the boundary was right at the square.
Ruskin, Everton Weeks said to me once, and I want you to understand this, because you're not a batsman, so it might be difficult. Everton Weeks says, the late Everton Weeks said, if you get to 50 and you've not hit the ball in the air, why would you then want to hit the ball after that in the air? You understand, Ruskin? Do you understand?
Because have room in the air.
Yes, there's room in the air. But his philosophy was, if I have played excellently all along the ground, nice shots to get to 50 without giving the fieldsman a chance by hitting the ball in the air, then don't hit it in the air at all.
Well, you have a point there, But if you look at the modern batsmen,
well, it's a different game.
It's a whole different game now.
Not only that, you look at the bats. Guys top edging for 6. When I top edge, the wicketkeeper caught me. These guys top edging for 6. It's crazy.
They're talking about top edge. There is one that is going to come close to the boundary, but he won't get a boundary. And unfortunately, he gets 2, so he retains the strike.
Yeah, so he's used up 4 deliveries so far for 2 runs. Yeah, the bats nowadays. I mean, I thought when I
Engineering.
yeah, I thought when I lifted Clive Lloyd's bat at time, when I
when
had
he
to
was-
lift it up with both hands.
When he had like 3 or 4
4
rubbers. in the
I
thing,
thought
you know, it's
those.
like,
I thought
man,
that bat was heavy.
Graham
but-
Pollock, same thing.
Yeah, but then a few years ago, a friend of mine asked me to get a bat autograph by Kyron Pollard because he has this museum. He has this little home museum where he has various
Artifacts,
memorabilia.
memorabilia.
Yeah. And I asked Polly to get a bat for me. I said, one of your old bats now, one you don't use again, one that you crack up and that kind of thing. The end of the over from 497 now
Yep.
for 5, Brathwaite 185. Yeah, and he gave me this bat. It was pretty well used, you could see.
Mm.
It had about 14 grips on it. I mean, this thing was like a tree trunk. You know, I said, I said, is this you bat with this thing? I mean, it was incredible. You know, the amount of grips it had and that kind of thing. Needless to say, the guy was very grateful, however, for it. He didn't care whether it had 1 grip, 5 grips. He
Yep.
just wanted it autographed by Pollard.
Yeah, no, it's just and that's the nature, because now you see guys play a brisk innings and they have more 6s than they have 4s. You know.
But you talked about the technology and whatever it is. It's the same with tennis rackets.
Mhm.
I remember Bjorn Borg playing with a wooden
With
racket
wooden rackets.
and winning. Now you buy a fancy racket in the store and you just hold it and let the ball hit it and it goes back. It goes back over the net. You know, you don't have to hit it.
Yeah.
Just leave your racket there. I mean, it's amazing. You know, I don't know if the technology is the right word. What they can do with equipment like that.
Yeah, because look at golf as
Yeah.
well. Guys are hitting the ball now depending on the kind of golf clubs you have. Your range is so much bigger, so much longer now.
I suppose it's in all the sports. You maybe cycling as well. The bikes
Yeah,
would be different. They're
yeah,
lighter than say in the days of Roger Gibbon, the great Roger Gibbon.
But they have disc wheels now. They're more
Yeah,
aerodynamic. The
that's
tires you wouldn't believe the tires
Yeah.
is a critical part of cycling. You know.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt
Yep.
it. I mean, I would like to see.
Graves continues here. Whoa, that's a wide. Yep.
Yeah, I would like to see if Roger Gibbon, for example, a bike he rode with, right here in the Queen's Park Oval,
He rode
in the
it
70s,
what
in
we
the
used to call
60s.
the rally.
Yeah.
Remember when he had the
Right,
rally?
yeah. I would love to take his bike then and just put it next to Nicholas
Nicholas
Paul's
Paul's,
bike
yeah.
now and see the difference. Or even
no,
Gene
it's-
Samuel.
It's like chalk and cheese.
You know,
The
it's,
amount of technology that goes into that.
yeah.
Yep.
I mean, but and cricket, the bats are no
And
different.
you know where technology is heavy as well, and I'll tell you after this delivery. And that's going to be another comfortable single for Craig Brathwaite. As 499 is on the board now. 499 for 5. The Barbados Pride approaching there, 500. And we always felt that 500 might be on the cards, depending on the way the game played. But we thought they would have gotten here a lot faster, especially with Chase going at a rate of knots just before lunch. But since his departure, things have slowed considerably. And it's Richards who's on 6, is back on strike now. And we've gone past the 2 o'clock hour.
Yeah, I think they're going to, just the way things are going now,
Take what you get
yeah, and I think they're going to bat possibly until tea.
until tea time.
And whatever they have, then that's it, because the 500 is now up.
Yep, 500's on the board.
And Brathwaite is on, 186, so he's got 14 runs to get until tea. So they're
That's
probably
half an
gonna-
hour or
yeah,
so to
they're
get
probably
that.
gonna allow him to get 200, and then probably declare whenever he gets it.
Yeah, and this is the danger that the Leeward Islands are facing here. If they don't bat well, 500 will look like 1,000.
Brathwaite reaching for that
Yep.
one.
It's
Would have been a wide,
Yeah,
but
he gets a
it
single.
was a slow delivery, it seemed, from Graves. He just sort of didn't push it through.
Yeah, that's probably why he could get it too,
Yeah.
because it was so wide. So he goes to 187 now for 7. So we just had one batsman scored a double hundred for Trinidad and Tobago. And here we have now Craig
But
Brathwaite.
what's the latest in that game, Ruskin? Any idea?
I'm not quite sure. It was 500.
Last time you
something,
said
yeah, for 7.
537.
Yeah, for 7 wickets.
Yeah, for 7 or something like that.
And so what that means is that the Trinidad and Tobago batsman, David Furlong, has been asking for runs. Well, he's got
He's
quite
got
a
it.
bit there.
Yep.
591 for 7 now.
591 for so they're continuing.
So they could
They're
bat for
looking,
600.
they're looking for wow, yeah, and well, it's just about 2:05,
So they could get
591.
600.
Yeah, they can
Yep.
easily get
Yeah.
600. The way it is, they might get 650 before tea, and then declare tea time.
So in a way, both innings, both matches here kind of
Very
mirroring
similar,
each other.
yeah.
Yep.
I think the only difference is that the Trinidad team is scoring much faster
Yep.
than the Barbados Pride. But of course, the UE ground is slightly small, isn't it, than the oval?
It is much smaller. But it's a nice picturesque ground as well.
How's the pitch up there?
Slow. It's a bit on the slow side. And bowlers, you have to kind of work to get your wickets on it. And I think all around, it's dry. So batsmen will get opportunities to make runs, but bowlers, you have to bend your back on it, as has always been the case. 501 for 5.
Yeah, you look at that to bat. McAllister, well, forget him. But certainly, I would have sent Warwick on and
Somebody
said,
just who
hit
can,
the ball
who
around
can
and
just
see what happens.
nudge it around, yeah.
But I think they've made up their mind that they're probably going to bat until
Everybody's
tea time.
looking to the pavilion. I'm not quite sure.
Are they going to call him out, Ruskin? Is that what you're hoping for?
don't know, I
But
don't know.
Brathwaite is in the middle.
But no, I think why they're looking at it because Powell walked off the field, but like he went to get some water or something. So everybody was looking at him to see what's going on.
I thought you were waiting for somebody to say, "Okay, guys, come on in, come in." I don't think that's going to happen until tea time now, the way it's going, because even if they were to declare now,
I want to see if
got
Wason
this-
could find Ted in the stands there.
Ted.
Yep.
Ted is still. I'm not
I've
seeing
seen
Ted.
Yeah, we need to get
Yeah.
a shot of Ted. See
Yeah.
if Ted is still very present. He
Yeah,
might
he's,
really be the lucky charm in the Barbados team.
I'm not seeing him.
Ted was very present
He
earlier.
was.
Yeah. Ted was very pronounced earlier. Somebody probably hiding Ted.
Well, he's probably gone for a rest.
Yeah, it's probably finding where the sun is too hot. This one is back there again. That is the reverse sweep. And he's going to come back for a second run. So he inches on. He's 11 away now, Craig Brathwaite. 189. And 503 is the score.
We're having a look there.
Yeah,
Is
where
Ted.
is Ted? Look Ted up in the corner.
Oh,
there.
yes.
Yeah, look
Ted is there.
Ted chilling.
He's gone high up. He's gone, seemed to have gone high up.
Go to the shade. There's a
Lo-
lot of people. He's
Lawrence
out. Well. He went right across that one, and he has to go for 189 now. And the breakthrough finally comes there. Raheem Cornwall, captain to captain. What a wonderful innings that has been.
Yep, excellent. 189. And you expect Brathwaite, a lot of concentration, not being perturbed, pushing the ball around. But I think he wanted to get on with it a little bit. And unfortunately, with Richards at one end, he decided maybe to get on with it. I tell you, they're still carrying on. I would have declared and give Leeward Islands 20 minutes before tea. But obviously, they're probably going to bat until tea. That's the only thing I can think of at this stage. Ruskin, we see Brathwaite having a
Yes,
word
having
there
a
with
word there.
Cumberbatch.
Well, I might get my wish after all.
Yeah, you will, because you may very well get your wish, unless, of course, they declare tea
A
time,
tea time,
when
yeah,
you would
you
not
know.
get your wish, or if Barbados are bowled out.
Just
they
as we
just-
spotted.
There is Ted. Yes, Ted is well seated. Looks very happy as well
Yep, Ted,
with
Ted
the
has
performance of the Barbados team.
Ted has a smile on his face.
So there's Skipper Brathwaite. Just those pads must be very tired.
But would you feel he's disappointed he got out?
Of course he is. At 189,
89.
yeah, he would have been eyeing 200. Just picked the wrong delivery. He wanted to get on a little bit with it, and it's unfortunate because Richards at the next end. Richards is, he doesn't seem to be the kind of player that can knock the ball around. He would work the ball, pick up his single. If he gets a bad ball, he could probably try and put it away. But he's not the type of batsman who's going to take charge out there. And I think Brathwaite needed that help, because he's not... Brathwaite, even though he's on 187, he's not the kind of player that is going to take charge of things and go over the top and that type of thing. He's not that player. He's not that way inclined.
Yeah, he bats, as they say, he's in his own little world when he's batting.
He bats within his limitations.
Yep.
Let's face facts.
And so now this might put a slightly different spin on things there now. Let's see if any one of these batsmen, these low order batsmen now give Cornwall and company the charge and try to beat the ball around between now and the tea interval. So 3 wickets to fall today. 2 fell yesterday for 248 runs.
Interestingly enough, though, Cornwall has picked up his third wicket, 3 for 111, so he would be pretty happy with his performance on a pitch that hasn't really offered him much assistance.
Yeah, and he's bowled well. He's coming for some rough treatment at times, but in the main, he's picked up 3 wickets on in a score of 504. In that Trinidad innings of close to 600, one bowler has a fifer. So it just shows you that in the middle of all the carnage, you could still thrive as a bowler. 504 for 6 at the end of the over. So no signal yet from the dressing room. Cumberbatch is 1-7 it is to Richards. And you look at the Barbados team, they just seem more relaxed, and they still have a batsman padded up. So it looks like they're going to try to give everybody a knock if necessary. And I would imagine Chase and company look very relaxed there. They don't look like they want to move from there any minute now or anytime soon. Reefer and the others just having a jolly good time. This has been a good batting display from the Barbados Pride outfit. And that's the thing that people don't... we see Carty is coming back into the attack. And that's the thing that Kissy Carty, people don't really understand, Colin, is that the sort of camaraderie and the fun that guys have away from the actual playing field. Remember, they're spending an awful lot of time together, so they develop friendships. This one is cracked away. That's a good shot. Nobody moved. Well. The ball just flew through the extra cover region. The man at point just stood there as if to say, well, where did that go? He never saw it. He never moved.
Very few people who saw it. Let's have a look at it. Bang! Wow.
The ball just, nobody knew where the ball was. Not even the cameraman could find it.
Oh wow! He never moved.
He goes again. This time it gets it down to long off.
And you just wonder why didn't Cumberbatch come earlier, before Richards?
Yep.
It's going to be interesting. I want to see how Richards now is going to approach this.
He is the Craig Brathwaite out there. He has to kind of give the strike now.
He's not gonna. He doesn't look to be the kind of player going over the top and
give the strike to
trying
Cumberbatch. Say over to you, Cumber. Cumberbatch looks like he likes to get on with things here now. He's left-handed, and he's looking to force it through the offside. So they now put that deep cover for him. And going across the line of that one, a stifled appeal, but not out, says the umpire. 5-10 for 6. We have the 3-10 to Yuma. We have a 5-10 for 6 here. The 3-10 for Yuma is actually a good Western. And there's several incarnations of it. The end of the over is 510 for 6, the Barbados Pride, as they're approaching tea time here. And very well placed. I suppose all eyes would be on Craig Brathwaite to see if he somehow decides to declare, if he just let him bath out until the tea interval. He already has 500 on the board. That's an imposing total to begin with. And so just like that, Richards is able to get off strike quickly. And it's over to you, Shaquille Cumberbatch. Richards 8 from 24, Cumberbatch 6 from 8. And he has a long off, a long on, and a deep mid-wicket to contend with. And you can see him trying to force it. He's basically trying to make a shot off every ball. And no spin there. He has to impart the spin himself, the power himself rather. So this is a really big score from the Barbados Pride. 511. Rakim Cornwall 3 for 113 already. Hit in the air a little bit, but away from Cornwall. The big fella couldn't spread his wings, so to speak, and try to get to that one. It was well wide of him. Thinking of a little tickle there, but came too far across to end the over. And at the end of it, 512 it is for the loss of 6 wickets. 189 to Craig Brathwaite, 101 to Zachary McCaskey, and 127 to Roston Chase. Those are the principal scorers. And together, they've helped Barbados to 512 for 6 now. And the Leeward Islands are wilting here, trying to maybe keep it all together until the tea interval. Could you imagine Barbados decide to bat on beyond tea?
No, I don't think that would be. I don't know. I don't know how to describe
They
that.
could bat
right?
for like 20,
That'll be
25
a
minutes.
joke.
Yep.
That-
Bat
that'll
for
be a
20, 25 minutes, because the thing is, the Leeward Islands are probably expecting the declaration to come by tea
Yeah,
time.
But what sense it makes batting for 20 minutes after
I
tea?
just don't want them to. I don't want them to feel. I want
You
to
just want
demoralize
you
them.
want somebody to come out and say, "Come in." You all come in now at the top
Well,
of the
apart
steps.
from
That's
that,
what you
apart
want.
from that.
It makes that.
Apart from that, I just want them to make them feel that it's in the air. He could take a catch. It dropped just in front of him. He was coming in quickly there, Louis, but he just couldn't get to it.
Yeah, it's
I just want them to, because a lot of times, they feel inside, they assume that this is when the declaration is going to, so the batsman in that frame of mind, okay, we bat, well, see what I'm saying? No. Come back out and field for another 20 minutes. And then I will make the declaration. So the declaration kind of comes when they don't expect it.
so it doesn't have anything to do with the amount of
Does
runs
not,
you
no,
have.
does have nothing. This has
It's
more the
just-
psychological part of the whole
I
thing.
see.
Yep. It's warfare, Colin.
So okay, I hear you.
There he goes. This is the little paddle sweep. He's gone for one. He's going to go for the second. And they will get two quite comfortably. So because a lot of times, I've seen the Australians do that to people. When you think they're going to declare, they just bat on. Take all the wickets. and so you there waiting for the declaration, never comes. They just decide they're going to bat out. Take all the 10 wickets, no problem.
I see.
And by the time you get the 10 wickets.
You seen that in a real cricket match?
In real cricket games, yeah.
Okay.
When
I
you
hear
think, when you least expect the declaration is when they're going to declare, because by that time you're wilting. As opposed to the Leeward Islands benefit, the conditions are not, it's not the blistering hot sun.
Did you see what Jamal Hamilton just did?
When he took the catch with one hand.
He's unreal, the ball was going over his head. He took it and he looked around, down towards the
Man at five leg.
yeah, almost giving the impression that the ball had gone past him. Thankfully, Richards was not fooled. The end of the over. What's it? 517 now for 6.
Yep, they're just trucking along here. The Barbados Pride, the Leeward Islands, again, I'm sure they'll be looking to see if that declaration is coming or when it's coming. And Craig Brathwaite is saying, all eyes on me, guys.
Don't I? Is he down there or is he gone inside?
I think
the dressing room?
he was sitting, I think that's him sitting right next to that bat in front there, the red. I think he put the bat in the case.
Okay.
And so he's just there.
Just there relaxing?
Relaxing and watching his team continue to grind the Leeward Islands here. But they had some of the spectators.
They look very excited.
I think they are waiting for the declaration too. Here's a big one. That's gone a long way. And that's a good hit.
Come a batch.
Yep.
And I'm wondering why didn't he come before Richards?
Yeah.
It's but anyway, Barbados, they have their reasoning behind it.
5:23.
It was right there in the slot, wasn't it?
Yep. Asking to be hit. And he didn't disappoint. Goes again, and that's going even further this time. Well. As it's the carnage has continued here. And so what are they asking for? Another ball or something? What's the umpire signaling for?
Not too sure. I know he signaled 6, but I'm not sure what happened after
I saw
that.
him. I don't know what, or maybe the third umpire is coming up with something. Maybe it's the thing to test the ball, because the ball is being roughed up, hitting the concrete regularly now, or are they bringing another ball?
So are they going to be looking for a ball that is 139 overs old?
Well, this is the second new ball. So
Oh, yes, it's true.
yeah.
So we're looking at what? Maybe about
49,
50.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
So he's coming out. 'Cause that one took
maybe that
two
will
consecutive blows.
maybe it may help Cornwall, because the way the Leewards are going, they need all the help they can get.
Well, you
Two
see-
sixes from the first two deliveries
Yeah.
of his 32nd over.
And already Kamabachi is up to 21 from 16 compared that to Richards, who has 12 from 30. So the Barbados Pride probably had the batting order. They needed to flip that batting order a little bit. Nevertheless, Kamabachi is out there doing his thing. And Kaulesa, the third umpire, trotting off the field, looking very sprightly. Now the sun is out. So this is, I was just talking about how the conditions would favor the Leeward Islands. They didn't have the sun to deal with. Well, all of a sudden, and he goes again, but this time it peels off a thick outside edge. And they're going to come back for the second run. So
That's very good
Yep.
running from Kamabachi. He decided from early, once that ball had gone past Jewel there at backward point, that he was going to run for two. He hustled the first one, and he was hustling back for the second. That's really good cricket on his part.
531 now for 6. So the runs continue to flow again.
It's just what? How we have another 12 minutes or so for tea?
Yep.
A dot ball.
Strange sight. 531 for 6. He's trying to go at him again. There's an all appeal for stumping, not out, says the umpire. And Hamilton is pointing to the umpire, make a decision, change a decision.
I think he's posing for pictures, isn't he? Jamar Hamilton.
But he asked him to make a
He's
decision.
he's a real character, isn't
and
he?
then he said, change that decision.
Yeah, he's a
Probably yoked
real
himself there.
character.
Yep.
The end of the over, not bad in the end from Cornwall when you think he went for 14 from his first three
deliveries,
balls. He's come back well with 3 dot balls, but it's 531 for 6. 140 overs have been bowled.
When you
And
said
look at that.
531, yeah.
189 from 400 balls. Craig Brathwaite.
It's an excellent effort.
So Carty is going to continue.
You know, this morning, Colin, when we came, we were thinking 500, maybe 450.
Yeah,
probably.
I was looking at 400, 450, but I didn't cater for Ruston Chase's 100, and I thought if anybody would get runs, it would have been Wickham, and but certainly batted well. When Wickham had gone, I thought, well, you know,
Things might slow down
Leeward's
some,
back in
yeah.
the game, but Ruston Chase had completely different ideas.
And of course, Brathwaite did well to get to 189.
That's
So
all.
when the
That's
party's
all.
out, LBW, he went right back onto his stumps. And that, as they say, is that. He goes for 12, Richards.
He was, you could have seen that he was dead in front. And even you, Ruskin, could have given that out, because look at him. He was going back and playing right across the line. So when you do that, you find yourself in real trouble,
Yep.
because he was looking to play that somewhere towards mid-wicket. And Richards, his innings finally comes to an end. 531 now for 7.
He made 12. But I think he used up close to 30 or so balls or
Oh
more.
yeah, he used 31 or 32 balls.
So Jamel Warrican is the new batsman.
We should see some fireworks here now for the last 10 minutes.
Fireworks is
With-
31 balls for his 12 runs.
With Warrican and Cumberbatch, there should be some fireworks. I don't think Warrican is going to play down too many deliveries. he doesn't play down too many deliveries in
Under
ordinary
normal
time. Yeah, under normal circumstances.
But he bowled well. You would have seen him bowl
Oh, he
in that
bowled
game against
magnificently.
Trinidad.
He bowled magnificently. And you know, when you think about it, he was on spot. He was didn't give away anything. He was just turning the ball. Picked up 6 for 31. And the thing about it, in the first innings when Trinidad and Tobago bowled out for 172, he bowled 2 overs. But in the second innings, he came on early. He picked up 6 for 31 and then holder 4 for 23. They wrecked the Trinidad and Tobago team, as I said, from 107 for 3 to 124 all out.
Yeah, he certainly bowled very well in that second innings.
And when you look at that scorecard from 107 for 3, you look at Webster North, Can North, Pair 4, Charles 1, Philip North. Thankfully, Jaden Seals hit 2 4s in the end.
Yeah, he is going with a reverse sweep. First ball, and he might pick up a boundary. It actually is going to run into the boundary for 4 runs. It just seems as if Kieran Powell was just
he said
trailing.
that,
He said, I'm not even going to dive. No slide for me. And it just runs into the boundary for 4. First ball, Colin.
Yeah, well, he's gonna go after it. He's got nothing to lose. There's about 7 minutes left, probably 2 overs after this. So he's gonna try and hit everything for a boundary. That's the way he bats. Even he's gone in as a night watchman before, and he's tried to be defensive and push and prod, but he's not. When he comes in with a total as it is, you know Warwican is gonna go after the bowling.
So now they're plugging that area. That one followed him. That
turn, didn't it?
Yes, had a lot of turn there from Carty.
That's interesting, because if this pitch starts to turn more and more by day 3, Warwican himself will come into his own.
Yep. So. And here he goes with him. He could be out there, just dropping in front of him. The man was coming in at square leg and couldn't get under it. That was Hayden Walsh Jr. trying to get to it. But he was in that position long time, waiting for that ball to come to him. Yeah, no holding back here now. Guys are really going for broke now. I'm just trying to see if there are any more batsmen padded up. Should have the last man. Why are you going to deny him the opportunity? He will get the single too. Carty just bent down and the ball went right past his hand, hit him on the boot and deflected away for a single. So it means that Warwican will, or rather holding on to the lead there, will become a bat. So he gets to face the last over. Is it the last over? Might get 2 if it
might
if
get
possible.
might get another one after this. Depending how quickly
5:37 for 7 now.
Depending how quickly he gets through his over.
He's on to 24. Warwican is 5. Curty 1 for 23 from his 5. 3 for 128 for Cornwall. 32 overs. And that one just hits the glove. It looked like a bumper.
Yeah, quicker delivery, wasn't it? But the angle, it was lined badly.
Yep. And he got more lift than some of the fast bowlers from that one back in Cornwall. And I could very well imagine what the wicketkeeper is saying. What are you really trying to do there? You're bowling bouncers now. But remember Ryan Hurley? Remember he had a quicker one that used to.
He's calling for a helmet. Cumberbatch has asked for a helmet. Well, Cornwall and Carty are bowling, and he's just asked for a helmet. Well, I suppose you don't take any chances.
Yeah, because if Rakeem Cornwall is going to bowl bumpers, I have to put on my helmet. Yeah. But remember
that's a classic.
Yeah, but remember Ryan Hurley? Remember he had a faster one that used to it was a bumper.
Yep, I remember Ryan Hurley.
The thing used to just hit and take off. So Cumberbatch has decided
He's taking no chances.
Yep. See if you're going to bowl short balls at me. And he's bowled him. He went head in the air, swinging to leg, and is bowled neck and crop.
Well, after asking for the helmet, he does that. Well, so is it McAllister is going to come? Barbados may very well be bowled out, Ruskin.
Yep. And that's wicket number 4 for Rakim Cornwall.
Yes, the end of Kamabach.
Could be
Going for
26.
26.
Yep.
5:39 now for 8.
So Javed Leacock. Javed Leacock is the new batsman who is coming to join Warrican. But with the fall of that wicket, well, we might still get another over before tea if they're not bowled out in the process. So this has been a real solid batting display from the Barbados Pride. The Leeward Islands, of course, didn't really drop too many catches. They dropped, one? That quote and bowl chance that Durham
they
had.
haven't really had many chances, have they?
Didn't really create too many chances. And here's another one that is going to run close to the boundary. And a little bit of a foot race here, but easily overhauled there by Jewel Andrew, and immediately off and running. 5:39 now for 8. And they want the single, but it's not there. That would have been suicidal.
Yeah, Warrican immediately realized that the single was not on.
5:41. That's not the time, folks. That's the runs.
Well, the question is, are we going to get another over in? Because it's just about the clock. Has about a minute to go. Will it be... Got to wait till the presiding umpire gets in place.
There's a loud appeal. He's out LBW.
Yes. Well, 9 wickets are now down.
And that's his 5th wicket.
9 wickets are now down, Ruskin. So it means that
You could play the
we can
next
go
10.
on another 20 minutes or
Yes.
10 minutes.
Yeah, for an extra 20
But,
minutes if they wanted to.
But the players are all coming off. So I'm just saying, very interesting indeed. So
Warrican is stationed. Warrican hasn't moved.
no, he hasn't.
Yeah.
But no, I think they're gonna carry on
Yep.
with 9 wickets down. Just McAllister to come.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so they're gonna play on. But it means Warrican is gonna have strike. As McAllister is gonna come to face the music. But he's gonna be at the non-striker's end, and you would expect Warrican should be looking to get after Carty. So Cornwall, 5 for 132 from 33 overs.
Mm-hmm. And again, in so many ways, this game is mirroring the game.
Right.
Because we have a 5-wicket haul up there, and we have a 5-wicket haul here. We have a score in excess of 500 here. They will probably go on past 600 up at UE. So in a lot of ways, these two games are almost tracking similar. 591 for 7 declared. Oh man, the CCC are racing along 35 without loss. He's edging this pass slip, and he's really throwing everything at it now.
He was looking for the second. Don't think he's too keen on McAllister facing many deliveries.
So Warwick gets a single. I don't think that's what he wanted. He wanted a lot more than that. But he's up to 6 now. 542 for 9. So let's see what John McAllister, what mood is he in? Is he in a leave alone mood? Or is he in a get runs quick mood?
He's gonna have a go, no doubt. Well, well, not showing that.
He's playing to T. 542 for 9.
The number 11 plays a long forward defensive.
And
well, at least he tried to get some runs off of that delivery.
he's asking Gotti to come in my arc. Bring it up. Go up in jar breeze. That one almost went back on to the stumps. It just missed the stumps. But not by much. It hit the bat so hard and it bounced down and up.
I think it hit Hamilton in the chest, didn't it?
But and that's so much. That's this one. Phew, that one just missed everything. Almost took the off stump on the way through. He survives. It's 6 to work on. McAllister is yet to score. It's 542 now for 9.
So it's well, they've. I think they're coming off, so it's tea time. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, it is past the 2:40 hour.
But they've gone in for tea, so we'll wait and see what happens if they come back out. Because the way McAllister played those 5 deliveries,
he was digging in.
Yeah, he was now starting to look good, and so they may very well come back out. I can't see it. They've got to declare and get at the Leeward Islands.
But why? I suppose I don't know.
I'm not sure if the rules cater for it, but it's something we can check. But Ruskin, it's tea time. I am probably going to have a beverage, which would be water. And I will leave you here to say the last parting words to our viewers before tea, or for the tea interval.
So while Colin Murray gets some refreshment, it's 542 for 9. And of course, Raheem Cornwall, 5 for 132. And of course, with McAllister yet to score, Warwickon is on 6. And at T, a nice 542 for 9 at this point. So the Leeward Islands, they're facing a very, very tall order to try to overhaul the score. But we wait to see what transpires. I'm not sure if the innings has been declared. We'll see if the rulers are brought on, and we'll see what transpires within this period. It looked as if they have actually declared the innings, because I'm seeing them bringing out the ruler to probably prepare it for the innings of the Leeward Islands. So if that is the case, then it's 542 for 9 is where the declaration would come for the Barbados Pride outfit. So yes, once they bring in rulers out, it means that the innings has closed. And so again, Craig Brathwaite 189 from 400 balls. Zachary McCaskey 101. Remember, they put on 171 for the first wicket. Raymond Reefer made 3. Jonathan Drakes made 22, and Kevin Wickham made 40. And but Roston Chase came and he really set the cat among the pigeons with a blistering 127. And together with Craig Brathwaite, they just pushed the scoring along briskly and really put them in a solid position. Shakil Kamabach made 26 brisk runs. Demetrius Richards, though, made 12 prior to that. Jamal Warrican was 6 not out. Javid Leacock made 2. And Jaya McAllister was not out. So that's where the declaration has come for Barbados. 542 for 9. And what a fantastic effort that has been here from 143 overs. And that's a lot of overs to be bowled. But Rakeem Cornwall was the pick of the bowlers. He had 5 for 132 from 33 overs. 3 of them, I think, were maidens. So again, congratulations to the 3 batsmen, 3 Centurions in the innings, and we also have a 5-wicket haul for Rakeem Cornwall. So we'll take a break and then we'll come back after the tea interval for play where the Leeward Islands will start their reply, chasing 542 for 9 as set by Barbados. Well, thank you very much as we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval. We're getting ready for play after tea. The declaration was made at the tea time as we anticipated. 5:42 for 9 declared, thanks in the main to that brilliant effort from Craig Brathwaite of 189, Ruston Chase 127, and of course Zachary McCaskey 101. Raheem Cornwall 5 for 132, and as we see again, you look at it here, Colin Cumberbatch had 1 for 85, Justin Graves had 1 for 58, and Louis had 17 overs, 2 maidens, 64 runs, no wickets. Archibald 23 overs, 4 maidens, 85 runs and 1 wicket. Raheem Cornwall 33 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 132. Here is Reefer, and first ball, and Louis just trying to get behind it and keep it out in front of him. And that one hitting the edge of the bat and going down, though. It didn't go to hand or anything like that. And that's the one thing that they won't want at this stage, is to lose an early wicket. So more than anything else, they must be thinking, how can we negotiate the first hour or so of this innings? Maybe see our way through until they close of play if possible. And Louis looks a picture in defense. So welcome back, Colin Murray.
Hello to you, Ruskin. It's very interesting, Raymond Reefer opening the bowling, because I didn't do much bowling in the game against the Red Force. But he certainly is going to possibly have to do quite a lot of bowling in this innings or in this game, because when you look back in terms of, well, there's Cumberbatch and McAllister, and I thought they might have opened the bowling with Cumberbatch and McAllister rather than Reefer, because in the game against the Red Force, he only bowled 5 overs in the entire match, whereas Cumberbatch, he had 3 for 50 in the first innings, none for 16 in the second. McAllister went wicketless. I don't think the Queen's Park Oval pitch is his favourite pitch to bowl on, because he depends on he's quick. There's no doubt McAllister is quick, but he's, he gets the help off the pitch. He needs a pitch with some pace on it. He needs a pitch with some grass. He's not going to move that ball around very much, so he really needs a quick pitch to help him, and I don't think this pitch is going to help him very much.
But then I suppose, as you would have seen in the Trinidad and Tobago game, as this first over comes to an end, a maiden over, bowled by Raymond Reefer, so they still need 543 to overhaul the 542 for 9 declared as set by Barbados. But I suppose too it depends on the kind of shot selection of the Leeward Island batsmen, because as you saw in the Trinidad game, while the bowlers bowled well, quite a few of them didn't really.
The shot selection was poor, but interesting. Ruston Chase is going to come on to open the bowling, so that tells you right away that the Barbados team, they're not thinking that this pitch will have much assistance for the faster bowlers.
Yeah, they've gone to one of their key bowlers right away because it's finger spin, so He should be able to at least control the spin, and he's bowling to Kieran Powell first up, who likes the ball to come on to the bat. He gets a full toss to start with first up. Very gift there, loosener from Chase. And that brings Mike Lee Louis back on strike. Now he too, if I'm looking at his guard properly, he's taken an off stump guard to the off spinner. And he will get off the mark as well.
He's a tall player, isn't he?
Yep.
Louis got a good reach. He's so tall. That,
He does hit the ball hard.
He does.
Certainly is a no-nonsense type of batsman as well. But this is Kieran Powell, who can bat. We've seen that already. And whether he's playing for the Leeward Islands or for the West Indies, he's always been a capable batsman. Probably hasn't lived up to his full potential, as have so many others. But I think it's fair to say that he has shown capabilities. So Chase does have a long on, which is a little bit unusual, but I suppose because he can't grip it, then you're going to have to hurry, and the ball not picked up at mid-off there. He was coming across, trying to stop it from going past him, but McAllister couldn't pick it up cleanly. And they're going to take on McAllister again, and yet again he can't prevent the single there at that mid-on position this time, but struck firmly by Powell. And to end the over, at the end of it, 5 without loss. The Leeward Islands replying to the Barbados Pride, 542 for 9 declared. And if you're just joining us, that 542 was made up of 189 from Brathwaite, the captain. Roston Chase, who you just saw bowling that second over of the innings, 127. And the other opener, Zachary McCaskey, played beautifully for 101. So 3 Centurions in that Barbados first innings. Question is now, who among the Leeward Island batsmen can replicate something like the effort of any of those 3? And this one is striking him in the pad. There's a lot of he's out. And there is the breakthrough that they were looking for. Kieran Powell just coming across and is struck in front. He has to go for 3. LBW to Reefer. And precisely what the Leeward Islands didn't want is exactly what has happened to them.
The early breakthrough. Let's have a look at it. They just played well. Could that Ruskin be just about Powell doesn't look happy with the decision, and you know,
just the height maybe,
and possibly it
going
could have been
leg.
going down leg. Let's have a look. That ball cut in. Look at where that hits him, and you look at the keeper starts to move to his right. I think that ball I think he's a little unlucky.
Well,
because
the
that
thing
ball
is, you're
might
not,
have
you're
been
not
going down
seeing,
leg side.
Yeah, but you're not seeing any of the stumps as he's
I know,
shuffling.
but let's we can look at it again. Mm-hmm. That ball hit him. It appeared to me one is the height, but you're not seeing any of the stumps. But that ball was cutting into him, and it hit him on the outside, basically, of that right pad. I think he's. I mean, I'm not saying that. I would have given him the benefit of the doubt. Let me say that. I don't think it's a huge mistake by the umpire. Look at where this ball hits him. Let's just have a look as that ball comes in. Yeah, maybe, to me, it's look at the height as well.
Yeah,
Powell is a tall man.
Yeah, the height might be the only
Yeah,
thing. But then again, he hasn't gone anywhere. He's right on the pop increase.
Yeah, it's.
He hasn't really stretched out or anything like that. And immediately runs on the board as Carty just strokes that one brilliantly for a boundary down behind point.
This guy is such an elegant player that I just don't know how he doesn't score more runs. He gets into he's another one, gets into the 30s and the 40s, gets to 50 and then gets out.
Yes, certainly. But given the state of this game, this is an opportunity for him here to really put his head down and try to get a big one.
Well, he couldn't get a better opportunity than a pitch that is basically a batting pitch.
Show what he's capable of. And Reefer just on the stumps, more or less, trying to keep things as tight as possible, make life as difficult as possible for the batsmen, especially as they're yet to settle. So the Hurricanes, they have work to do. Warwick in the way there at that point position, 9 for 1. And we're in the third over. And that's when you consider the Leewards didn't get their first wicket until the score was 171. Here, the Barbados Pride already picked up a pepper. Only 9 runs on the board now. In fact, they got that with just 5 on the board.
Reefer didn't make many with the bat, so he's trying to make up with it for the ball. I think he got 3, did he? Yeah, he was out for 3, and one of the few batsmen that didn't get runs,
didn't get into double figures.
So he's, I think he wants to make up for that with the ball.
When you consider one man made 189, another one 101, another one 127. Another one had 22, 40, 12, 26. Everybody got into double figures except him and maybe 2 others. Leacock was out for 2. Oregon, well, he was not out 6. McAllister was not out naught. And Reefer was the odd man out there. He made 3. The end of the over, 9 for 1. So a nice evening, kind of quiet, kind of still. Is that the calm before the storm, Colin?
You could never tell. I think these 2 batsmen at the crease now, so important for the Leeward Islands. Both very capable, and both they've lost, of course, Powell, and that was a big blow for them.
Roston Chase continues. And he wants a single, but Carty not interested. Louis has stroked it past Roston Chase, and then just seemed to freeze there. And luckily for him, he was sent back because Wickham was closing in there quickly. And that's beautifully played, but there is cover out in the deep. Reefer is out there. Just a single. So they're into double figures now. 10 for 1. But they have to be so careful here. This has to be like I say, a team effort to get anywhere near this total. And that's nicely played. They're going to get a couple here again. And I think they'll be happy with the 2 runs. Jonathan Drake's sprints after it. So quite comfortably played. I don't think Ruston Chase has really settled onto a good length just yet. He's probably still feeling out proceedings. He's bowling with the new ball. Probably has to work out the speed at which he wants to bowl. And almost got himself out there. That one pitching right up. Demetrius Richards just throwing the hands in the air because he thought it had gotten through him. And that's brilliant field into his own ball in there, Austin Chase, because that had some power on it. At least a single, because there is a man at long on who would have been called into duty. 13 for 1 at the end of over number 4. So Refa is getting ready to continue here. Again, Barbados finally declaring a T at 5 on day 2 at 542 for 9 after they resumed earlier this morning at 248 for 3. So they lost 6 wickets on the day, but they really put themselves in an impregnable position where they can probably dictate proceedings the rest of the way in this game. Of course, it helps when they can take early wickets, and they have 1 already, as the Leewards lost Kieran Powell for just 3 at 5 for 1. And Refa again, not the quickest, but tries to bowl that nagging line, that very consistent length. Certainly, now he's decided he's going to change the angle a little bit. He's going to come around the wicket to the right-hander. And Casey Carty just having to adjust here a little bit from around the wicket now. Refa. And no interest shown there. We've seen quite a few wide deliveries, but they were bowling wide to limit to keep down the scoring.
I think for Ruskin, you're very hard taskmaster. I think he was trying a little bit of a quicker delivery. Because that had a little bit more bounce, a little bit more pace, but and I think because he opted to try to get a little bit more pace, he lost his line, and he went wide of the off stump. Let's see what he's doing now.
He's taking out a slip.
Yeah, is he asking for a forward short leg or a short mid wicket?
Somebody a short mid wicket.
That's strange. I wonder, unless he's thinking
going into the pads.
Yeah,
maybe.
Unless he's going to bowl into the pads, get maybe a little bit more bounce, and look for a fall shot. He hasn't bowled badly, Refa.
No, and he has that early breakthrough, which is exactly what Craig Brathwaite wanted of him.
Now, I'm looking at Raymond Refa's figures there, Ruskin. 4-1, 2.3. No, is that 4 for 1 or
Yep.
1 for 4?
4 for 1.
So 4 now.
Four runs for 1 wicket.
But in the Caribbean, we tend to do it the other way. That's an Australian way.
Well,
am I right? Or am I wrong?
It's English.
English?
Yep.
Oh, so you're saying that's the English way?
Yeah, it's 5 runs. He has 4 runs for 1 wicket.
Oh, I thought he had 1 wicket for 5 runs.
Well, you could. You see, you put
I
in. You put in the
find all of a
5.
sudden, all of you started going.
You see, you just like the Americans. You put in the runs before the wickets.
No, I'm
You're
putting the
describing
wicket
it.
before the runs.
Yeah, no, you're saying you have
Of
1 wicket for 5 runs.
Correct.
But it's written 5 runs for 1 wicket.
I see.
So you are just flipping it.
Okay. I understand you now. So just like the score there is 14 for 1.
14 for 1.
Okay, so it's 5 runs and he has 1 wicket.
1 wicket to his.
I always thought with the bowling figures, it goes the other way.
Well, what happens is that if you notice how we read it, they always put the wickets last.
Okay, because
13 overs, 4 maidens, 57 runs,
then
1 wicket.
Then, oh, I see. Okay, so because the Aussies tend to, the Aussies I think would have it like 1 for 14.
1 for 14 or so,
Yeah,
whatever like that.
I think they would have it
Yeah.
1 for 14.
Yeah, but they're in the southern hemisphere, so.
Southern hemisphere.
so
Okay. Well, the end of the over, and whatever hemisphere you're in, the score is 14 for 1. The Leeward Highlands Hurricanes trying to get to 542 for 9 declared for the Barbados Pride. I couldn't understand. I really
the declaration.
couldn't. Well, I couldn't understand. And you didn't get your wish because they declared a tea time.
I got my wish.
Oh, okay. I just could not understand McAllister coming in and playing defensive for 5 deliveries. Maybe he thought that there would have been an extended tea time.
He was in the dressing room when the instructions were being passed out. He was putting on his
It
pads.
was really, really crazy. Absolutely crazy. But I've seen stranger things happen on the cricket field.
And this is a critical period here because if they were to lose a couple more early wickets, Barbados would keep squeezing them, and who knows, 1 could be 2, 2, 3 quickly. So
Yeah, I think that's this gentleman batting there with number 9 on his back.
He's critical.
He is very, very critical. He's got to get a big score if they to get anywhere close to this 542.
Yes, it's so interesting because you want the other batsmen to play their natural games, but you have to play within the context of the game. That's a good delivery. He's going to get a single, but he almost came down late on that one, and then he finished it with 1 hand. Almost jabbed down in it. You're talking about Australia. I have a neighbor who just returned from Australia. Yeah, he and his wife and his son, I think, went to Australia for about a 3-week period.
Yeah.
Just only yesterday they came home.
I have a friend who just came back from New Zealand, and they told me what a fantastic place it is.
Green.
And the people are so hospitable and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's that's why when they had that unfortunate incident down there a couple of years ago at the mosque, it kind of shook the world.
Yeah.
Because they're not accustomed to that. That would have
kind
been
of thing, yeah.
out of the ordinary. Russell Chase is doing a good job here. He's keeping things relatively quiet. They haven't been able to really get at him, although he's conceded 10 runs already.
I tell you, I'm a little disappointed that Shaquille Cumberbatch hasn't been given the ball. Now, he's got this slingy action as well, and I'm just wondering if that may be the reason that they didn't give him the new ball. But simply because of the conditions out there. Let's face facts. It's a docile pitch. It's a good pitch for batting. Let's be frank. So, but I always say, if whatever you put into it is what you will get out of it. And he is a very hard worker. I saw him against the Red Force. He picked up 2 wickets with his first 2 deliveries. He got back-to-back wickets. I know the second wicket he got was Josh Da Silva. I'm just trying to remember who he we
Phoebe
got
Road,
in the first innings. I can't quite recall, but it was back to back. He picked up 2 wickets, you know, and what I liked about him was his enthusiasm.
So it was 15 for 1 at the end of that over. It's 16 now as again Casey McCarthy quietly and very comfortably, not just for a single. So he really does look to have you know, so much time to play his shots, getting into positions. You're right, they're going to rely on him enormously to help them navigate this, especially today, the rest of today, and then tomorrow. And that's good fielding once again from Oregon. So it's a period here when you're not quite sure how the game will go, but you know if another wicket falls, then things could start to happen. Reefer trying to buy a wicket here, maybe get a second one and really pin the Leewards back. 1-2 kept very low, and that didn't really get up at all. So 3 slips. The Barbados, Craig Brathwaite has immediately employed the 3 slips. He hasn't deviated from that so far with the new ball, especially at this end where Reefer is bowling from at the other end is spin. And that ball was picked up and slapped away bang behind square. McAllister is there, and he does nicely with his little football skills. And stops it with the left boot. You always worry when fast bowlers do that, you know, when they stick the foot down.
I think you're worried in general with fielders because
that ball was traveling.
Your ankle.
That ball was traveling. That was hit hard, and that was not that short a ball. He went across that. He was, well, as they say, taking his life in his hands there. I've seen him rehearsing the shot, but I'm not too quite sure if the dressing room would like to see too much of that. Because had it kept lower, then he might have been in some problems. And there's the difference there with Carty. Just stands up and allows it to come on to him. Colin, it must be nice when you could leave one job and just walk into another job.
Is it?
And I saw the coach from the University of Kentucky, Calipari, basketball coach, and he signed a new contract, $7 million a year for 5 years. Minimum.
Does he need an assistant or anything like that?
He will need some assistance. But yeah, the assistance he needs. He ended over. It's 17 for 1. Yeah, the assistance he needed. I think it's Arkansas he signed with. I may be mistaken, the university. But he doesn't have any scholarship athletes on the roster. So they were showing the names of the athletes that he has, that the squad that he's inheriting.
Right.
There are no names. So he now has to recruit a full slate of players.
My word.
You know, well, that's why they pay him the big bucks.
Well, I suppose so. I suppose
that's your headache.
Yeah, I suppose that's one way to look at it.
Yeah, and they want immediate success too. When they pay that kind of money, you know, this can't be a 4-year plan or a 5-year plan. You know. They want, but here's the thing with him. He is one of those coaches that kind of, I don't want to say invented, but he quickly fell in love with the one and done.
Right.
So you come as a freshman, you play 1 season, and then you go to the NBA. Right. And so a lot of kids gravitated to that. So they came out with him. He had real talent. So if you recruit him from around the country and you say, who are the top 10 players, he would have 5 of them.
Okay.
You know, because a lot of those players just,
So
they're not on school.
yeah.
They really just want to get to the pros. So they'll go to his. So that's how Kentucky was so successful for a long period with him. Here's McAllister coming in, and it's all arms and legs all over the place when he's running in. So he is now decided after 20-something years or so that maybe it's time that they listen to a new voice at the University of Kentucky. I would like to think that the $7 million had something to do with that too.
Yeah, I would think so. I would.
It might be a small,
A small, minute part, but I would think a very small part. That's not a bad delivery. It seemed to shape back. It's like you could see Louis was just going on the front foot, and it sort of shaped back towards to move away from him, and he was getting in line nicely, and pushed it out on the offside. That's a good delivery. McAllister. He you know, the thing with him, he's out and out pace. He's raw pace. So he's what he needs now to add to his bowling is a little bit of movement. He needs to start to see if he can get that ball to swing away or to come back in. I think they need to work on him with that. Because if you're not going to get a pitch that's quick, he's going to struggle unless he can get some movement.
Yeah. Well, you know what could help him too? Another yard of pace.
Well, you know,
because with that speed, see, this is where batsmen become very uncomfortable. The wicket could be as placid as ever, but if you have good pace, you know, because trust me, there are few batsmen in the world that likes genuine fast bowling.
Few? Name me. Few? I can't name you one.
Because
No
genuine
batsman.
fast bowling is a worry.
Oh, for sure.
All kind of thoughts come in your mind, you know.
Yeah.
When you see genuine fast bowling.
When you go back, Ruskin, in many years, and you think about the great fast bowlers and guys batted without helmets and chest pad and arm guard and thigh pad.
pads,
Yes, they probably had a box. But other than that, you just stood up there and you faced the fastest bowlers without any sort of protection.
Additional protection.
You know, the only protection you
pad,
really had,
pad in your gloves.
and your technique,
Yep.
basically. And I think a lot of players in the past never got hit simply because of their technique and the lack of protection. Now, that may sound funny. And what I mean by the lack of protection,
you're not going to stand there and get hit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're going to get out of the way. A lot of the times now, you see batsmen hooking, you know, because they've got the protection of the helmet.
They don't move the head.
They don't move the head, they don't move the body, and you just stand there and you try to hook. And of course, if you're not moving your body or your head, and you stand there to hook, you could run yourselves in problems. The end of McAllister's first over, a maiden over, 17 for 1, the Leeward Hurricanes trying to get to that 542. Yeah, and that to me is a huge difference. You know, when you think of, you know, and I'm wondering if they had that type of protection. You know, the batsmen of yesteryear, how many of them would have been better players? Maybe if they knew they had the protection and that type of thing. You know, it was amazing.
Cumberbatch is coming in now, Shaquille Cumberbatch.
Yep, that's good. Good to give him an opportunity. Good to see him. Refa just had 4 overs?
Yep. Got a wicket, so he's done his job so far.
I mean, when I remember you talk about genuine pace, Ruskin, and there was a time when the Trinidad and Tobago team hated to go to Barbados because you went to Barbados, and I keep telling you about that pitch. You got a green top, you get a concrete strip, with Wes Hall and Charlie Griffith, you know, and of course the Trinidad pitches were never like that. They took a lot of spin and that kind of thing. Had nothing in them.
The quickest wicket we had was Gilbert Park.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
And here's Cumberbatch. Yeah, and then you go to Barbados, and this ball is absolutely flying, and all of a sudden you say, wait, I've got to be quicker.
Yep.
I mean, I remember a story. I remember a story. The only name I'll call is Leo John. When I think I gave you the story when he was facing Charlie Griffith and Wes Hall, and the ball was flying all over the place, and he got a 4. Can't remember, it was a hook, or he drove and turned to Charlie Davis and said to him something to the effect that that's the fastest you could bowl, Leo. and I wouldn't call the batsman at the other end, but he started to say certain words to Leo John, as basically I wouldn't use what he said. I wouldn't use the choice words, but he basically said to him to shut your mouth. You don't
raise the hornet's nest.
Yeah, exactly. You've hit him for 4. Well, then take the 4 and be grateful, because you're not sure you're going to get another one.
Which is exactly what happened to Miller. When Kenrick Miller made his debut in Barbados, he did the same thing to Sylvester Clarke.
He was I remember Kenrick Miller. He loved to talk, didn't he?
Yeah.
He loved to give the opposition a lip.
And he put one square driver in Sylvester Clarke. Yatak! Clarke stunned. Like, whoa, who is this? But of course, after that, I think he pinned his thumb onto the bat handle with a lifter.
Yeah, Sylvester Clarke, he was a fine bowler, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Never played enough Test cricket because of the number of Test
the bowlers he had ahead of him.
We had ahead of him.
Yeah.
I mean, Wayne Daniel didn't play as many Test matches as he should have done.
Ezra Mosley.
But Ezra Mosley, Franklin Stevenson, and we can call so many names.
Oh, that's a gift, but it's well played. On his legs, there's a man out there, there's protection out there, but you're pitching up on the pads, you're asking for trouble. Especially a batsman of the quality of Carty. You're talking about technique and batsmen with technique. I mean, Charlie Davis, to me, had a good technique. Also, Richard D'Souza.
Oh, yeah. Richard D'Souza, he should have played Test cricket.
Yep.
He was such a fine player.
Had excellent technique against both pace and spin.
But and I'll come back to that after this delivery. That's going down the leg side.
Yep.
So the end of the over from Cumberbatch, the end of his first over, just one run coming from it, and it's the Leeward Islands Hurricanes there, 18 for 1. Yeah, the rumor has it that the reason Richard D'Souza, nobody doubted his ability. He was such a good player.
Was his size, his fitness?
His size. It was his size and his fitness.
Is that the same knock against Cornwall?
Well, but Cornwall has been playing. He's been getting to play Test cricket. I mean, if
Richard never played a game of Test cricket.
If you go back, if Cornwall was 30 years ago, he would not have played Test cricket, because there was a problem. The selectors had a problem with players' size, and if you didn't conform,
if you couldn't move
you were not getting picked. Ranji Nana played one Test match because they all felt that Ranji needed to come down in size. But I tell you, Cornwall would not have played a Test match.
You're saying that, check the difference in philosophy. Yeah? Charles Barkley, when they were trying out for the U.S. Olympic team in the 84 Olympic Games, right? Charles Barkley got a note from the coach, Bob Knight at the time, told him to ask him his weight and thing, and told him to report. They seem very relaxed.
He's very comfortable.
Yeah, but where's Ted?
Ted was probably gone into the dressing room. I'm not sure.
Yeah. And this is like 3 weeks before they went to camp, or 2 weeks before camp. And Charles Barkley was close to 300 pounds. Coach told him to get down to like 240, 250, something like that.
60-pound weight loss.
Charles told him, he said, Coach, if I get down to 260 or 250 in 2 weeks' time, I can't run nowhere. So he lost some of the weight.
Yeah.
But when they started the camping, first day of camping, they went through the drills, do their conditioning, so now they're scrimmaging a little bit, But everybody knew who Charles Barkley was. Let me just put it this way, they knew of him. They didn't really know him that much. He was now making his name at the University of Georgia and stuff like that. now coming out and, you know, having a good season. And Michael Jordan standing up in the paint and Charles Barkley driving to the basket. Michael Jordan said, all I remember is the rim shaking and looking up at the ceiling. Here's a hook shot. It's in the air.
It's going to get away.
Yep. He was kind of delayed with it. He didn't really go through with the shot. But
yeah, it's almost as if
in slow motion.
It's almost as if he decided at the last minute, Ruskin, not to play the shot.
Yep, he was just there, like he was watching it to see if it was coming. Then he just...
Yeah, it was strange. Let's have a look.
Everything came in slow motion. Look at him. He's in position, and then he just kind of swivel.
I thought he was late on it, actually. Yeah. You know, he
hit high up on the bat.
Yeah, I thought he got into position, as you said, but then I thought he probably decided maybe not to hook, and then he was in such a good position that he sort of just fanned at it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did well to not go through with it, and because there's a man position, there's a shorter one, it's played nicely, but again...
Carty's timing that ball so well. I mean, that raced out to the man at that square leg position.
Check the difference in the two pull shots, you know. He was on top of his and controlled it very well, and Louis was kind of more helping it than hooking it. It's when he deflects, and that one is going to take some catching. It won't. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, badly lined from McAllister. Again, maybe just looking for that extra bit of pace, and once he did that, he lost his line.
So it's a good period here for the Leewards. They need somebody to really, they need a start. They need they need somebody to give them the start. A good 100-run partnership or something, you know, something to really help them to kick on. And it's in the air, but it's well forward of square. This is the true mid-wicket. This is going to go a long way towards the boundary. And he's going to pick up a couple more. So Louis is into double figures now. He's on to 11, 13 to Carty. 27 for 1. We're in over number 10. So they're scoring at just under 3 and over. And McAllister bending his back there, but getting nothing by way of response off the wicket. As his second over comes to an end, it's 27 for 1 at the end of it. So there is the picture, 542 for 9. Really an amazing scorecard, with 3 batsmen getting triple figures. I'm trying to remember the last team that I played on with 3 batsmen got hundreds.
I can't think of the last time a score in excess of 500 in a first-class regional game was scored here at the Oval. I think it's a mammoth total, and I can't remember, Ruskin, the last time a regional team was to get 500 plus in a first-class game here at the Oval.
I mean, you consider Trinidad and Tobago also scored 500 up at St. Augustine.
That's a good shot.
On the same day.
This guy is such a good player, isn't he? He's so classy, gets into position early, he times the ball nicely. Just has to turn 40s and 50s into hundreds. I think, you know, the more he does that, it's the better he's going to be. In other words, that when he gets in, you see, my argument has always been, my argument always been, if you're not going to make hundreds, and give Craig Brathwaite real kudos, because he makes hundreds in regional cricket. So when he gets into the international arena, he's accustomed.
His whole body
100 is not a problem. If you can't make hundreds at regional level,
it's a challenge.
You're going to struggle at international level.
It's going to be a challenge because you don't know how to set up 100.
Yeah.
You know, because I suppose an innings has to do with you change gears at certain times during the innings, or you throttle back when the bowling gets, you know.
And then how do you approach your 100 when you get into the 80s? that is so vitally important when you get to 80 and you look up at the scoreboard and you say, hey, I only got 20 more or 15 more.
How do I navigate that?
Exactly. Because that, and they always say, when you get to 90s, you're in the nervous 90s because you're 10 runs away from 100, and you tend to play shots that you didn't play for your first 90.
How often you see men play and miss in the 90s,
that's right.
or make a rash shot. And another gift there on his legs, but he's only going to get a couple. Going back quickly, Carty, that's good running. He turned and he took on the arm of McAllister and really won that battle.
Good cricket, because he knew from the time he played it he was looking for two, and that's the important thing. Had he just looked for one and then when he got for one then he was thinking of two, no. He played it, and immediately he played it he was looking for 2 runs.
Yeah, this is like I said, this is a good period here for that the Leeward Islands could take away some of that, some of the gloss off of that brilliant innings by Barbados, and that's another good shot. That's going to raise them. McAllister does very well, and for a moment there he looked like he was in some trouble, but the big fella got down there nicely. Didn't have to use his boot or anything like that. He covered it nicely.
Tell you what, he saved 3 runs.
Yep. Just traveling too, and that's hard work because he's bowling as well, and then you have to be constantly running. That's never easy. There is Ted.
Ted is watching on.
Just as you say that, a peach of a delivery almost went through there.
I think he seemed to have got a little bit of an inside edge on Ted. That's what saved him, because he looked as if he didn't get anything onto that, he would have been gone. But the end of the over, 32 for 1, the Leewards Hurricanes.
So it's a vitally important period here for the Leeward Islands. They can't afford to lose too many more wickets. More importantly, they can't afford to lose the wicket that of Carty at this stage or any time today. I think they need him to be coming back tomorrow and giving them a platform, something to build on. 32 for 1. We thought when CCC were chasing that 591 for 7 declared by Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, CCC got off to a pretty decent start. Again, McAllister touching down in some good areas right now. Asking a few questions, and you see the batsman goes for a little walk, trying to iron out the areas where that ball pitched.
It's the thing with Louis, he's he is at the non-striker's end, and when you're at the non-striker's end and you have a guy like Carty facing, it's always good. Because you can learn from him. You can see his movement. You look at and then you get an idea of the bounce, the pace of the pitch. I think that's he's lucky for a young man to be playing with Carty. What Carty has to do now is to show his international experience. He's a West Indian player, and he can't be loose. He's got to get a big 100. Yeah. He saw his West Indies captain get 100 and 80 odd. He needs to do the same. That's a great shot.
Very well played by him. Again, really finding the gap to placing it well away from Reefer, who's at that mid-wicket position there, but close in, and never had a chance. 4 runs.
What a lovely shot. He was in position quickly, and he kept it down. He was right over the ball. Look at that. He was right over the ball, and he played it so wonderfully well.
It's solid. And that's what I'm saying. He has to be here, overnight to be coming back tomorrow. They really need him to stick around.
If they were to get close to that 542, Ruskin, you think he would have to make a big one, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he would definitely have to bat long. Like I said, because he has all the tools, now show us the mental fortitude to battle through these difficult periods, because this would be a good bowling attack.
It
You
is. Yeah.
So you want to be able to see off the pacers, take on the spinners, whatever is thrown at you. And just to keep going. We saw a lot of this where, especially with Craig Brathwaite batting, a lot of singles, taking singles, and that's what you have to do. You rotate the strike as much as possible. Now Louis, on the other hand, like you're talking about him learning, I remember watching and batting with somebody like a Richard Gabriel. Now Gaby used to hit the ball in the air a lot, but that's by choice, because he used to get out onto the front foot a lot and lift bowlers, especially fast bowlers. But his technique is what I used to marvel at. And that one was keeping a bit lower than he anticipated. And that is what I liked about Gabriel, because I used to watch Richard Gabriel. I mean, we would practice Croft, Bernard, everybody with new balls. We practice 37 for 1 at the end of that over. And we would practice with new balls. And the wicket in the Savannah, it was fast.
A little bouncy as well.
And run 5 year quite down at the end, because you can keep it to those players. You have to way back. And I would watch Richard Gabriel. They wouldn't even go past the bat. He would just come. So he would play fast bowling on the front foot. I used to ask him how it is you playing fast bowling on the front foot, But he was so good with his technique, that he could afford to do that. And like you said, no helmet.
Yeah.
No big set of protections or anything like that.
He was fearless. He was also very much. He also liked to give you lip. He was another one of those, and I suppose that's the confidence he had. Yeah. He felt that no fast bowler could hit him, no fast bowler could get him out, and he had a lot of confidence. I think I'm just wondering if his career. I mean, he played for Trinidad at 15 or 16 or some crazy age like that. I think 16.
He's still at school.
Still at school. And you just think that his career should have been much better than it was eventually.
Certainly more productive.
Yeah, more productive. That's the word I'm looking for.
In terms of the amount of runs scored and where he scored those runs, because he should have scored a lot of those runs in a West Indies outfit. But again, it came at a time when he was battling the likes of Gordon Greenidge and Roy Fredericks and the Hayneses and everybody else, but he would make runs, and you could tell somebody like a Gabriel was good enough to play at the international level, because almost every year he would score 100 in regional cricket, if not one, or if not more than one. He would score runs at that level, so it wasn't like he wasn't scoring runs. He probably didn't get as many runs as we felt, his talent should allow, but he would always get good runs. Again, once a second, but it's not there this time.
Yeah,
but this time the throw is not as accurate.
Well, he was looking to put McAllister under some pressure, wasn't he? Yeah. Yes, he played it. He was looking for 2, and I think most of that was just to put McAllister under pressure, because if McAllister saw that he was going for 2, he must have decided, hey, let me get to that ball quickly. And when you're doing that, you can always make a mistake.
Certainly is, because you want to challenge the fielders. You want to keep the pressure on them, and that way you could force them into error by just running between the wickets. And that one too is going down leg, and again there a little bit of a mix-up, yes, no. As to whether there was a run there, I don't think there was. The batsman was not in a position to compose himself to run a single at that stage. He looked completely off balance. No question, I was missing leg stump.
Yeah, and definitely missing the leg stump. But big appeal going up. I suppose it's always good when you beat the bat.
Again, it's
Another
going
one.
outside leg.
Yep.
And he's going wide with the crease to it, Colin.
Yeah,
Check the angle that he's bowling at. So he's going wide and pushing it in. It's the same thing we were saying about Louis. If you start it on the stumps, by the time it gets to the batsman,
look at that.
it's going.
Yeah,
Yep.
but you can see that from as it leaves his hand, it starts to go down that,
Pushing down
that leg
left
side.
Yep. Now, he might be a good candidate for a leg gully if he's getting that ball to cut in like that. But that completes the over at the end of it, 38 for 1.
So these two trying to rebuild the innings with the early loss of Powell.
And that's a big loss too.
Yeah, went for 3.
And I want to believe that might have been part of the thinking why they bowled Chase early, primarily for the left-hander, and so that Chase could probably and plus Kieran Powell is, he lives for fast bowling, but so he would, so they probably just thought they would mix it up a little bit with a pace and spin.
Yeah.
Here's the other danger man coming on now, Jamal Warrican.
Yeah, this should be interesting. Warrican, those tremendous figures against the Red Force of 6 for 31, right here at the Queen's Park Oval. So he would certainly remember that.
Yeah, that was the last game that he played.
Yeah.
So, and they got that game finished inside of 3 days.
2.5 days. It finished by
2
lunchtime.
days on a session.
Past 11. Ronnie was happy. He was ready. Ronnie wasn't here. I can't remember who was the producer. Oh yeah, it was Mr. Ian Wasson,
Oh,
the Frenchman.
the Frenchman.
Yeah, he was the man. Ronnie was the one before the game before with Windward Islands and the Red Force. But Mr. Wasson, he said that's French, Ruskin. You have to be careful how you speak to him. He says that that's French and you pronounce it Wasson.
So then, why do you pronounce Ian in English and Wasson in French?
I don't know. That's not my problem.
Is that
I'm
what
not sure.
kind of Englishman he is, or what kind of Frenchman
I'm not
he is?
sure how IAN you pronounce it in French. I'm not really sure. No.
I'm trying to figure
To
out. He's
me-
trying to confuse me because
Well, to me, WSSON is Wasson. Wasson. He says it's Wasson. So maybe IAN must be Ian. That's the only thing I can think of.
if you stay in French, I mean, one name can be English and one will be French.
Well, sometimes these things happen. I blame his parents. Don't blame him. Don't take it out on him. Maybe his parents like the English
I
Ian.
don't know. Or maybe one parent was English, one was an Englishman, and one was French.
Well, and a maiden over from Warrican, so he started well, and it's 38 for 1 now after 14 overs.
I think they're going to get a break in proceedings here. They're going to bring on some refreshments for the players. Ralphie is sprinting to come to the stumps and do a little cleaning up, a little sweeping, and making sure that everything is in ship shape for when play resumes. So we'll take a break here. So at the end of over number 14, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes chasing Barbados is 542 for 9 declared at 38 for 1. Welcome back. After that little refreshment break there, or water break as it's commonly called, the players are back in the middle. The ground staff a little bit slow in getting off the field. And but Ralphie will make sure that everything is A-OK. And here we go. It's Cumberbatch. Continues on that. The one kept a little bit low as well, Colin. He's just getting the ball on that good line, but he's tending to push it into the pads. He's tending to push the ball into the pads a bit, and he's had a couple appeals turned down, and rightly so by the umpire, because they were missing leg stump.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Really good delivery. Just straightened on him. And Louis has had his little bit of fortune. He's been playing at a couple deliveries, not making contact, and then he's had some coming back at him. And but you could see him reaching for that. And Casey Carty thought he was going to have a little bit of a word with him, obviously telling him to take his time. He's reaching for those deliveries. But that one pitched and just straightened. Good delivery from Cumberbatch.
Yep, he was far out in front.
Another good delivery.
He's not the tallest of bowlers, but you know, when you lack in height or something, you try to make up elsewhere. And I think a bowler of his pace, if he could get a consistently bowl on that line, that just off stump, just outside off stump line, he would be a much better bowler. But he does bring the ball back into the right-hander. And then, as you saw just now, if he gets one to just hold its own and straighten, that makes him a real threat. In fact, how many world-class bowlers have we seen, you know, they have their what we call their stock ball, you know, and then every so often they produce something out of the ordinary for you. Oh, that's that one. I thought about that one as it looked like it was going down leg initially, and he almost turned, and then at the last minute he decided to play it with a straight bat.
Yeah, really a good delivery again. But you could see Louis was almost halfway towards playing that ball to leg, and it straightened on him, and he had to quickly adjust. Really a good delivery.
And the pitching up, that's well played.
Shot.
Yeah.
It's a lovely
hit that
drive.
hard.
Yep.
And that's 4 runs, 4 good-looking runs.
It had some power behind it, didn't it?
Did you see Louis in his follow-through? He tried to get down there. That ball, it almost like the ball went under him.
It was before he got down. It was past him. Let's have a look. It was hit with a lot of power. Okay. Wow.
Right through the gate, 42 for 1 at the end of the over.
It was a really good shot, and that would give Louis some confidence. Is it Mikhail? Mikhail, is that the correct pronunciation?
Yep.
Mikhail? Yeah,
I think they call it Mike Lee Louis.
What's that?
Mike Lee Louis.
Mike Lee.
Mike Lee, like as in Mike Lee, L-E-E.
Oh, Mike Lee.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Mikhail. Because the way it is there, M-I-K-Y-L-E is Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
M-I
Mikhail.
Mikhail. But you're saying it's Mike Lee? Is that official, Ruskin, or you
No.
just or
That's
you
the French in me.
or you're trying to take my shoe off?
That's the French in me.
Oh, okay. I could understand then.
You know, like Wasson.
Well, that's official, huh? He's told me that. I don't know when I tell him when I tell people he's Wasson, I'm not sure if he's too pleased, and I don't know why. Because I thought he would be proud of Wasson.
Do you know that he is related to
whom?
Calypso Rio? Calypso Union Rio? Trinidad Rio?
Trinidad Rio?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. And
Easy Tobago Rio.
and he probably can't sing a note.
Well,
These things happen. They're going to get out a single. That's well played by Carty. You could see him just pushing out that ball. Somebody sent a really nice calypso for me yesterday, sung by Brown Boy. You know Brown Boy?
he's working the bank for years.
But Brown Boy is an absolute cricket nut.
yeah.
He he follows cricket. If you have a game in Timbuktu, I'm surprised he may very well be here. Brown Boy, he may be one of the 10 spectators, but he's a cricket nut because I see him at cricket games all the time. And he's at the Diego Martin complex sometimes at football. He's a real sporting. He's a real sporting. And they sent this calypso for me. I tell you what.
He sings humorous calypso.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that was real agricultural there from Louis.
All
And
of
again,
a
it's a
sudden.
lack of concentration.
Well, he's looking. What he's seeing is a lot of open areas out in the deep on the onside, and he's gone for it. But you can't be doing that against a bowler like Warwick, and who's going to take that ball just outside the off stump and try and get it even turning away. That's much better played. Yeah, and they sent this one from him called I'm a Gardener. It was a hilarious calypso.
He's a humorous calypsonian.
Yeah, he was. And then he has this funny dance, something like Euroskin. He kind of dances real
one leg.
strange. Yeah. Oh, that's over the top. Gets away with it. It's just going to get a single. Yeah, but I was end of the over. 43 for 1 now.
44.
44, sorry.
Yep.
44 for 1. Louis is on to 16 and Carty is on 25. Yeah, it's such a pity, Ruskin, that you look at the art of calypso or kaiso, whatever you want to call it. It's not as it used to be in terms of all the tents when it's carnival season, when you had the
the tents are
spectacular
dying, more
and
or less,
review and all the tents are dying, and it's so sad because there's nothing like you can have your soca, and soca is good for what it is.
It's really fat, you go to a fat soca music.
But there's nothing like a good kaiso, where where there's humorous or whatever, it tells such a story, and the Kaisonians, I mean, they were the watchdogs basically, but they were watchdogs for the population in the country. Anything going wrong, or they want to attack government for doing A or B. I mean, another one of my favorites going back years ago was Choked Us with the Driver Can't Drive.
Mr. Liverpool.
Yeah.
Dr. Hollis Liverpool.
Remember when he sang the driver? It was the Driver Can't Drive, and he was referring to the government at the time, the Prime Minister, and attacking the government, and the Calypsonians were the watchdogs of society. Yeah. But you don't get that again, and to me it's such a pity because that art form is slowly, but yes, you have the Junior Monarch and these kind of things, and Junior Calypso Monarch, but when you could have gone to the tents and enjoy a full night of good picong and good calypso, it's gone.
Yeah. And you had some of the great names. And
Got an inside edge.
Yeah, you could hear the two songs. But I remember Brown Boy for many years, singing humorous calypso. But if I had to sing a humor, funny was, as you say, funny was the funny man of calypso. But there is a calypsonian now called Brother Ebony.
I know Brother Ebony, yeah.
And he makes me laugh all the time. In fact, he sent me a little CD of his that I play on the radio all the time. And he the song My Wife.
I haven't heard it.
But you hear that, Colin, you die with laughter. That's well played.
A little bit uppish. He's got to be careful.
Yeah.
I think he was reaching for that. Yeah, but...
No, but Brown Boy is hilarious. He
Brown
also
Boy
had
is
this song
hilarious.
the concept of it is... but he's talking about a social issue, a serious issue about Trinidad and Tobago fishermen fishing in Venezuelan waters and dealing with the Guardia. Right? So he is saying that they drift into Venezuelan waters and everybody panicking, but he's not panicking. because he could speak Spanish. But if he hear the Spanish,
Yeah, I could imagine. Correcto and explaino. And that kind of Spanish. I speak Spanish as well. Correcto. And could you explaino to Mio? Yeah, I know the
We
Spanish.
hungrios.
Yeah, I know the Spanish he's talking about.
to go back to tacos.
And this is our fishing boatos and that kind of Spanish. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It was a well constructed calypso. And I was telling people, I say, we laugh, but this is a
serious topic,
issue
yeah.
that he's addressing in this
Yeah.
one. But the one with my wife is, boy, you have to laugh. When you hear that, Colin, you die with laughter.
But there's another one that was absolutely hilarious with Pink Panther when he said, I can't see.
Yep.
And he came on stage with a pair of shades
Sprung
and
along.
Sprung Along had to bring him on stage because he was this blind. He suddenly got blind. It's an easy single for Carty. He can't go down that.
Yeah.
Once he goes down that leg side,
It's too
Carty's
easy.
just going to pick him
it's
off.
too easy.
Yeah, and it's the end of the over, is it?
Yep,
Yes.
yeah,
At
46
it's
for one.
46 for one.
Mhm.
Yeah, and he sang this calypso, this tremendous calypso singing, I can't see. And what he said was because the then Minister of Sport, Pamela Nicholson, he sang about her the year before, right? And she put a spell on him. She put an obeah spell on him.
Yep.
And he went blind. But it was tremendous. And
I know the song, I play it all the time.
of course, he got about 8 encores, 9 encores at the 10.
There's Spraggle and say, here the rest of the eye.
yes, I remember that. Spraggle said, he can't come back. Yes, the rest is I. I mean, it was tremendous. But those were the and it's such a pity because, they were the ones when you wanted to attack government or they were putting forward some sort of bill or whatever that the population didn't
You had
like.
everything, you had protest songs.
Oh yeah, you had everything.
Comedy.
You had everything.
You had the jumpy, the
Everything.
jump and wave. You got everything in the calypso tent, but that has changed drastically.
It has died.
And Cathy is just quietly going about his business. He's up to 27 now. And so he's just kind of stroking his way through. He hasn't done anything rash.
No, he
just
hasn't. Yep, and it's been a good knock from him. He's I think he's played everything on merit. The pitch holds no terrors for him. So he's just gotta continue batting properly. Using his technique, playing each ball on its merit. I like the attack, however, from Warwick in terms of they're trying to put both batsmen under pressure with that forward short leg and that silly point.
Silly mid-off, yeah. And the thing is, though, Louis is the one who has to be, he has to refocus and, don't get carried away. Although it's like slow bowling, he can't just, have a dip and feel that he can hit his way out of problems.
Interestingly now, they've moved the forward short leg and they're put into a shortish mid-off. They've taken the silly point out and they've put him towards that forward short leg. So they're looking for maybe that uppish drive at that silly mid-off. It's not a silly mid-off. I would like to say it's a short mid-off.
Yeah, because he also have a short extra cover.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time in which to see that ball coming off the bat. And when you're at silly mid-off, you can't really, you got to hope for a bit of bat and pad. But more runs here for Carty.
He got a couple, he might get a third. Yes, I think
that's
Louise.
brilliant running.
Yep.
Absolutely brilliant running. I
Keep the
didn't
pressure on.
didn't think that would have been 3.
That's a 50 on the board.
Yep.
51 for 1 now. So these two have done a good job so far trying to repair the damage of that early wicket. And but there's plenty more to do.
Oh, for sure.
But it's slow turn. There isn't like any real big spin of the ball. And what we say, the bowlers are really rolling. They're not spinning right now because they're not getting much sideways movement. So again, Warwick just wheeling that arm over, but not getting much explosion off the wicket. And he takes his hat. It's 51 for 1 at the end of that over. So they have some work to do still. And I'm sure they'll be sort of counting down. Trail by 491 runs. So and it really is the kind of the mindset that batsmen will adopt when they have to when they see a Kevin Wickham is going to, but when they see a daunting target like that. But I think what they have to remember is how they scored those runs, because you would have been out there when the batsmen were batting, and just look and duplicate what Craig Brathwaite had done, and maybe somebody in the lower order might say, okay, I will play an innings like Rust and Chase. But you can't play that innings now. You kind of like have to, put yourself in a position where you don't want to give away early wickets, or easy wickets, I should say. And then, the whole plan goes awry. So this is the consolidation period here for the Leeward Islands. They just need to take their time. I think Ian Wason is trying to understand exactly what
Wickham is doing.
bowling,
I think he's an off spinner, but Wickham, I've always thought he was a medium pacer. Yeah, he always a medium pacer. He must be thinking of Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah. What they could do probably is to, now that the ball is a little bit older, is to bring back Rust and Chase, and maybe bowl him from this top end.
Yeah, and our all spin attack.
Yep. Because if you don't get anything from Wickham, then you want to make sure that, because the idea here, of course, is to try to take wickets. And if you keep taking wickets, you want to get them out as cheaply as possible. And then you make a decision, are you going to put them back into bat, or if you're going to go back and bat yourself and, set a target, a revised target. And again, as cool as ever. They go for one. They might come for a second.
That's great
yes,
running.
They do.
That's absolutely brilliant. And they're going to
they
get a third.
Yep. And the ball is thrown over the head of wicketkeeper Richards. Demetrius Richards, not the tallest man. And the ball with a hurried kind of throw from Reefer.
Didn't you describe him as 5 feet tall?
Well, he's
you're not answering the question.
He's diminutive.
You're not answering the question.
Yep.
Were you the one? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. You
so,
did.
so what you mean is that
you
would have probably caught that chest height. That's what you insinuated.
No, I'm not insinuating anything. It just I remember you saying that he's just you went to diminutive now. So I was just understanding your different descriptions.
And I was trying to rationale your reason for questioning my because the ball was thrown over his head. He didn't have a chance. The Reefer was all apologetic. But the batsmen were able to get an extra run.
Yeah, that was good. They put Reefer under pressure, and that's what caused that overthrow. Because I never thought they were going for 2. But give them credit.
Yeah, and then they got 3 as well in the end, I should say. Now look at this here. They put a third slip.
That's interesting.
In for Wickham.
I'm not sure why. What's the rationale with that? Is it that he's going to be? I haven't seen him really move that ball all that much. But I suppose Louis has the tendency to drive at deliveries outside the line of the off stump.
And that ends the over. It's 54 for 1 at the end of it. 33 to Carty, 18 to Louis. And I know Louis has had one or two useful scores already in this tournament. But when you get to the back end of the tournament, that's the time. Those are the performances that people remember the most. So I think he has to be thinking now if he could get another big score here. Because he has all the tools. He's a real, how should I say? He's like a West Indian throwback. Remember, most of our batsmen back sometimes were big men, physical men, who threatened, intimidated bowlers. And he's one of those. Do you remember Jim Allen? When you see Jim Allen, you wonder. Oh, whoa. That was dangerous there. He was on the back foot and almost got bowled.
Yeah, he was looking to make some room for himself. But certainly not a good shot.
Tickle. Fine one. This one is going to run close. It may not get to the boundary, or will it? Yes, it does.
Did he get some bat onto that?
Yep.
Though?
Yep. He just nudged it away from the keeper.
It's a good shot in the end. Wasn't sure he got bat onto it, but
he got it right back into his stumps. Just turned it off the pads there. And again, just like some of the other bowlers, Warwickon has to be mindful that you can't bowl because the ball isn't going to spin back.
50 partnership.
Yep. These two
between
are put
these
together.
two.
Yeah. 58 now for one. There's 5 for one when they lost Powell.
Carty, 37. You just have to think that this is ideal for him to get a big score.
Yeah, he has, he has time, and he has a nice foundation now. So he must be thinking, well, let me just kick on from here. No need to panic. So and with work on bowling, he gets through his overs very quickly. And but that field is so well set. It's going to be hard for him to go through there. As Colin said, they have that straight, short mid-off, long off, another extra cover short, a cover fairly deep and a backward point. But every time he drifts on his pads, he gets picked off. So the indication that he really needs to stay away from the pads if possible. 59 for 1 as that over comes to an end.
18 overs left in the day's play, Ruskin.
But it's 4:30 already.
It's we're not going to get the 18 overs in, but we're going to be here until 5:30, no doubt.
But I suppose with the spinners bowling as well, they'll probably get through most of them, if not all of them. And the Leeward Islands, of course, Raheem Cornwall, looking very relaxed, very much at home here at the Oval. And more of the same. When you drift down the legs, they're going to go back for the second run and they're going to get it again. So again, good aggressive running between these two. And the fielders out there are being put under constant pressure. And I think they picked out Warwickon nicely there because he's left-handed, running to his right. So he had to pick up the ball and then wheel around to free up the throwing arm. And by that time, they were able to go back for a second run. 61 now for 1. Carty into the 40s. He's on 40, 18 to Louis. they're going to put the man under some pressure again. Are they going to go back for a second? No, they decide against it this time. And that's good work out there from Reefer. Got to the ball quickly and then released it quickly. Score inches on out by 1 to 62 for 1. The man out, Kieran Powell for 3. LBW to Reefer. Didn't like it too much.
No, he didn't. He thought it might either.
He's playing at one outside the off stump there again, and not making any contact, but
We've
coming
seen
up with
this
air.
so much, Ruskin.
Yep.
He's played at so much deliveries at times outside the off stump, and just wondering if he's. Oh, we see Carty's going to have a word with him. I'm wondering if he's just not getting that left foot across in line with it to pick up the line early.
But the thing is, he doesn't even have to play at those deliveries, Colin. That ball isn't going to hit anything by way of stumps. You know, so he's reaching for it. Again, this time a shorter one that takes off and goes seaming away outside the off stump. And immediately Craig Brathwaite has decided that maybe another slip. She's gone, he's put back in the third slip now. And so really striving here, thinking that there is the possibility that the ball is going to hit the edge. And this time that's much better from Louis. He is still there on 18, 41 to Carty. It's 62 for 1 at the end of the over.
So I would expect Warrican is going to continue. He's bowling in tandem at the moment with Wickham. But Warrican 4 overs, none for 12. Hasn't created many problems for the batsman.
He hasn't been able to spin the ball much.
No, he hasn't.
But he does have that long off look in there, and that's probably what is probably keeping the batsman from probably going out to him. You know, they might consider bringing him in and see if he will in fact take up the challenge.
Well, the thing is,
and
they've got that short mid off in a catching position. So if he drives uppishly, they've got got that guy there. If the thing is, if he hits it with any power, I don't think the short mid off would be able to catch it.
Here you go for another quick single, and
Hey, this is really good cricket from
McAllister.
Scott,
Yeah,
isn't it?
McAllister has no chance of preventing that run.
It's really good cricket. Because he immediately, as he played that ball, he called for the single. That is really, really good cricket. He's putting the fielders under some pressure. Yeah, they're putting the fielders under some pressure with their running, and that's good cricket.
Yeah, because so often we ask for that. We ask for them to run the first one quickly and, give themselves a chance at a possible second, or run the first two and then put pressure on them to take the third.
Just one delivery left in Warrican's 5th over.
There's a loud appeal from LBW, but not out, says the umpire. Is taking a long look at it.
Wasn't he a long way forward?
Yep. And has decided against it. 63 for 1 at the end of the over.
Let's have a look at that. Probably just outside the line as well. So Wickham is going to continue. 63-4-1, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So Wickham in his third over, none for 6 so far. He's going with 3 slips. Hasn't really moved that ball away from the right-hander that much. One coming back and keeping us trifle low, but Carty is well set now. He's on 42 and really looking the part. He hasn't put a foot wrong so far in this innings. But this is the danger when he gets into the 40s, the 50s, tends to give his wicket away. From a Leeward Islands perspective, let's hope that doesn't happen. That's a spanking drive. There's cover in the deep in Reefer. They're going to come back for 2. But that's a really good shot. A delivery pitched up by Wickham, and he was driving it pleasantly. Was getting right to the pitch. Carty, technically he's a good player. But Wickham not getting much movement. I was wondering why 3 slips. I suppose when you've got 542, you can do almost whatever you want. But I would have thought that they need to just stop the runs from going in that area, either a single or 2. This time Louis is back in strike. So Wickham not really at the moment troubling the batsman. He's tending to bowl with the odd one coming back, and then he's straightening one somewhere around the off stump. Maybe looking for the outside edge with a drive from any of these 2 players, a loose drive. Ken angled into the right-hander and clearly going down the leg side. No real appeal, but angling it a little too much this time. He's getting that ball to come back at the right-hander. So he was angling it into him, struck him on the pad. So full toss, and Carty can't make the most of it. Not a good delivery at all. It was a full toss, and he was hitting it, but it was maybe high up on the bat, and there is no run. So the end of the over, Carty is on 45, Louis is on 18, and 67 for 1. Remember, the target is 542. Is Warwican going to continue? Yes, he is. He's going to come in for his 6th over. None for 13 at the moment. He's going to be bowling to Louis. So still a pretty attacking field with that slip, that forward short leg, and that silly mid-off. And there's also a short extra cover. So they're looking for the fall shot from Louis, and he's played at a couple and missed outside the line of the off stump. So he's been pretty good in terms of keeping his wicket intact. He's got 18 from almost some 63 deliveries, so it's been a struggle for him. Every time he looks to play the attacking shot, he looks a little bit in trouble. Well, here he's hitting it in there, but away from the man at long off. That's a good shot. He went over the top, but he went over extra cover rather than going straight. Had he gone straight, it would have probably gone straight down the throat of the man Reefer, who is at long off. But you could see when he played it, he sort of just played it inside out. Let's have a look. Yes, and he was hitting it away from long off over extra cover. And he had no chance in getting that. And this time he drives again. It comes off the inside edge. A little bit fortuitous because he was driving. And that came off a thickish inside edge. And he was able to still pick up a single. The end of the over from Warrican. So he's completed his 6th over. None for 18 at the moment. And the Leeward Islands, the Hurricanes are 72 for 1. So it's been a good partnership between these two. They've added some 67 runs. And they continue to bat well. Carty in particular has been very impressive with 45 from 73 deliveries. Doesn't look in trouble at all. So I think there may very well be a change in the bowling because Wickham seem to have come out of the attack. And the man looks to be Leacock coming into the attack. It is Leacock. So he's replacing Wickham. And it's going to be bowling to Louis. Louis, who is on 23 from 67 deliveries. So Javid Leacock, the right arm leg spinner. It's going to have his first ball. It's interesting. The first time I'm having a look at Leacock. Pushing that one through a little bit. Not giving it much air. Getting a little bit of turn as well. That's good. Good line, good length. Not over pitching that. Louis is a tall man, so once you over pitch, he's going to get onto that front foot. But so far, the first 2 deliveries have been pretty good. Getting a slight bit of turn and just not giving it a lot of air. Oh, that's excellent. Really good bowling from Leacock. That one spun, beat the outside edge. As Louis was pushing forward to a delivery, you could see him being a little bit uncertain. Not sure if Leacock has the googly up his sleeve. But that was quickish. Came and it spun away from the right-hander. That's another good delivery. This has been a good over so far. The leg spinner dropping right on a length. And certainly has Louis' attention. Because he's getting some turn. And he's coming off the pitch pretty quick. That's another good delivery. It's been a good over from Javid Leacock. That one overpitched a little bit, and Louis went into the drive nicely, spanked it down to long off, and they pick up an easy single. So just the one run coming from Leacock's first over, a pretty good over, an over in which he got some turn. His line was good, his length was good, got a little bit of turn, and he certainly had Louis' attention. It's the end of the over, however. It's 73, sorry, 4-1, the Leeward Hurricanes. Warwickon is going to continue from that Branlar Pavilion end. Feel no change in the field. He's pretty attacking with that slip forward short leg and that shortish mid off. Louis exhibiting a lot of patience, which is good. The experienced Jamal Warwickon looking to tempt Louis, just giving it a little bit of air, but so far he's been unable to do that. Driving at this outside the line of the off stump, doesn't make contact, but every now and again he does that. Plays at one outside the line of the off stump. The end of the over. At the end of it, it's 73-1, the Leeward Hurricanes. And Carty is on 46, batting very well. And Louis is keeping his company. So Leacock is going to come in for his second over. Had a pretty good first over. Bowled a good line, bowled a good length, gave it a little bit of air, not an excessive amount. And now he's got his line, he's got his length. We see skipper Brathwaite going a little bit more on the attack. He's putting a man at a silly point. For Carty, putting Carty under some pressure. This one just a little too wide of the off stump to tempt Carty. But you could see him just pushing it through. $542 for 9 was the Barbados Pride total. If you're now joining us. Runs for Carty. Just a single. He's always, what is good about his running, he's always looking for that second run, putting the fielders under pressure. But he goes to 47 now. And the total goes up to, he goes to 46, sorry. And the total 74 for 1. That's well bowled. Sun has left us here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's been a good day. We had a slight drizzle that was threatening, never stopped play. There was this slight drizzle that was threatening to stop play, but it never did. So nice conditions here. Nice breeze blowing as well across the ground. You look at it's out of the picture, but the flags, the Trinidad flag, Barbados flag, flying on the flagpole there, Queen's Park flag. But there is the scorecard at the end of the over. Carty is 46 not out. Louis is 24 not out. Powell, the man out. LBW Reefer for 3. And it's 74 for 1. So Warwican is going to continue. And operating from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. Giving that one a little bit more air. You could see Warwican maybe just trying to tempt Carty. Give it a little bit more air, thinking that maybe he may drive it uppishly. But he was well over the ball. This one quicker. This is good from Warwican. He's mixing up his deliveries. But so far, Casey Carty has been good. And he's been anything that Warwican offers up. He's been solid. I like the pressure they're putting on Carty, the Barbados Pride, because there's that slip, there's that silly point, and there's a shortish mid-off. And then you've got that short extra cover, all in catching positions. So they're looking for any mistake that Carty makes. And they're hoping to punish it. But another very good over from Warwican. A maiden over this time. So he's completed 8 overs, none for 18. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are 74 for 1 in response to 542 for 9. And look at that. 3 Centurions. As we have a look at a little bit of an exercise class going on just further down the road. So it's just looking at them made me tired. But here's Leacock trying to get the breakthrough. They go through for a quick single. He left to hurry. The throw wasn't good. I tell you what, I thought Carty was very, very late in taking off for that single. He went for it, and you could see Louis now asking him if he's all right, because that appeared to me that he was very late in responding to the call from Louis. And had that been a good throw, he could have been in trouble, Carty. But they've been running well between the wickets thus far. But I thought that was a chancy one. Driving at it, and that ball spinning away. So Leacock getting some turn here. And Carty just needs to settle again. But let's have a look as that ball pitched, and it spun away from Carty as he was looking to drive. It's been good from Leacock. Getting some turn, he is. So you would expect come tomorrow this pitch is going to take a little bit more turn. I've not seen this guy bowl. This is his 3rd over, so he's bowled He's bowled 14 deliveries thus far and have not really, I cannot tell you, he's bowled one bad ball. And for a leg spinner, that's very, very commendable. Another very good. He's bowling with a slip and a silly point. And Carty's trying to put pressure on Carty because he's not giving the ball a lot of air, but a nice little loop, and he's pushing it through. And he's getting some turn as well. That's the first bad ball that he's bowled, and he's punished. Well, at this level, if you bowl a bad ball, you should be punished. And that's hit down. That's a 50. Casey Carty has gone to 50. Excellent knock thus far from this man. It's a 79 now for one. And Casey Carty has brought up his 50, his half century. Well played. It's been a good knock. $87 balls to get to his 50. And it's been a tremendous knock indeed. He's looked comfortable from the time he came to the crease. He's been middling the ball. He's been playing both off the front and back foot. Ball has been coming off the middle of the bat. His running between the wickets has been absolutely brilliant as well. So Louis is back in strike. He is on 28. As Warrican continues, his nagging line, nagging length, doesn't seem to be getting as much turn as Leacock. But what he has over Leacock is his nagging accuracy. Tends to be right there in front of the batsman, putting the ball in front of them and saying to them basically, well, you played. Oh, he's gone for a huge hit. Now his head was in the air. Really, he's losing his patience now, and you cannot afford to lose your patience against Jamal Warrican. He will test you and test you and test you. And Louis just lost his cool there. Went for a big hit. His head was in the air. Was nowhere near that ball. And he's lucky. Hit low down. Don't think it was a catch. One or two players did say catch, but that ball was hit in the air, but certainly low down and not any chance of a catch. So Louis settles again. Oh, he's hit it into the, I think, I thought that must have come off the pad. But I thought for one moment that it came off the bat. But I don't, you're looking at the Barbados player's reaction now. And let's have a look at that. I thought for one moment it may have come off the bat. No, it's straight pad. Yep, it came off the pad, going down the leg side, and you could see that the Barbados team weren't all that convinced. Yes, they were appealing, but they weren't all that convinced. And 74 for 1. Carty is on 50. Louis is on 25. 79 for 1 at the moment. And Warrican continues to create problems for Louis. So Javid Leacock is going to continue. Carty looks so assured. Another good delivery. Just going past 5 o'clock now, and both batsmen must be thinking to play out the rest of the afternoon. Now that's a good shot, but no run. He waited at the last moment, just dabbing it down towards where a third man would have been, but too close to the slip. And there was no run. Oh, that kept a little bit low. Carty had to come down on it quick. And that's the problem they're going to have as this match progresses. The ball is going to keep a little bit lower, and they're going to get a little bit more turn. But luckily there's Carty had to come down on it. But that's because he's been... What was good about that is that because Carty has been there for a while, you know, he was able to come down on that ball quickly. Had he been just come out to bat, it would have been a really big problem for him. The end of the over. At the end of it, it's 79 for 1, the Leeward Hurricanes. Carty is on 50. And Louis is on 25. So just the two batsmen just maybe just not sure what's happening out there with Louis and Carty. But Carty's going to come back. He's not going to take strike because Louis has to take strike against Warrican. And remember what happened in the last over. He lost his patience. Head was in the air. Tried to go over the top. Luckily for him, missed everything and went through to the keeper. And then a little while, the last ball, he played forward to one that may have just come back at him and came off the pad. Went straight to Silly Point. They appealed for the catch, but there was no bat involved. So here's Warrican. Louis long forward. Warrican has bowled well. He is in his 10th over, none for 18. Again, Louis beaten outside the line of the off stump. May have just drifted or turned slightly away from him. Beat the outside edge. He's been very lucky indeed. That's better. Louis getting right. He's a tall man. So when he strides forward with that left leg, he covers the ball in terms of getting to the pitch of it. And I think Warrican has to just come back a bit on his length. This one needs to just don't allow Louis just to be able to stretch that far forward. Needs to just pull that length of his back slightly. He's been a good spell from Warwick, and he's kept the pressure on Louis in particular. Once he's been bowling to Louis. Again, long forward. That's a great over again. Really good over from Warwick, and a maiden over. So he's completed his 10 overs now, none for 18. And together with Leacock, they're bowling pretty well. Leacock has, he's had 4 overs, none for 7. And I would expect they would, if this continues with both himself and Leacock, they could very well bowl out the rest of the afternoon. Leacock again spinning a delivery away from Carty. He had to come down on it quickly. So the pitch is definitely starting to keep a little lower. Not a problem, because the pace of the pitch is slow, so that I think the batsmen will have time to react if the ball keeps low. And so far, Carty has been, the deliveries, a couple deliveries from Leacock has kept low, and Carty has been equal to it. That's a good shot. Runs here for him. He waited on it at the end. It was outside the line of the off stump. And you could see Carty opening the face of the bat. That's a very, very good shot. Picking up a couple runs. And again, the running between the wickets is so good that they're able to pick up 2. Easy single. Just lost his line a little bit there, did Leacock, angling it more into middle and leg. And Carty was just able to work it. He's got to get back onto this off-stump line of his. He's got a slip and he's got a silly point, and that silly point is now moving across to a forward short leg. Well, it did tell me that once that silly point moved to forward short leg, that Leacock would have been more bowling the leg spinner, more middle and leg, spinning away from the right-hander. He is getting some turn, not a vicious amount, but enough. That's well played from Louis. In the end, the over comes to an end, and Javid Leacock continues to bowl very well here at the Queen's Park Oval. 5 overs, none for 10. And look at that scorecard. Not out 25, Louis Powell. LBW Reefer for 3. And Carty, he is at the moment not out on 53. Been a really good innings from him. Total up to 82 for 1. And no doubt Warwick will continue. He's bowled so very well. 10 overs, none for 18. He's going to come in for his 11th over. It's definitely hard work for the bowlers, but I think the Barbados spinners in particular, Warwick and to a lesser extent Leacock, they've bowled well in tandem, and they've given the Leeward Islands Hurricanes batsmen a lot to think about. But they've survived, both Louis and Carty, and kudos to them. Trying to drive, reaching for that. Yes, he never got that left leg across to play it, and he was reaching for it, and when he did shadow it, you could see him then taking that left leg and just getting across to the line of the ball. It's been a really good spell from Warwick, and he's been just on this nagging length. Carty slashes this one. He's just going to get a single because just was slashing it outside the line of the off stump. Never really got any power into it, but it was wide of the off stump, and he was given the room in which to play that slashing square drive. But as I said, didn't time it as Carty has been timing a lot of his deliveries. And however, he still picked up a single. So Louis back in strike. But you could see Louis just wanting to get the shackles off of him because he's been struggling. 25 now from 98 deliveries. And Warwick has decided to come over the wicket. Very interesting move. So the question is to go over the wicket. Is he going to just drift that ball slightly away from the right-handed Louis? So the end of the over from Warwick. At the end of it, it's 83 for 1. Carty is 54. Louis is on 25. The wicket taker only so far is Raymond Reefer, 1 for 7 from his 4 overs. And it's 83 for 1. Is Leacock is going to continue? So Leacock, Javed Leacock in his 6th over. Runs again for Carty. That's a good shot. That could very well go all the way, but they're going to overhaul it just inside the boundary rope, and they cross for 2 good runs. But another nice shot from Carty. Once you give him that room outside the line of the off stump, he's just going to open the face of the bat nicely and get it away from the point position. And he picks up 2 more runs. So he continues to bat well. He's on to 56 now with 85 for 1. There's Leacock in his 6th over continues to bowl well, but not able to make the breakthrough. Once you go wide, Carty is going to milk the runs because he's pushing it through, and once he gets too wide of the off stump, all Carty is going to do is going to open the face of the bat, work it to the left of the man at point, and he picks up 2 more runs. Now there's going to be a change in the field. Let me see what Brathwaite is going to do. Well, he's putting the man back at silly point. He's moved him from the forward short leg, and they've put him back to silly point. Now, does that tell me that Leacock is going to go closer to the stumps? Yes, he does. Actually, giving it a little bit more air this time around than before. He was more or less just pushing it through. That one, he gave it some air, and Carty was just on the front foot. Oh, that's a really good delivery. Turned. Carty was back and across, turned and beat the outside edge.
Beat him all ends up.
This guy Leacock, Ruskin, has been bowling pretty well.
Yeah, and he has taken some wickets already in the tournament. So they kind of held him back because he was the 6th choice or the 7th choice.
That's well played. Once he gives Carty a little bit of room, Carty is working the ball nicely backward of point and picking up runs. So he's got to get closer to that off stump. He's getting a little bit of turn, but that's better. But that's a nice shot from Carty, reaching for it and driving it out. The Reefer there at the deep cover position. So one more to Carty to end the over. He's on to 59. And the Leewards Hurricanes are 88 for 1.
And this is a good reply after that early loss. So quite naturally, it could have gone the other way. They could have lost a couple more wickets. They could have lost a couple more wickets, and but instead they were able to negotiate quite nicely. They still have some ways to go at a strike rate 251. So it's going to be interesting. Now Ruston Chase is being brought back in. The Chase is going to come back in and try to, and I did think they were going to, at some point they were going to go back to him. And immediately he's greeted by a brilliant shot. 1-2 bounces into the boundary at long on, and that's 4 runs. Welcome back, Ruston.
Yeah, good. Carty is now, he's so well set, but look at that. Just taking that left leg, getting it out of the way, and just hitting it nicely. Now they've put the man he was at a wideish mid-on. He's gone back to a long-on position, also a wideish long-on. So it may just decide to stop Carty from going over the top. He's batted very well. He's on 63. Hasn't looked in any sorts of trouble. 1 or 2 deliveries kept low from Leacock. But other than that, he's looked superb. Louis, on the other hand, has been beaten once or twice outside the line of the off stump. He's been played a horrendous shot against Warwickon, a swipe basically, and his head was in the air. Luckily he missed it completely, and it missed the stumps.
And here's the other thing with him. This is kind of out of character for him in terms of his batting, because he's just 25, but from 99 deliveries under normal circumstances he faces 99 deliveries close to 100 by now.
Oh, it's in the air, and it's dropped.
Put it down.
Was that McCaskey?
Just trying to get under it there. It looks like Wickham, is it?
Wickham. Let's see.
He's trying to get under it, and he just couldn't get under it.
It was Wickham. Yep. You're right.
So he seemed delayed too. He didn't seem to move immediately, and then he had to make up for it. By that time, it just dropped. I think it went through his hands.
Chance goes a begging. You can't give those type of chances away. And let's the end of the over from Chase. So it's 93 for 1.
And this is a good recovery. This is a good reply. Now what you want to see is for them to these two to see out the evening and then come back tomorrow and start all over again. And then, see if they can survive the early pressure and then kick on from there and see if they could turn this partnership, which is 88 runs now, into 188, and put something big together and maybe ask some questions of the Pride bowling attack. But now Warwickon is back onto the attack from the top end.
Yeah, just a switch of ends. I much prefer Ruskin, the leg spinner, to be bowling from the Brand Lara Pavilion end, and the left arm spinner from the Jerry Gomez, Willie Rodriguez end.
And, going right back onto his stumps there, Carty, but he's really shaped well. He's taken on the bowlers when he felt like it, but at other times he's respected the good deliveries. And the slow turn or no turn at all. It's just
The Leacock was getting some turn. He was very slow, but he was sort of pushing it through, which was good. He was pushing it through, getting some turn. I thought he bowled very well in just 6 overs he had, and I could see him coming into his own in day 3 and day 4 here.
given a good spell,
Yeah.
given a good run. And that's the thing, you know, you close out tonight, you come tomorrow, you have to start all over again.
Warwick coming over the wicket now. He was round the wicket before. He's decided to come over the wicket, and because of that, he's taken the man out from short extra cover and has put him towards short mid wicket. He's got a pretty attacking field because he's got that slip, silly point, forward short leg, and now he's got a leg slip.
Leg slip, leg, a forward short leg, silly point, and a managed slip. So there are 4 men around the bat, plus the keeper. So he's...
And that's no, I don't have a problem with that because they need wickets.
And it's late in the day. You just want to see if you can... It beats everybody, and it goes right through the keeper's legs for 4 byes, rather. And that would be the last over of the day. And what a way to end the second day, with Barbados posting 542 for 9. And in reply, the Leeward Islands, despite losing Karen Powell for 3 at 5 for 1, they have really dug in here and have reached 97 for 1 at stumps, Colin, and I think this is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, I agree with you. When you think of the game, is the first 2 days, you have to say it's belonged to Barbados, because 542 for 9 is a tremendous total. 3 centurions, and then they losing that very early wicket, the Leeward Hurricanes at 5 for 1. You thought, well, if the Barbados Pride can get another wicket or 2, they would be really totally in the ascendancy. Now the pitch is playing really good. It's a good pitch. It's a batting pitch. It's what is going to happen, however, going into day 3 and 4, I would expect the pitch may just keep a little bit lower, and it's going to take some spin. So it's going to be interesting how the Leeward Island batsmen survive the next 2 days. What they've looked good, Carty in particular, he is showing his class. He is a West Indian player. He plays at that level, and he's come out here. He's got 64 from 117 deliveries, but it's been a good measured knock. He's played everything on merit. He's got the bad ball. He's put it away. He's played some lovely drives, and he's looked the part. Louis, on the other hand, he's been a little bit iffy. He's played 1 or 2 shots that he got away with. He was beaten outside the line of the off stump with 1 or 2 as well. So he's got to dig in tomorrow. But tomorrow it's going to be the first session, I think, is going to be a very important session. If Barbados can pick up a couple of early wickets in that session, they can put the Leewards under some pressure. If, however, Carty and Louis, in particular Carty, can continue, who knows? 542 may not be an impossible target.
The first thing is to avoid the follow-on.
Well, yeah.
So that would be the target for them, and that is still a formidable target because they trail by 445 right now. So they still have quite a bit of work to do. But hey, tomorrow is another day, as they say, and you never know. The sun will probably come up in the east as usual, and then you kind of take it from there as well. So this is where we're going to have to leave you for today. A splendid performance by the Barbados batsmen, getting to 542 for 9 declared, with Brathwaite getting to 189, Chase 127, and McCaskey 101. Raheem Cornwall was the pick of the bowlers with 5 for 132. Colin Archibald had 1 for 85, 1 for 58 for Justin Graves, and Daniel Durham had 1 for 106, And Casey Carty picked up 1 for 24. They were the wicket takers for the Leeward Islands. But in reply, Kieran Powell went LBW to Reefer for 3. It was 5 for 1. But since that time, Mickley Louis, 25, and Casey Carty, 64. They've basically kept the Leeward Islands afloat with a gutsy little partnership with 92 runs already. And so it will be interesting to see how they're able to push on from there coming up on day 3. So, but that's tomorrow. Today, Barbados are still in the driver's seat, but they need some wickets. We'll see if they could get them early in the morning. Until such time, on behalf of Colin Murray and Ruskin Mark, thanking you so much for being with us and look forward to your company come tomorrow morning.